4-minute mark coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 4 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. This is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up will be your 3-minute mark. Stand by for your 3-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 3 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. This is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be the 2-minute mark. Stand by for your 2-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 2 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up on the 1-minute mark until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Stand by for your 1-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 1 minute till airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, stations, your countdown until airtime will be your 30-second mark when the network will go silent. Stand by for your final 30-second mark until airtime. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 30 seconds until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
The following is an exclusive presentation of the LSU Sports Radio Network. It's football time in Louisiana. Today, the Tigers look to continue their winning ways as they host Central Michigan for another Saturday night in Death Valley.
It's game time, baby. Let's go, man.
This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Give me the sign! Give me the sign! Touchdown, Tigers!
leading you up to kickoff for LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Throws across the middle, wide open. Keishan Butte, touchdown, Tigers!
LSU Game Day is brought to you by the 8 partners that represent Team LSU. McDonald's, official sponsor of the LSU Tigers. Cox, the official communications provider of LSU Athletics. Planet Fitness, official gym partner of the LSU Tigers. People's Health, the official health plan of LSU Athletics. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of the LSU Tigers. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Our Lady of the Lake, official healthcare provider of LSU Athletics. And by Coca-Cola, official beverage partner of the LSU Tigers.
Pressure comes, he unloads and intercepted! Derek Stingley's got it in the end zone!
Across the state and around the world, the roar of LSU Fighting Tiger football comes alive on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Inside the shadow of legendary Tiger Stadium, here are former Tigers Garrett Brumfield and Marlon Favorite, along with your host, Hunt Palmer.
Afternoon, happy game day, Tiger fans. This is Fighting Tiger Football, and you're listening to it on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Hey, everybody, I am Hunt Palmer, your host for LSU Game Day, presented by CST, and tonight, under the lights of Tiger Stadium, it is LSU and their visitors from the MAC, the Central Michigan Chippewas. We've got 90 minutes to get you ready for it, and we're packed for those 90 minutes. We'll preview this game inside and out, get you our keys to LSU's victory, some scores from around the SEC and college football. Our Whataburger Jr. announcer program rolls on. Excited about that. Christian Boer from Central Michigan Life will come on to talk about the Chippewas, who come down here with upset on their mind. Special teams coordinator Greg McMahon is our assistant coach interview of the week. I chatted with Coach McMahon on Wednesday. It was a really insightful conversation about his unit that's got what I would say is the best kicker in the history of the school and a punting competition that continues. We'll get a weather report from here in Tiger Stadium. I'll spoil that one for you. The humidity is 9,000% and it is warm, but we're excited to be here on the campus of Louisiana State University for another game day. So sit tight for the next 90 minutes. Lock us in. Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite, my partners in crime, will jump aboard next. This is LSU Game Day presented by CST, and you're listening to it on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Corral, tight pocket, backpedal, steps at the 5, now launches, far side, deep ball, jump ball, and gonna be intercepted at the 41-yard line.
The official tailgate show of LSU Fighting Tiger football. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer with you here from the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village between the ramps of the Pete Maravich Assembly Center. Thousands lining up to watch the Tigers come down the hill as they get ready to take on Central Michigan tonight at 6:30 in Tiger Stadium. LSU Athletics would like to thank this week's game sponsor, Hancock Whitney. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. Learn more, HancockWhitney.com/LSU. I am Hunt Palmer, now joined by my partners in crime, Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite. Boys, y'all staying cool?
Something like that.
Trying to. It's definitely a hot one out here.
It's a game day. Look, it's been a nasty week in Baton Rouge and South Louisiana. The storm has rolled through. It's been raining for what seems like all week long, and the storms have given way. It's gorgeous out here now. It's hot, but the sun's shining, and we should have a good environment for football tonight, and I'm excited for it, guys. I've been saying all week on my local show here that last week wasn't really about the football for me. It was about the tailgating. It was about the camaraderie. It was about Louisiana coming together, getting into Tiger Stadium and watching the Tigers play because McNeese wasn't capable of putting up a fight, and they didn't. This team is. So this week is about getting after it and getting better and improving and being the football team you want to be. You show up and play poorly again, you kind of are what you are. You show some improvement, that's something to build on as you go to conference play next week. Kind of what's your thought entering this game, Garrett?
Well, kind of starting off how I did in the post-game show last week. I saw some things last week that I liked, and I saw some things that I didn't quite like. And the things that I did like are the things that I think are most important that will take you far places in the stretch down the season. And that's, we were really clean on our penalties. We were more diverse on offense, and we really cleaned up our pre-snap mechanics. So I hope to see those three things kind of refined, honed in on, and made perfect going into next week when we're really, going against an even tougher opponent.
Dave, your thoughts entering this one?
Well, you take a game like this as your last test going into SEC play. You want to make sure all your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. So the improvement that I did see from last week was up front on your defensive line.
Yeah.
If that's an area you really want to key in on, because the bottom line is if the quarterback is off key, if he can't get the ball off on time like he wants to, or be able to, and if he keeps getting hit, right, that messes with a quarterback psychologically. So we want to see some quarterback hits today. Hello, somebody. That's 2, by the way, Jeremy Hill, if you're out there listening. I heard you and Muscone on the spread. The spread is 10, yeah, hello. Oh, that's 3. Well, 7 left. But either way it goes, as long as it starts up front, baby, we get after the quarterback today, that really energizes the rest of the team, and that'll be great for the Tigers.
The defense was improved last week against McNeese. They didn't bust assignments like they had against UCLA. They were generally in position and made some plays. Now, look, McNeese is an FCS school and not a very good one. So, yeah, you get 9 sacks, and that's all well and good. But I thought just in terms of alignment and execution, LSU was better defensively. The offense still failed to run the football, and that's something that's got to get better. Now, what helps that is you get 2 guys back on the offensive front this week. You get Austin Deculus back at right tackle. You get Chasen Hines back at right guard. So the right side of your line more solidified. You still have Shanahan at center. You still have Ingram at left guard, left tackle. Still without Cam Wire this week. Xavier Hill will very likely be the starter there. So you're only missing 1 offensive lineman, Garrett. It's time for that group to play a complete game. Tonight's the night.
Most definitely. I think that a week like this is the week that you finally see that chemistry, to bubble. You know, the beaker's starting to bubble. You can kind of get a good waft, and you feel like you're really in chemistry class. So I think that's what we're going to see this week. I think that those guys are going to come together like atoms, and we're going to see a nuclear explosion of the offensive line coming off the ball up front. I think a week like this, we can't be asleep, though. We can't forget that, as you said, you know, of course, this is a much more formidable opponent. But in that, they know that they won't just we have to know that they won't just line up and try to stop us. They're going to throw some splits in there. They're going to throw some games in there. So we have to be ready for anything that can be coming at us this week and still be sharpening our steel going into next week.
The running game's been a slog for 2 games. Ty Davis-Price, 13 of his 21 carries have gone for 2 or fewer yards. For the entire unit, it's been over 50% of the runs have been for 2 or fewer yards. In your opinion, Garrett, do we have to get the running game going, blocking what we're doing better, or do they have to change the approach that they run the football with?
I think there are a few things going on. Yes, of course, we can win more blocks up front. Yes, we can establish a much better line of scrimmage, but I think that can be done in a myriad of ways, loosening up the offense, opening up the playbook, instead of just running downhill like we only saw week 1. And I think that was an improvement that we saw in week 2. We kind of ran a little bit more to the sideline, and then we cut it downhill. We made the defense stretch out a little bit, and I think that those types of things are what's going to help us establish a run game. Mixing it up, like I said, split zone, wide zone, outside zone, even solidifying the pass game, making us a downfield threat so that the box is looser. I think that there are more issues that we have to make sure that we are there are small issues that are leading to a big issue, and if we tackle the little things, which are most important in football, you know, everybody can be happy and celebrate and see the Tigers running down the field with a great run game.
Fave, how do we fix the run game?
Well, I think it does start with the outside run. Too much. You try to clog everything in the middle, especially if you have. Well, last week we had guys down, but I think you want to mix it up, make the run game a little more diverse. As G was saying, let's get that outside. I like how Kendall looked running on the outside ball. It makes the defensive side of the ball play honest. You can't load a whole bunch of guys in the box because we're gonna hit you on the outside. You can't. Just try to cheat out more, because now that opens up opportunity inside for Ty Davis-Price. So I think that, just mixing up the offensive run attack, going outside more will really help the Tigers today.
With zero sugar, and now even more delicious, is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite in the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village between the ramps of the Assembly Center just outside historic Tiger Stadium. The Tigers about to come down Victory Hill and enter the stadium. The band will follow soon. If you're on campus, come on out. We're right here in between the ramps. We got some great food to eat, some cold drinks. We're broadcasting live. Football's on TV. It's a great place to come right before you head on in the stadium. If you're not on campus, keep us locked in. We're going to come back. Our Whataburger Jr. announcer of the game, Wyatt, is going to join us. That's next on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43
3 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up to the nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics.
This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network. 2 superstar athletes and one guy who talks about superstar athletes. Once again, here are former Tigers Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite, and your host, Hunt Palmer.
The Whataburger Junior broadcaster program gives Tiger fans between the ages of 6 and 12 the opportunity to join us live on air to be interviewed before each LSU home game. To enter your child, all you have to do is download the LSU Sports mobile app, click on the Whataburger Junior broadcaster ad, and hit the like button for your chance to win. Winners will also receive 4 tickets to the next home game. And make sure to visit the new Whataburger location near Burbank and Nicholson, opening soon. And we're right here at our Whataburger Junior announcer segment, and we're so happy to have Wyatt Mesa on. Everybody give Wyatt a round of applause. Wyatt, welcome to the show. All right, how old are you, Wyatt?
I'm 10.
10 years old. Where are you from?
Baton Rouge.
You're from Baton Rouge. Where do you go to school?
U High.
At U High, right down the street. So you've been coming to these games for a long time. What's your favorite thing to do when you come out and watch the Tigers?
I like to keep up with the players and stats and wait till they come out the tunnel.
You love when they come out the tunnel. That's the loudest part of the entire game. Do you like when they shoot the cannons off? That's new. It's not my favorite thing, but they love to do it, and it gets everybody all fired up. You keep up with the stats during the game?
Not everyone.
All right. Now, who's your favorite player?
Keyshawn Butte.
Keyshawn Butte. Now, why is Keyshawn Butte your favorite player?
Because my old favorite player was Jamar Chase, and he's the same number.
So you got number 1. I like that. So those guys are scoring a ton of touchdowns. Keyshawn, how many touchdowns for Keyshawn tonight, you think?
1 or 2.
I think that's probably exactly right, 1 or 2. So who's going to win the ball game tonight? You got to tell me.
LSU.
How are we going to win it tonight against Central Michigan?
35-7.
35-7 will work. I think everybody will enjoy it. Well, you got those tickets to the game, Wyatt. We really appreciate you joining us. Is there anybody you want to say hey to out there?
My mom and dad.
Wave to him. Hey, Mom and Dad. That's Wyatt Mess, everybody. We appreciate Wyatt. He's our Whataburger Junior announcer of the game. We still got plenty more to get to here on LSU Game Day, presented by CSD. Before we go to timeout, we'll go back to last week's win over McNeese and the Tiger Rewind.
This is Tiger Rewind. An audio archive of LSU Fighting Tiger football's last time out on the gridiron from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
On this day 20 years ago, thousands of our fellow citizens and brave first responders paid the ultimate sacrifice for freedom. Tonight, we honor their memories in small part by enjoying one of our nation's favorite pastimes, college football, as the McNeese State Cowboys ride over from Lake Charles to take on your Fighting Tigers of LSU. Long snap count. Johnson claps, gets the football. Slings it towards the end zone. Palmer has it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 19-yard reception. Palmer with his first touchdown of the season, and the Tigers strike first. 6-0. 9:16 to go in the first quarter. 3rd down and 15. At the 43-yard line of LSU. Ogeron again. Empty backfield. Going to be brought down. Mason Smith with his first career sack for the Tigers. Drops him back in McNeese territory at about the 49-yard line. It'll set up 4th and a cab ride after losing 8 yards, and the Cowboys will punt it away. Ball placed at the 3. Shotgun snap. Johnson rolling to his right. Throws across the middle. Wide open. Keyshawn Butte. Touchdown. Tigers. Make it 13-0 with 5:58 remaining here in the second quarter. 3-yard touchdown pass. Atkins gets the snap.
set is down. Kick is on its way. It has the leg, and the kick is good. Cade York now with 11 career 50-plus yard field goals. That one from 55 yards out, and it gives the Tigers a 17-0 lead. Cowboys trying to put together their best drive of the night. Ogeron, play action, late pressure. He'll be slammed down back at the 41-yard line. Cam Lewis coming late. Comes in for the sack. Ogeron with 2 receivers left, 2 to the right side. Single back in Hutterson. Hutterson there to block. Now he'll release. Ogeron again under duress and dropped at the 17-yard line. Andre Anthony with his 2nd sack of the night, 3rd of the year. Down to 2:53 remaining 3rd quarter. Johnson floating out to his right, tosses it back of the end zone. Butte has it. Touchdown, Tigers! 6-yard touchdown, his 2nd score of the night. Give him 5 receiving touchdowns on the year. And the Tigers make it 23-0 with 2:47 to go in the 3rd stanza. So looking at 3rd down and 5, and again 3rd down, neither team riding home about it tonight, but the Cowboys are 2 for 11. Ogeron again, lots of trouble, grabbed up top, slammed down at the 15-yard line by Mason Smith. Another sack for this Tiger defense, 6th of the night. Now the Tigers going to try a 56-yard field goal on 4th down, and the kick is up, and the kick is good! In the 3rd quarter, Cade York set the Tiger Stadium record with a 55-yarder. He said, watch this, 56-yarder. Now they'll have to redo the record book. And the Tigers make it 27-0. 1st down and 10. Back to Kiner, left side. Room to the 15. Cuts back at the 10 to the 5. Touchdown, Tigers! 23-yard touchdown. 1st career score for Corey Kiner. And the Tigers make it 33-0 with 7:37 to play. Final seconds going to roll off the clock here. And the Tigers take the victory to move to 1-1 on the season. The horn sounds, Tigers win. Final tonight, 34-7 over the McNeese State Cowboys.
That was a Tiger Rewind.
Tiger Rewind.
LSU Game Day, presented by CST, continues after this quick break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
Back with more LSU Game Day, presented by CST. Time now to go around the SEC. The latest scores and standings in the Southeastern Conference on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Let's get you caught up with your finals from the 11 o'clock window. There were 4 of them. Texas A&M started the Zach Calzada era, his first start under center for the Aggies. They cruised by New Mexico 34-0 was the final. Aggies remain unbeaten, have their sights on Arkansas next week. Kentucky, a little bit of a letdown after their win over Missouri. They hold off Chattanooga up in Lexington. 28-23 is the final. Missouri had no issues with Southeast Missouri State. 59-28 the final there in Columbia. And Tennessee thumped the Fighting Tommy Moffats of Tennessee Tech. 56-0 the final from Neyland Stadium. Some games in progress right now. Alabama jumped out 21-3 on Florida. It is now 21-16. Tide have the ball. 5:52 to play in the third quarter. Tide, though, marching, may punch one in here very shortly. Arkansas trying to avoid that letdown game after that big win over Texas. They lead Georgia Southern 24-10 at halftime. And Memphis trails Mississippi State up in the Liberty Bowl 17-7. They just started the second half in that one. Night games tonight, 6 o'clock. South Carolina goes to Athens. They're between the hedges against number 2 Georgia. It's a 31-point spread in that ball game. It's a whiteout in Happy Valley. Auburn traveling to Penn State. 6:30 Central Time on ABC. A couple of 2-0 teams. That should be a dandy up there in State College. Tulane travels to Ole Miss. They'll wear some old SEC headgear in the Vaught today. 7 p.m. Central kick time. The Rebs laying 14 points in that one against Tulane. And Stanford coming to Nashville. They will play Vanderbilt in a battle of 1-1 teams. That's a 7 o'clock start on ESPNU. All season long, keep an eye out for members of the Bengal Brigade presented by Tabasco. The Bengal Brigade is loaded up and ready to give out LSU and Tabasco branded giveaway items to Tiger fans at most LSU athletic events. Tabasco, the official hot sauce of LSU Tigers. Before we take a timeout, have some more LSU Game Day presented by CST here. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite. The Tigers have just gone down Victory Hill and entered the stadium. The band will follow them pretty closely, and soon we'll have football in Death Valley, LSU in Central Michigan, and we're getting you ready for it. We'll be here until about 6 o'clock before we throw things to the broadcast teams. If you're on campus, feel free to stop on by. Let's take a timeout, come back talking more football. It's LSU Game Day presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back to Acme Oyster House action. Looks like a fried crawfish tail story of oyster shooter champion, Steve.
Yeah, I'd say char-grilled in an herb butter sauce, Bob.
Truer words never spoken, setting the soft-shelled crab platter for all of us.
Well said, a game of onion rings, craw puppies versus hush puppies.
Indeed, this team never misses on the food. Jill?
Oh, can't argue with crab cakes and gumbo down here, Bob. One team, one stomach.
Thanks, Jill. Back after this tasty commercial message.
Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Hargrove is a proud supporter of the Tigers with over 2,000 teammates and 500 in the Baton Rouge area. More than just an engineering, automation, and project execution firm, what Hargrove builds best are relationships. Hargrove knows that what matters most is making a difference in our communities. Through the Hargrove Foundation, they contribute to hundreds of causes across the country, including many here in the Baton Rouge area. Experience the difference of working alongside a 100% employee-owned team. To learn more, visit hargrove-epc.com. One winning team. That's Hargrove. Go Tigers!
Our Lady of the Lake, just like LSU, is anchored by deep roots put down almost a century ago. We share a singular vision to advance health, education, and research to serve the incredible people of Louisiana. Our partnership with LSU is inspired by our passions for knowledge and our commitments to our community and healthy Louisiana families. Together, there's nowhere we can't go. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be the healthcare provider of LSU athletics.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony.
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and member FDIC.
Hollingsworth Richards Ford is a proud sponsor of the LSU Tigers.
For over 30 years, we've been a member of LSU's transportation team. And when you buy your new Ford at Hollingsworth Richards Ford, you'll get peace of mind with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's right, a nationwide powertrain warranty with every new Ford purchase. Only at Hollingsworth Richards Ford, located at 7787 Florida Boulevard. Or online 24/7 at HollingsworthRichardsFord.com. Go Tigers! See dealer for details.
Previewing today's LSU matchup, updating scores,
and giving out opinions like beads at Mardi Gras.
This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, we are 90 minutes away from kickoff on this game day. Get the win with Waiter. Order Waiter and use the free delivery code TIGERS21, all one word, TIGERS21, all season long for chances to win Waiter food credit, signed merch, tickets, and more. Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite with you. All right, guys, let's talk about the Central Michigan Chippewas. Jim McElwain, former Florida head coach, is the head man up there at Central Michigan. They went to Missouri and played a really close game. Lost it by a couple of scores, but they were in that thing in the fourth quarter, and it is a talented team. I was dismissive of McNeese last week. Not so much this time around. I'll give a brief synopsis here and then get y'all's opinion on how the LSU defense handles this attack. Jacob Sermon is the quarterback for Central Michigan. He is a 6'5", 240-pound, strong-armed QB who does not move at all. Think some Zach Mettenberger here with Jacob Sermon. And look, the talent's there. He was a top 10 quarterback in the country coming out in the same class as Trevor Lawrence and JT Daniels and Matt Corral. He was a 4-star player, went to Washington, ended up at Central Michigan, and he's got some talent around him. Lou Nichols is an all-conference MAC running back, the MAC Freshman of the Year. Against Missouri 2 weeks ago, he ran for over 125 yards, had 7 yards a carry. He can really play, and they've got two guys on the outside in Khalil Pimpleton, as well as Ja'Cory Sullivan, who were all MAC first-team wide receivers 2 years ago in 2019. So the talent is there for those guys. Fave, let's start with the quarterback, Sermon. He's a big guy. He's going to be in the pocket. Missouri sacked him 9 times. LSU got after Cody Ogeron last week for 8 sacks. How do they get after this quarterback here in Jacob Sermon tonight?
I think they watched the tape this week and kind of saw what worked for Missouri and implemented that in their pass rush attack. So I think we do see a lot of that with the experience of Coach Andrew Carter being a guy to have multiple sacks in the NFL. I'm pretty sure he has, even from the interior. You look at a guy like Mason Smith. I love him on a swim move twice last week. Both times he used a swim move, got a sack. You want to utilize that. And for him, a good deal would be the bull of speed. You know, get them on the heels, you showed that quickness and kind of get that going. So I'm looking at the Tigers using their strength up front to the best of their ability to get after them. And, hey, let's go for 10 sacks if they did 9.
LSU's defensive line was good last week. Not great against UCLA. The linebackers were really a problem spot against UCLA, Garrett, and they've clearly got to be on their A game against Lou Nichols tonight, because that's a guy who will run wild if LSU allows him.
Most definitely. Again, I've said this before, and it seems kind of simple because it's football 1-on-1, but we have to pursue and tackle. I think that's something that when we do have issues on defense throughout the years, we're upset and we're trying to figure out why isn't this the LSU defense that we know. And I think that sometimes boils down just to the simple fact of pursuing and tackling. So I think that's where we're going to need to see most and best from our linebacker core, knowing where we need to line up, being lined up, and then pursuing to that gap, to that aiming point, and tackling, securing that tackle.
I think as far as matchup goes, if Sermon wants to get the ball to Pimpleton on the outside and to Ja'Cory Sullivan, who had over 100 yards and 2 scores against Missouri, they're going to have to do it most likely against Eli Ricks and Derek Stingley. That is where LSU's advantage lies. Ole Miss did a great job of getting backs and tight ends involved in the pass game. Central Michigan wants to get it to their wide receivers, and that plays into LSU's strengths a little bit, Fave.
It does. It plays into our strengths, and guess what? Last week they ran a lot of man. Now, they did a little blitzing and tried to throw different looks at Missouri, but one thing about this offense, you fool around and put a guy like, put Derek Stingley in man, and then you have Eli Ricks in man, and let our linebackers float around the middle and utilize the safeties over the top, put us in a really good position to not only force them to throw the turnover, but even throw the bad ball. You know, it's tough when you're playing lockdown coverage and you try to squeeze into that small tunnel. So we have to use that to our advantage today.
Capital One, the official bank and credit card of the NCAA, allows us to paint the picture every week. That's what we're doing here from the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village. The Golden Band from Tigerland has made their entrance into Tiger Stadium. All the gates are open. If you're here on campus, you can head on into Tiger Stadium, and we're getting ready for some action. Tigers and Chippewas, 6:30 tonight. We'll be here in Tiger One Village until about 6 o'clock before we throw things to the broadcast booth across the way. Let's take another timeout, come back with more. It's LSU Game Day presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
At the tailgate, at home, in the car, or on the water, your LSU Fighting Tiger football companion. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, tailgating is back. Revelry and LSU Athletics bring you the 2-minute turnkey tailgate. Choose your game, choose your add-ons, show up on game day and tailgate like a champion. Reserve yours today at revelryteam.com. All right, guys, keys to the game. Garrett Brumfield, you're first. What you got?
I think that today is all about the Tigers playing Tiger football before the snap. And if we play Tiger football before the snap, then we will be and see the Tigers that we love. So I think the keys to victory for the offense and as a team as a whole are our pre-snap keys and mechanics, making sure we know where we're lined up, who to block, how we're going to block, 6 inches, 4 inches, 3 inches, whatever the case may be. And then we can come off the ball and play fast. So I think that's going to be our keys to victory. Because we're not going to see anything special. We're going to see things today that we're going to see all year. So I think today is essentially a great polish day to polish up all those pre-snap mechanics.
Fave?
I'm with you on that one. I'm going to stick on the offensive side of the ball, and I think it's just really getting the ball to our athletes. We do a good job at identifying Kayshon Boutte. We've hit Jack Best a little bit. Let's get the ball to a little bit of Coy Moore from Archbishop Rummel. Get him the ball in some space. Get the ball to Jenkins some. Just really spread the ball around, even in our running game. Just really utilize getting the ball around to really keep their secondary to play honest, because they're going to run a lot of man. They're going to blitz and try to add pressure. Yes, let's utilize even short passes to some of our better athletes on offense.
You mentioned a couple older receivers. Keep Jack Best in mind this week, I'm just telling you. And I had a conversation with somebody earlier this week inside the program, kind of asking about this game. My key to the game is going to be the tempo for the offense. Way too much checking the sideline, offensive linemen standing there in quicksand, way too slow. Max wants to go fast. They're going to go fast this week. The tempo on the offensive end, hopefully that creates some running lanes. It creates some rhythm in the offense. It gets some confidence going, and they move the football like they haven't been doing for the last 2 weeks. The tempo on the offensive side of the football for me is my key to the game. They got to get moving quickly. Stop looking at the sidelines. Stop taking forever to get the play in. Stop snapping it with 2 on the play clock. Let's get it moving. Let's go. Tempo on the offensive side of the football. That is my key to the game. We'll take another timeout. Come back. We're talking more football. It's LSU Game Day presented by CST. You're listening to the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey LSU fans, did you know that Planet Fitness is the official gym of LSU Athletics? That's right, and as an LSU Athletic fan, you can get a special offer of just $1 down at any of the 6 Baton Rouge area locations with offer code PFLSU. You'll get free fitness training, tons of cardio and strength equipment, and a totally friendly staff. Planet Fitness is a comfortable place to go at your own pace. You can find out more at planetfitness.club/LSU. And go Tigers! Keen Miller, serving the legal needs of business and industry across Louisiana and Texas. They are dedicated to providing quality, efficient, and cost-effective legal services from offices in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Lafayette, Shreveport, Lake Charles, Houston, and the Woodlands. Learn more now at KeenMiller.com. That's KeenMiller.com. Linda Perez Clark, Managing Partner. Announcer is a non-lawyer spokesperson.
Paragon Casino Resort is your place for pregame fun and postgame celebrations. Hit it big on Louisiana's favorite gaming floor. Swing by our award-winning golf course. Then step inside a sports lover's dream at the Draft Room. With over 80 beers, next-level dining, and wall-to-wall live sports. It's your new Game Day HQ. When it's all done, relax at our full-service spa, then rest up in the comfort of your hotel room or RV. This is how we play at Paragon Casino Resort, located in Marksville, Louisiana.
Ah, summer is here. Now's the perfect time to enjoy your amazing backyard. Unless you have a mosquito problem, contact the experts at J&J Exterminating. Whether you need a one-time treatment or a monthly control program, call us or go online for a free estimate from a fully certified technician. And take advantage of $50 off initial service. Make this summer the best ever with J&J Exterminating.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Boot meets ball, and we've got football in Louisiana on a Saturday night in Death Valley.
Leading you up to LSU Fighting Tiger football. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Series history all year long going to be brought to you by Built Ford Tough, your local Southern quality Ford dealers. Let the good times roll. First meeting ever between Central Michigan and LSU tonight. Certainly not the first meeting between Ed Ogeron and Jim McElwain, the head coach of the Chippewas, who was the head man over in Gainesville for 3 seasons. So, guys, he's a good coach. He's been in these environments before, and you know he's going to look at that game plan that Chip Kelly put together and try to emulate it. And a lot of that was crossing routes that confused LSU's linebackers and safeties. That's a huge part of this game as well. Fave, you're a defensive guy. What do the safeties and linebackers need to do to be better prepared against some of the crossing routes they're going to see and have seen in the past?
I think it's going to be heavy communication. A lot of times, even pre-snap, players get a little discombobulated, kind of let their mind float, let their eyes get them in trouble. But if the safeties are constantly communicating with the linebackers, also echoing that down to the D-line, hey, let's get after the quarterback, and they're able to communicate, even on some banjo calls, maybe pass it off and things of that nature, being able to do that and play fluent, it opens up the play calling on defense for us to drum up something that works and to eliminate that mistake of letting those tight ends getting behind our linebackers.
Garrett, obviously when you've got Eli Ricks and Derek Stingley and you feel confident in Cordell Flott and some of the other defensive backs that they've got in man coverage, you want to play a lot of man. But would it make sense for LSU to mix in some zone against those crossers?
I don't think that it would hurt. I mean, why not try it? We saw that it was definitely hurting us. I believe that there should be some wheels turning in the heads of the defense and the coordinators. Trying to find an answer for that, so that those tight ends aren't getting behind us, so we aren't off level, so we aren't out of our zone. So, yeah, I think that could definitely help us solidify up those passing lanes and stop those crossing routes, stop those short slants, and stop us from getting killed and just having the opposing offense just eat up the field slowly but surely.
Guys, you're going to see Jay Ward's still out, so you're going to see Cam Lewis a lot at safety. We'll see if we see a little bit of Todd Harris as well. Major Burns has kind of been the captain back there. Those are the guys you will see more often than not. I thought Cam Lewis did a decent job last week and really his most extending time in a long time being here at LSU. He was in position most of the time, not the dynamic playmaker that some of the other guys can be, and I don't think quite the cover guy that Jay Ward is, but I thought he did a decent job. Your impressions of Cam Lewis last week, Dave?
Oh, he did an excellent job in the run stop. I thought every time there was a tackle made around a line of scrimmage, he was either around it or on top of it. And you want that from your DBs to be able to be very aggressive, especially with teams like this, with Lewis trying to make those the other Lewis on the other team. Watch out there now. I almost said hello. Oh, there it goes, down to 6. So we have to continue to utilize him and where he can just play free ball, be able to even see how he looks in some man coverages if he had to cover inside the slot.
Acadian Ambulance would like to remind everyone, drive safely, always wear your seatbelt, never text and drive. We'll hear from LSU Special Teams Coordinator Greg McMahon a little bit later. Still got to get your scores from around the country, a weather report. Man, a wet week has given way to a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Baton Rouge. And Christian Boer from Central Michigan Life will jump aboard next on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Warsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
Getting you ready for LSU Fighting Tiger football. Time now for Tiger Roundtable with a scouting report on the Tigers' opponent. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer with you here from the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. Thousands filing into Tiger Stadium, and at 6:30 tonight we'll have Tigers and Chippewas under the lights of Death Valley. Are you looking for a place to live near campus? As the official sponsor of the Tiger Stadium student section, there is a Scion community for every lifestyle. Whether it's close to campus, luxury, or a little more space, Allied, Ion, Red Point, and Lark Baton Rouge will have what you need. Visit live-batonrouge.com for more details. Trying to hook up with Christian Boer. He works for Central Michigan Life, covers the Chippewas, and they're a team that will pose a threat to LSU tonight if the Tigers play the way they have for the first 2 weeks. It's a put up or shut up game for LSU, in my opinion. You go out to the Pac-12 and you go to UCLA, you got pushed around at the point of attack and you didn't get it done. You got beat by 2 scores out there, and it wasn't a competitive game for the last 10 minutes. Last week you welcomed in an FCS team that simply couldn't compete with you. They weren't good enough on either line of scrimmage. They didn't have the athletes, and you overwhelmed them with talent. But did you play very well? Not really. Now you're missing a ton of guys, and that's obviously something to look at as you continue to look at guys that are coming back. So it's an interesting night for LSU against a team that can put up a fight. So to preview that team, we'll chat with Christian Boer, who joins us now on the phone line from up there in Michigan. Christian, how are you? Thanks for some time.
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So tell me about Jim McElwain. Obviously, he's someone we're familiar with down here from his time in the SEC, but he spent time out at Colorado State, down at Alabama, and now the head man of the Chippewas program. What's the air around that program now that he's in control?
Well, he came in and he's given the program whole new life. The year before he came in, they were 1-11. He comes in, leads them to the MAC title game. Obviously, they came up short in the championship game, but he really injected new life in the program, and there's been a lot of excitement around the program within the fan base ever since. A lot of people excited about tonight for Central Michigan as far as the fans go, because, LSU kind of down, and Central Michigan put up a fight against Missouri, too, so a lot of people are excited about this one.
What were your impressions of the Central Michigan-Missouri game?
I thought the Chippewas played well. I really do, and I think that a lot of it started in the run game. Offensively, they really showed that their identity this season is going to be, for as many skill guys as you got at wide receiver, Khalil Pimpleton, Ja'Cory Sullivan, those guys, the identity is going to be running the football with Luke Nichols, Darius Bracey, and all those running backs, really. So I thought the run game was solid. I thought the defense was okay. Obviously, you give up 34 points. There's a lot of things to correct, but I thought the pass rush was all right. The linebackers were solid as well. So really about as positive a performance as you can have in a 10-point loss. Obviously, you like to walk away with a win, but at the end of the day, really showed some fight, showed some grit and some toughness against a Missouri team that might be better than some people expect.
A lot of times a group of 5 game versus a Power 5 team, the athletes are fairly similar on the outside. It's in the trenches where things can get a little dicey. Now, Central Michigan ran the football exceptionally well, then on the flip side surrendered 9 sacks. What do you make of the Chippewa offensive line and how they'll hold up against an SEC team for the second time in 3 weeks?
Well, I think it's really interesting, and it's something that I'm not 100% certain of either. Obviously, the conversation with Central Michigan's offensive line starts with left tackle Bernard Ryman, who's a converted tight end, very, very athletic. A lot of NFL draft scouts, I feel, are going to be talking about Bernard when the season's over. So it kind of all starts with him on the blind side. I think part of why they struggled against Missouri was because of the Tigers' very sophisticated blitzes in their scheme led by defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. He threw a lot of looks out there in terms of blitzes and different packages that I just don't think the Chippewas were super prepared for. So it'll be interesting to see how they do tonight against LSU, which, I expect a little bit more of the same in terms of, sophisticated blitz packages and a lot of guys coming at the quarterback. And I think part of it is that just the mobility of quarterback Jacob Sherman isn't what you really need it to be in a game like that. Obviously, he's got good feet, but he's not going to be scrambling for 10, 15, 20 yards. So that'll be another thing to watch is can he extend plays? Can he make things happen? So it's not all on the offensive line, but certainly there is some area for improvement.
Christian Boer covers Central Michigan for Central Michigan Life. We'll take a quick timeout, come back briefly, and talk about the Central Michigan defense. That's next on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Louisiana knows how to take care of its own. We carry one another when it's needed, and we need carrying now when our families and communities are suffering and our healthcare workers are tired. Let's put on a mask, protect our families, friends, neighbors, the way we do in any crisis. The good times are coming. We'll get another shot at a familiar life soon. But for now, let's wear a mask and carry on. Carry one another to the finish line.
Finding the places in life that give you joy is what Toyota is all about. Like a RAV4 to take you to mountain biking trails if that's your place. Or a sporty Camry to take you to your favorite weekend spots.
Yes, to the theater.
Just don't fall asleep.
What, me?
So no matter where you find your joy, Toyota can take you there. Visit your local Toyota dealer for a great deal on the 2021 Toyota Highlander. It's perfect for Tiger fans and their go routes. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics.
Hey Tiger fans, when shopping for your game day essentials at your local grocery store, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips, Doritos, and Tostitos tortilla chips. Tostitos, Doritos, and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition. Whether you're at the stadium or hosting Tiger fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are part of your game day ritual. Lay's, Doritos, and Tostitos are proud supporters of LSU Athletics. Go Tigers!
Oh, man, I'm glad you're here. Sit down and visit with me, Mom. I'm making it all ready for supper with my family tonight. I can't wait to hug my grandbabies and pass a good time over some good food. Ooh, I better start my rice. You know, it seems like all the best meals start by cooking some rice. Cajun country rice, of course. It's what you gotta have when you're cooking with love. I pick it up down the street at the grocery store, and I can even buy it online at CajunCountryRice.com. Y'all stay and eat. There's plenty, yeah.
Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertaining. So visit barbecueguys.com. That's bbqguys.com to learn more. Barbecue Guys, for those who were born to grill.
We continue with more Tiger Roundtable on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Chatting with Christian Boer from Central Michigan Life about the Chippewas, who will do battle with the Tigers here 6:30 in Tiger Stadium. Christian, we'll flip sides of the ball now. We'll go to the defense for the Chippewas. Obviously, Missouri got the ground game going a little bit, but a shutout last week against Robert Morris. Tell me a little bit about the Chippewa defense.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting what they do up front. It all starts with the three defensive ends now. You've got Troy Hairston, who's the reigning MAC Defensive Player of the Year. You've got Laquan Johnson, who's a very good athlete, real big boy. I believe he's listed at 6'4" or maybe 6'6". And then the third guy is Valdosta State transfer Thomas Incoom, and he's came and really been solid through 2 weeks. You know, at linebacker, they've got two really solid options as well. Troy Brown, who's been all MAC the last 2 years, and George Douglas. And in the secondary, the cornerback position is a little bit of a question mark, still figuring out who's going to go where there, but the safety position is very experienced. 3 senior guys going to do the bulk of the playing back there. The one major area of concern that kind of strikes me, and it didn't really get exposed a ton against Robert Morris because the defense just really wasn't on the field for all that long. Obviously, just 1 third-down conversion, and I think 3 first downs for Robert Morris. That defensive tackle group, kind of thin. They lost starting tackle Robbie Stewart for the year to an injury in fall camp. And since then, it's just kind of like, okay, who's going to step up now? Tico Brown has kind of taken one spot, but at the same time, you kind of got a revolving door as that second defensive tackle in that 4-2-5 defensive look. So that's one thing that'll be interesting to me now that you mention it is how do you hang with an SEC team that's going to try and beat you down and bruise you when you're a little bit thin at the defensive tackle spot. So that's really the one main area of concern, and it kind of got exposed later in the game against Missouri when, you know, Tyler Beatty ran off a couple of those big runs. to ice the game.
He is Christian Boer from the Central Michigan Live. Christian, we really appreciate you joining the show. Enjoy the ball game.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. Should be a good one.
Absolutely. Christian Boer joining us via the phone. Still a ton to get to over the next 30 minutes here on the pregame show. We'll have game day forecast. We'll get inside the mind of the Tigers. Greg McMahon, Tiger special teams coach. That's all coming up on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net. Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
As we continue on LSU Game Day, time now for your Game Day forecast.
Now here's the weather.
From inside the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
As the cliche goes, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. Cliches are there for a reason, folks. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. 85 degrees in Baton Rouge right now. In fact, right outside Tiger Stadium, it's 85 degrees right now. Humidity, however, is at 72%. Now, believe it or not, and if you've been out here tailgating all day long, you know this to be true. 72% is an improvement. The morning started off in the 90s as far as the humidity was concerned, and it continues to drop. Now, the humidity is the bad part. The good part is our chance of rain here. This is dissipated throughout the day today, and it's been an interesting thing to follow as the day has worn on. We had an early shower. Again, if you've been tailgating, you already know this. Caught an early shower this morning, a gully washer around 10 a.m. That might have slowed your tailgating festivities down a little bit. But as the day has worn on, the clouds have subsided, the sun has come out a good deal, and there's been a lingering chance of rain that keeps getting pushed back hour by hour. Well, the latest look at the forecast shows the chance of rain not re-entering the forecast until the wee hours of the morning. We're talking 1, 2 a.m. before we get back to having a real shot at rain. As for the game itself, what are we looking at once we get to kickoff? Well, where we're at right now at 85 degrees in Baton Rouge, should be down a degree or two, 83, 84 degrees, somewhere around there by kickoff. By the time you're leaving the stadium tonight, we should be in the mid-70s. And like we said, any rain that we saw this morning cleared out. No real shot at rain once kickoff happens, and no real shot at rain throughout the game tonight. And the humidity should continue to drop as we move into the evening as well. That is a look at your forecast. Hunt Palmer's going to get caught up with Greg McMahon in just a little while. right after we take a break. Actually, before that break, it's time for us to get inside the mind of the Tigers on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Time to go inside the mind of the Tigers. Presented by Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Visit planetfitness.com to find a location near you.
Offensive lineman, Liam Shanahan.
So when you're going fast, you're not, the plays that are getting called aren't necessarily based on the defense's look that they're given. Sometimes, Coach Pete gets to get a look at the defense and then call the plays. But, when we're going fast, we're saying that we can block that play regardless of what look they give us. So, that's just something that we that'll get better with time.
Receiver, Keyshawn Boutte.
Focusing on tempo this week, I feel like as you focus on tempo more and in the game, the faster you move, the more momentum you have as an offense. And lately, we kind of been starting off slow, so I feel like it got something to do with momentum. So I think that's our main focus this week, to get everything going faster. I got a lot of respect for all my opponents. I don't downplay nobody just because they're not SEC or none of that. Just respect your opponents, because I feel like UCLA, we kind of didn't respect our opponents, and we got it handed to us. That's a lesson to learn from.
The mind of the Tigers. Presented by Planet Fitness. The guys will be back with more right after this quick break on LSU Game Day. Presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, save your Saturdays for football, not chores. At Sunshine, our John Deere tractor packages come in a variety of horsepower and attachment configurations to tackle any job, with packages starting as low as $199 a month. Our deals are undefeated. For more information, visit us in store or online at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See Sunshine for details. Offer ends October 31st, 2021.
Let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up-to-the-nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
Do you have Medicare and make less than $1,615 per month? Or do you have Medicare and Medicaid? You may be eligible for extra benefits you're not getting now, and you may be able to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan from People's Health. Don't wait. If you enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan from People's Health today, your benefits may begin the first day of next month. Call 1-855-410-7761. That's 1-855-410-7761. People's Health, your Medicare health team.
When it comes to investing in your home's comfort, it's never just one thing. You want to make sure you get an air-conditioned system that's reliable, affordable, energy efficient, backed by a strong warranty, and is installed by a dealer you can trust. That's why people who insist on the best choose Trane. Plus, right now, Trane is offering special financing. So what's not to love? Visit Trane.com to find a local Trane dealer today. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval. Ask for details.
The Tigers are your team, and Super One Foods is your grocery store. They offer super low prices from the moment you walk in their door, starting with the hottest deals on their famous wall of values. You'll get super savings on fresh produce, meat cut fresh daily, and all of your favorite brands throughout the store. Shop Super One Foods online or in store for super low prices on game day and every day. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods.
Back with more LSU Game Day, getting you ready for LSU Fighting Tiger football. But first, let's check the latest around the college football world. From the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane with a scoreboard update on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
All right, back in the Capital One studios. It is time to run down that scoreboard if we can. Let's go ahead and get that running. First of all, in action right now, number 1 Alabama Crimson Tide taking on the number 11 Florida Gators. 9:25 to go in the fourth quarter, and Alabama has a 31-23 lead in this game. Bryce Young so far good for 240 yards through the air and 3 touchdowns for Alabama. Second-ranked Georgia Bulldogs hosting South Carolina. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. They'll kick off at 6 p.m. Get number 3, Oklahoma, top Nebraska earlier today, 23-16, your final score there. Number 4, Oregon will kick off against Stony Brook at 6:30. Number 5, Iowa's got Kent State. The Golden Flashes trail the Iowa Hawkeyes. 30-7, Iowa is your score with 2:18 to go in that game. Number 6, Clemson has a 7-0 second quarter lead over Georgia Tech. However, this game is in a lightning delay and is scheduled to be in a lightning delay. The last update we got said they should be starting at 5:45. So they're hopefully, all things weather permitting, they're on their way to resuming that action. Number 7, Texas A&M had no problem with New Mexico. 34-0 your final score there. 8th-ranked Cincinnati was a 38-24 winner over Indiana. Number 9, Ohio State is hosting Tulsa. Buckeyes have a 27-13 lead to start the fourth quarter in that game. Number 10, Penn State, as they've got number 22, Auburn tonight. Number 12, Notre Dame, top Purdue earlier today, 27-13 your final score there. Late kickoff for number 13, UCLA. They're taking on Fresno State at 9:45 tonight. Same thing for 14th ranked, Iowa State. They'll be at UNLV at 9:30. Number 15, Virginia Tech fell 27-21 to West Virginia. Number 16, Coastal Carolina outlasted Buffalo 28-25 was that final score. Number 17, Ole Miss will host Tulane at 7 o'clock tonight. Arizona State, ranked 19th right now, they'll be at BYU. Another late kickoff on this one, 9:15 is your start time there. And what do we got going on? Georgia Southern is at Arkansas. This is one more top 25 team. Number 20 ranked Arkansas Razorbacks have a 38-10 lead over the Eagles of Georgia Southern. That game is at the end of the third quarter. Moving over to some of our in-state action, UL Lafayette was a 49-14 winner Thursday night over the Ohio Bobcats. The SMU Mustangs have a 33-28 fourth quarter lead over the La Tech Bulldogs. 11:04 to go in that game. Grambling will be at Houston at 6 p.m. tonight. Jackson State, Coach Prime and Jackson State going to be in Fun Row. UL Monroe Warhawks taking on Jackson State at 7 p.m. tonight. McNeese is at Southern. That game kicks off in about 20 minutes on the other side of town. And two more to go here. UT Martin is at Northwestern State, 6 p.m. kickoff there. And Southeastern just took it to Central Connecticut. 56-10 your final score. Cole Kelly, Southeastern's quarterback, 444 yards and 4 touchdowns. And that is a look at your scoreboard from the Capital One Studios. All right, take a quick break. When we come back, Hunt Palmer caught up with Greg McMahon. We're hearing that next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
at the tailgate, at home, in the car, or on the water. Your LSU Fighting Tiger football companion. This is LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite back with you here from the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village. We are counting down to kickoff LSU and Central Michigan, 6:30 under the lights of Tiger Stadium. It's been a great day on campus. Look, this morning kind of was a slog. I was looking around going, this is going to be a wet game. I was in practice on Thursday. They're doing wet ball drills. It's gorgeous out here right now, and campus has been fun. It's been a great show, and I'm excited about the ball game tonight. Garrett, what do you think the motivation level is for the guys tonight?
Oh man, I think that the Tigers are ready to go out there and prove that they can play to the level that we know that they're capable of. Last week was a huge battle of Louisiana, bragging rights, the Orgerons, things like that. I think some of those things are out of the picture this week, and it's more so about focusing on ourselves. Internal motivation, playing up to the level that you know that you can, and going out there and crossing those I's, dotting those T's, knowing our X's and O's, and going out there and execute.
Fave, same question to you. What do you think the juice level will be for the Tigers tonight?
Well, I think the juice level will be play with a lot of energy. Run around, make plays, rally around the ball, cheer each other on, and just really create that energy to run the score up, score a lot of points. Once one guy get a big sack on defense, it's infectious. It's like somebody else got to go get it. It's like a call up, to everybody to make big plays. So I think going out there high energy, playing up tempo will really set this game off for the Tigers.
We're about to play my interview from earlier this week with Greg McMahon, LSU special teams coordinator, and we've talked a lot of offense, a lot of defense so far on this show, but special teams is something that kind of gets glossed over more often than not. Cade York is worth discussion. We spoke about him on the post-game show last week. I gave you all the hypothetical. Who's the best running back in the history of LSU? Y'all gave me different names. I said, who's the best wide receiver in LSU history? Y'all gave me different names. Who's the best DB in LSU history? Y'all gave me different names. The question when is asked, who's the best kicker in LSU history, there's one name, and he's on the team right now. He's the best kicker who has ever come through here, and I will stand by that absolutely. He drilled a couple of Tiger Stadium records last week.
For sure.
I don't want to see him on the field because it means we didn't go score a touchdown.
Right.
But, man, am I comfortable when LSU gets inside the 30-yard line, inside really the 35. They got points.
Most definitely. I mean, seeing a guy like York, he's lining it up, and he's treating everything like it's a free throw and a putt. I mean, having a guy like that on your team definitely does give you some type of feeling of security to know, hey, we can walk away with points at some point. Unfortunately, it's not always 7. And we, of course, want 7. But having a guy like York, like I said, who can make those layups out for him, a layup is 40, so making those layups, making those free throws, and, even when he's pushing it back and breaking school records, I think that's phenomenal, and that's definitely a huge advantage that we have on our
Touchdown, Florida Gators. They are within 2 points with 3 minutes and 8 seconds to play. They will attempt a 2-point conversion here to try to tie the ball game. Got some interested viewers here. Anybody here pulling for Alabama?
Anybody will pull it?
I got more cuss words there than I got yeses, so everybody's on the same team. I appreciate that. Good news. Florida's got a 2-point conversion ahead to try to tie that game. We'll keep you updated there. But, Fave, you know something about punting. You got a young one who's booting the ball around down there in the 504. LSU kind of got 2 guys in the running for it. Avery Atkins has become the punter. Peyton Todd, the young freshman, is very, very talented but not as consistent at this point. I talked to Greg McMahon about this, but you know how important the punting portion of the game can be.
Well, special teams have to be special. It all is a key element to the game, every angle from it. Yes, my son is a punter for De La Salle. They just lost to St. Charles Catholic 3-0, but I heard he had a good game, and I checked him out the first half. But to get back to that point, with those 2 guys, Cade York and Avery Atkins, I remember them working with Kentrell and a couple of the punters, Jesuits punter Will Honolo, this past summer, and attention to details with those guys like Hunt. Garrett, I don't know about you guys, I've never really been in a special teams room like that, but, having a son that's a special teamer, I went into the meeting rooms, and in those meeting rooms, we saw that, we saw the guys' attention to details and really digging into it. So for them to be player coaches for that camp was cool, and special teams, watch out there now, got to be special.
Alabama stones Florida on the 2-point conversion. I see an official on the screen. Are we trying again, or is this a fail? Somebody talk to me here. We don't know. We got no sound over there. 3 minutes, 10 seconds to go. It looks like I got Florida fans clapping, so we'll continue to keep you updated there. I want to remind everybody that all LSU Sports Radio Network broadcasts are streamed free on lsusports.net. To listen live on your phone, download the LSU Sports mobile app. The app is a free download on the iTunes Store or Google Play. Visit lsusports.net/apps for details. And as I do that live read, I get asked a lot of times on Twitter or in person, how do I listen to y'all on the pre- and post-game show? Well, obviously, you can do it on the LSU Sports Radio Network wherever you are terrestrially, but wherever you are in the world, if you download that LSU Sports mobile app and you hit stream, you can catch us on the pregame show, the live broadcast of the game with Chris Blair, as well as us on the postgame show. We come to you 30 minutes after the game ends for about an hour, and we take your interaction. You can, anywhere in the world, stream it if you download the LSU Sports mobile app. So before we take a timeout, let's start things to myself and Greg McMahon. This is a discussion we had on Wednesday on the LSU special teams.
Joined now by LSU special teams coordinator Greg McMahon here on LSU Game Day, presented by CST. Coach, we appreciate a little bit of time. I have to start with your kicker. I mean, just watching last week, he sets 2 Tiger Stadium records and did so with relative ease. You've been at the NFL level. You've been at this level. I would imagine he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, he's certainly talented. I mean, you can see that, and Cade certainly has a skill level, but his work ethic and his routine and he really believes his best football is always ahead of him, and so everybody on our team thought he'd make the kick, and we feel like he'll just continue to make kicks.
It's such a tough job to get a kicker in the NFL because there aren't very many of them, and the guys stick around for a very long time. You've been at the NFL level. Have you talked to him about what it takes to stick at that level?
It's a very fair question. Certainly he's got NFL talent, but the thing I've told him is, man, look, here's what we all got to, all of us, let's win this day. Let's focus on this game, and let's focus on this season, and then everything else takes care of itself. So I think he's been extremely committed. He believes in the process. He doesn't look to this when he should be looking at this. And so, not much discussion on it. He's really routine driven, and he understands what it takes to, you're only as good as your last op.
Well, Zach Von Rosenberg was your punter last year. He's ventured into our world in the media side of things. He's making videos on campus and whatnot. What can you say about that career choice by Zach?
Man, Zach is the man. I miss Zach because now I'm the oldest guy in the room. I used to be Zach. I mean, he's the best. I mean, he just enjoys life. Man, he was a joy to coach. Tremendous teammate. He'll be darn good at whatever he picks. I mean, he's got a personality. He likes to have fun, and he's sharp. And hey, I'm glad for him, man. I think he's built for that.
Chatting with LSU special teams coordinator Greg McMahon. Let's talk about the punters that are on this year's team. I think Peyton Todd was certainly brought in a lot of talent, and then all of a sudden in the first game, Avery Atkins, who we're familiar with his work on the kickoff team, has taken that job and has done a fair job for you. How do you handicap that position group right now?
Well, first of all, we are very, very excited about Peyton Todd. He's very, very talented, and he's had a really good training camp. Avery Atkins is a guy that we have tremendous respect for. He's been an elite kickoff man. He's also our holder. This is his first year as a holder, and he's been exceptional. That's something maybe sometimes kind of gets not noticed, but he and Cade have a tremendous rapport, along with Quentin Skinner, who snaps, and then Avery's always been our backup punter, and it's no reflection on Peyton. Is Avery's really punting well, and so it's a tremendous competition.
Coach, we appreciate some time. Best of luck in the ball game.
Thank you so much.
That's LSU Special Teams Coordinator Greg McMahon. Counting down to kickoff right here. We're coming right back. It's LSU Game Day presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Are you one of many homeowners who just dreads the winter due to inconsistent home heating? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who just wants to offer more reliable, higher efficiency home heating. Lux Air helps keep homes warm while saving money and offers great business building programs for contractors too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit SolarSupplyLuxair.com to learn about working with Luxair.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
If it's a tale worth telling, it happens at LaBerge. With thousands of games to explore, hot streaks that never end, handcrafted flavors eager to please, and a vibe you'll never forget. It's a story in the making. This one, however, is to be continued. LaBerge Baton Rouge. What's your story? Must be 21 years of age or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Our Lady of the Lake, just like LSU, is anchored by deep roots put down almost a century ago. We share a singular vision to advance health, education, and research to serve the incredible people of Louisiana. Our partnership with LSU is inspired by our passions for knowledge and our commitments to our community and healthy Louisiana families. Together, there's nowhere we can't go. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be the healthcare provider of LSU athletics.
Kickoff for the LSU Fighting Tigers is coming up.
Welcome in, Tiger fans. We're about a minute away from kickoff.
Here's the last word from the guys on LSU Game Day, presented by CST on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Closing up shop from the TJ Ribs Tiger One Village. Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite with you. Got some news coming across on Twitter. Want to get your thoughts, Fave. Mason Smith, the freshman who had 3 sacks last week, has the makings of a future star, was announced on the Tiger Stadium PA just minutes ago as a starter at defensive tackle for LSU. No word if that's over Neil Farrell or Joseph Evans, but it appears number 0's made a move and he's going to start the game. Your thoughts on that?
It doesn't really surprise me at all just on how Coach Ed Ogeron rocks. He was the most productive interior lineman. Now, who he replaced, I would probably take a guess at Joseph Evans just because that's who he was backing up, and you get to fill that void. But, I mean, we saw it last week. Two sacks was nasty in the run stop, a really big presence in the middle. We need that. You know, we do need that. And you know, Coach Ed Ogeron isn't a coach that's going to shy away from starting a freshman. We saw that with Derek Stingley out the gate. So kudos to this kid here. Definitely can make an argument for one of the top interior linemen in the SEC. What's the hardest part about a freshman starting at defensive tackle? Well, the level of maturity, that's usually the biggest part, where the football IQ is in that deal. The game's faster. I was blessed and awarded myself and Tyson and a couple other guys. We redshirted. So that year we got to learn the tempo from Coach Nick Saban on how the tempo should be. Speaking of Saban, we're watching Alabama right now, but you know, on how the tempo should be. And then the next year, I was much more mature, understood practice, and that really helps you out transitioning the speed of SEC ball. Yeah, you didn't play the defensive front, but you did play on the offensive front in the physical league. What would be the most difficult part for a freshman getting acclimated to dealing with that? Obviously, when you're in high school, you're just the biggest guy on the field usually.
For sure. I mean, essentially, you have to focus on those little things, those tricks and tips of the trade that you don't know, and you won't know until you go through it, you know. So there are some things that he's going to have to take his slumps on. He's going to have to get better at, and those things are going to come with time and reps. The more he's in the game, the more he's playing, I guess you could say, big boy football, it'll be easier to him. And I think that that's something that will come easy to him because he's a big old boy. When I was a player, I definitely can say, just taking off my media hat and putting back on my player hat, I wouldn't want to block that guy. He's super disruptive. He's super long. He plays just hard. He plays in your face. He's trying to attack the line of scrimmage every play, and I mean, he's definitely going to be a dominant force for the Tigers up front.
The pass rush game is never going to be an issue for him. He's got unbelievable ability in the pass rush game. It's the run stopping where the coaching staff had some questions. I don't know if concerns is the right word. I mean, he'll get there, but they've got to coach that into him, playing with pad level and understanding how to stop the run at this level. You're looking at a Central Michigan team that is going to try to run the football. Dave, what does he have to do to help play against the run?
Well, use your body to your ability. Get that good extension. Play with good technique. Be patient. I saw a couple of times the reason he was getting washed and messing up because he was just getting off the ball, just shooting those gaps. And a lot of times, especially when you're dealing with veteran offensive linemen, I had one right next to me. They like that. They're going to go ahead and wash you on out, or they're going to pancake club you to the next level. But when you play with hands, what Gary was alluding to earlier, and now you got big boys 6 foot forever and 3+, getting that good old extension and being patient and playing good technique. I always refer to Kyle Williams. That's who me and Glenn Dorsey had to learn from a lot. Kyle played 15 years in the NFL.
Yeah, he was
team.
decent.
Yeah, he played with excellent technique, Hunt. Wasn't the fastest, wasn't the strongest. The technique was there. You get a big, agile guy like this who could play versatile and pass rush and learn how to be a good run stopper, he'll do damage, particularly on the next level.
And I think that's something that he definitely can, do well and much better is eat up those double teams. Sometimes I see that he's, being a young guy, wants to make a play on defense, and I understand it. But definitely he has the frame, he has the body size to eat up those 2-on-1s. And as an offensive lineman, if we're wasting 2 guys blocking 1 guy, that's a loss for us. I mean, we can never come out on top doing that. So they're definitely going to have to, use him to an advantage to eat up those double teams to keep the linebackers clean.
Huge 3rd and 2 in the swamp. Alabama trying to run the clock out. They pick up the first down by a matter of inches, and I think they'll be able to run this one out against the Gators. The 2-point game came down to a 2-point conversion, but it looks like the Tide will escape as per usual, unfortunately. But we got a game to worry about here in Tiger Stadium. A lot's been made this week, probably unnecessarily, about the debut of Garrett Nussmeier last week. Statistically not great, just 3 out of 10. He did look poised, he did bring some energy, and he took some shots down the field, which LSU has not done through 2 games with Mac Johnson taking the snaps, for whatever reason that may be, whether it's the offensive line's not giving him time, it's not something that they're looking to do. But Nussmeier did take some shots down the field. Dave, what did you think of Nussmeier's his debut last week and whether or not we may see him tonight?
Well, I love how mobile he is in the backfield. He loves the rollout to stretch the field, a little run and shoot with the run and gun with the receivers. Max, in my opinion, he's shown us more than Nussmeier. I don't think it's a thing, right? It is a beautiful thing to have 2 gifted quarterbacks back there. At one point we had a loaded room, but to say the least, he does give us an opportunity to see a little different style back there. But I don't think, I'm not going to say unless, we will be blowing this team out. Hopefully. Hello, somebody. Oh, say it again. Got 5 left. Oh, man. We getting to the end of the 3rd quarter, 4th quarter, and he's, we're winning. Go ahead and put him on in there just to get those reps.
We got some closing thoughts coming up. Before we give you those, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer, Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite, closing things down in the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village between the ramps of the Pete Maravich Assembly Center. Guys, wearing purple tonight. Y'all have a preference on that? You think it looks good, Fave?
Well, me with the belly, I like to wear purple because the white makes my belly look a little bigger. So I'm saying purple, yeah.
I personally am not a fan of the purple pants.
We're not wearing purple pants. We're wearing purple jerseys.
Sorry. Nick, guys, sorry.
No Nick.
No Nick. Sorry, I just had purple running through my mouth. I'm not a fan of the purple unis. Sometimes we've had some bad luck in them. I don't know, man. I don't want to be the guy to say something and then that ends up going wrong. But I don't know if it's superstitious or a little stitious or what it is, but I don't like the purple. I don't like the purple.
Look, I want us to wear white jerseys and gold helmets and gold pants every game we play for the rest of time.
For sure.
I'm okay when we step out of conference throwing on the purple. Now, when you start getting into the alternative uniforms, I start losing my mind. I get like an old man. I want everybody off my lawn. I'm shaking my cane at people. I don't want to wear the alternate uniforms. I don't want to go to Oxford and wear all white and lose by 50 to Ole Miss. I don't want to do any of that. Put me in the white with the gold helmets and the gold pants. But tonight we're going to see in the purple, and we'll see how things work out. I think things will be just fine. Like I said, though, this is a Central Michigan team that has the ability to scare LSU if LSU does not play a better game.
For sure.
They played poorly against UCLA. They played poorly against McNeese. They need to play a good football game tonight. If you don't, you begin to let doubt creep in, and essentially you are who you are, and maybe you don't have another gear if you continue to play poorly, and this is a close game, or God forbid you lose the game. So tonight's an important game. I know for a lot of people that have supported this program for a long time, you see Central Michigan on the schedule, and you go, okay, well, that's a layup. It's not. You should go beat them, but it's not. LSU needs to play better tonight. Garrett, what is the one thing that you hope to see tonight?
Oh, man, I hope to see a crisp offense that is turning on all cylinders.
Yep.
I hope to see good, clean, smooth defensive ID up front, and that will allow us to keep our quarterback clean in the pass game and keep our ball carriers clean in the run game. I want to see us open up the playbook and take some shots downfield so that we can run up the score, and then we can see the little confidence monster that is Garrett Nussmeier. That guy is so confident, and I think that is something that leads to that poise that we see him having. And I just want to see him excel, and to do that, the Tigers definitely have to run some points up.
I asked you for one thing you wanted to see. You gave me open up the run game, take shots down the field, and see Garrett Nussmeier. That sounds like three to me.
It was three.
All right, good. Babe, let's see if you can follow instructions. Give me one thing you want to see.
I never can.
I want to see turnovers. That's what I want to see.
Right.
I want to see interceptions. I want to see forced fumbles when we scoop it up. I want to see any type of turnovers created, because one thing happens, Hunt, and it's a high percentage. The person who wins the turnover battle sometimes, watch out there now.
All right, Faye, how does it go tonight?
Ooh. Okay, I got an extra thing I want to add now.
No, I asked you for one.
Okay, I'll leave it alone. The score, I'm going to just let the score speak for itself. 45-17.
That would be a step in the right direction. Garrett, how does it go tonight?
I like it. Tigers by 4 scores or more.
4 scores or more. That would make me a happy guy. I've been speculative all this week, especially early in the week, about the way they've played through 2 weeks. I've been pretty upfront about that. It hasn't been good enough. And if they do it again tonight, you're going to be in trouble.
Sure.
And that's not just tonight, but for the rest of the year. I felt a little better going to practice on Thursday. I thought there were some guys coming back. You have Chasen Hines back. You have Deculus back. That makes me happy. They're going to get the freshman receivers involved tonight. You're going to see Thomas make some plays. I think Corey Kiner gets some touches. Armani Goodwin's not ready to go, but I hope Corey Kiner does. We'll see if Trey Bradford's ready. No Jay Ward, unfortunately. No Ali Gay, and you don't have your left tackle in Cam Wire. But there are guys starting to come back, and the thing that it was my key to the game, and it's something we're going to see. LSU's going to play with some tempo tonight on the offensive end. Hopefully that creates some confidence. Hopefully that creates some production, and hopefully they get things moving in the right direction as we head towards conference play next week. That's about all we can do here from the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village. It's been kind of unexpectedly a great day on campus. Look, Central Michigan doesn't get everybody's blood pumping as much as an SEC team does, but certainly the weather we've had all week, the flooding in the area, and then the morning we had, you didn't know if campus was going to be buzzing, but it's been fun, and it's been a lot of fun around here. The team came down, the band came down, the students are filing in over there, and everybody's about to find their seats and settle in for another Saturday night in Death Valley. Hey, we only get 7 of them, so let's enjoy one of them right here. I certainly will. Thanks so much to everybody who came out to watch us in the TJ Ribbs Tiger One Village. We appreciate our Whataburger Junior announcer. That was Wyatt Messa. We appreciate Christian Boer from Central Michigan Life who came on, Greg McMahon, our special teams coordinator, everybody who made things possible around here. We certainly appreciate that. You can catch the 3 of us 30 minutes after this thing goes final on the post-game report. We'll be giving you our thoughts, taking your interaction via Twitter, taking your interaction via well, basically via Twitter, if that's how you can get involved with us, and hopefully we're reacting to another Tiger victory. So thanks to Brian Haldane, thanks to Marlon Favorite, thanks to Garrett Brumfield, Stan Catron right here, helping us get things on the air. We're going to throw things now across the street. We've done all we can do. You know who the broadcast team is. It's Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow, and the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair. LSU in Central Michigan coming up under the lights at Tiger Stadium. Here come the Tigers.
This has been LSU Game Day.
This is our time. This is our game.
The time for talk is over. Coming up, it's LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network. This has been LSU Game Day.
This is our time. This is our game.
The time for talk is over. Coming up, it's LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
This is LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Johnson claps, gets the football, slings it towards the end zone. Palmer has it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers.
There's a sense of urgency of get better. Got to take it one at a time. Got to be Central Michigan.
LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Right at the 23, near sideline 10-5, touchdown Tigers!
For the first time ever, your Fighting Tigers host the Central Michigan Chippewas.
The sun will soon find its home in the western sky, and it will be Saturday night in Death Valley.
With kickoff just around the corner.
Best sound of football. Tigers going to war. 1, 2, 3.
Here come the Tigers. Now, from legendary Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, with the call of the game, here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
Another week and hopefully another step forward. The final non-conference tune-up before the gauntlet of the SEC begins next week on the road. Tonight in the first meeting ever, it's the Central Michigan Chippewas flying in today to take on your Fighting Tigers of LSU. Hello, everybody. This is Chris Blair alongside former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush. Our spotter, Jim Nickel, Patrick Wright with stats, on-site engineer Joe Jackson, and the straw stirring the drink back in the Capital One studios, Mr. Brian Haldane, welcoming you to legendary Tiger Stadium here on the campus of LSU in Baton Rouge for tonight's play-by-play story. It will be the first ever meeting, as I mentioned, between these two schools, but the Chippewas are not completely unfamiliar. Their head coach, Jim McElwain, not too long ago patrolled the sidelines in the SEC with the Florida Gators. Now in his third season in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, it is clear his stamp is firmly on this team. He's got transfers and he's got veteran players. The Chippewas believe they can make another run at a MAC championship. The Fighting Tigers and head coach Ed Orgeron stand at 1-1 on the season. And while they made some improvements from week 1 to week 2, Coach O has demanded they improve even more, as tonight it will not be an FCS team. Though not completely healthy, LSU does get some key players back in hopes that provides some consistency and spark to the Tiger offense. LSU can ill afford to look ahead in the SEC opener coming up next week. Once again, it's all about the here and now. So find your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage. The SEC hosting the MAC. It's Michigan State, or rather Central Michigan and LSU. It's coming up next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Every LSU athlete knows you never want to end a game wondering, what if?
You have to give 100%.
You have to pounce on every opportunity.
And you could never give up.
If you've been injured, what if you don't stand up for yourself? And what if you don't get the money you deserve?
Call us at Dudley DeBosier. Let us fight so you don't have to wonder, what if?
That's the Dudley DeBosier difference.
Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
444-4444. Baton Rouge, responsible attorney Chad Dudley.
Hi, I'm Herschel, an employee at BASF in Louisiana. BASF has been creating chemistry in Louisiana for 60 years. We're committed to manufacturing products that are essential to our community, economy, and quality of life. If you're looking to advance your career with a dynamic company, we're looking for you. Engineers, operators, chemists, and more. Visit basf.us/LA to join our winning team. BASF, we create chemistry.
Tiger fans, save your Saturdays for football, not chores. At Sunshine, our John Deere tractor packages come in a variety of horsepower and attachment configurations to tackle any job, with packages starting as low as $199 a month. Our deals are undefeated. For more information, visit us in store or online at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See Sunshine for details. Offer ends October 31st, 2021.
Welcome in to the countdown to kickoff for Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Time now to visit with LSU head coach Ed Orgeron. Standing by with coach is former Tiger Gordy Rush.
Down the field with head coach Ed Orgeron. Coach, beautiful day in Tiger Stadium.
Yeah, great night for the Tigers. I want to thank all the fans of the Tiger Walk, gave our players a bunch of energy. They all have their new suits today given to them by the athletic department. Looking sharp, feeling good. We're ready to play.
All right, Coach, let's talk about this week of practice. You mentioned, I believe, in your Wednesday night coaches show, also your Thursday press conference. Really impressed with the focus this week of practice.
No, our guys know the task at hand. They know what we have to get better at. Our coaches have done a tremendous job identifying the things that we need to fix. and we're going to get some of them fixed tonight. It's not all going to be fixed, but you're going to see an improved football team tonight.
Let's talk. You mentioned a little bit offensively, some of the things we can expect to say Wednesday night in your coaches show. What are those things?
First of all, tempo. Quit calling plays at the line and change them at the line, giving them a chance to change. It hasn't worked for us. So you can see more tempo, not as much as we'd like to, but we have to grow every week, protect the quarterback, protection. And then on defense, we got to stop the run. We got to adjust to the different formation we need to see tonight. Stop the crossing route. We all know that.
Coach McElwain, you're familiar with. He was at the University of Florida. Some similarities from what you saw in Week 1 against UCLA.
Yeah.
You mentioned some of the keys about the face of this run game.
Well, different style of runner. He's a very hard runner, yards after contact. But the thing about McElwain, he's going to give us different formations, different shifts to try to get us out of whack. We got to settle down, be in our right gap, and stop the run.
Okay, Coach, some good news this week. You got some players back. Let's talk about availability and start with those people coming back.
We got 5 offensive linemen back. Austin Deckles, Jason Hines is back, Ed Ingram, and our center's back. So, and Xavier Hill did a pretty good job last year. Corey Connor's healthy. Our backs are healthy. Our receivers are healthy. Defensive line, we're pretty healthy. Ali Gay's not going to play, but we're looking pretty good. We're about the healthiest we've been.
All right, fantastic. Coach, best of luck tonight here in Tiger Stadium.
Thank you. Go Tigers.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey LSU fans, did you know that Planet Fitness is the official gym of LSU Athletics? That's right, and as an LSU Athletic fan, you can get a special offer of just $1 down at any of the 6 Baton Rouge area locations with offer code PFLSU. You'll get free fitness training, tons of cardio and strength equipment, and a totally friendly staff. Planet Fitness is a comfortable place to go at your own pace. You can find out more at planetfitness.club/LSU. And go Tigers!
Hollingsworth Richards Ford is a proud sponsor of the LSU Tigers. For over 30 years, we've been a member of LSU's transportation team. And when you buy your new Ford at Hollingsworth Richards Ford, you'll get peace of mind with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's right, a nationwide powertrain warranty with every new Ford purchase. Only at Hollingsworth Richards Ford, located at 7787 Florida Boulevard. Or online 24/7 at hollingsworthrichardsford.com. Go Tigers! See dealer for details.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony!
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and a member FDIC.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
The action of LSU Fighting Tiger football is coming up. This is the countdown to kickoff. As we continue, time now to take a look at the starting lineups on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back in Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, it is a beautiful afternoon. A little warm, one might say, but not warm for the guys from Michigan. This is something that they would be used to. But it is really a pretty day. It rained pretty hard in Baton Rouge this morning, but not for very long. Good crowd here in Tiger Stadium, not a sellout, but you wouldn't expect that. But it is a crowd happy to have sunlight shine on their lives. It's been a real tough several weeks here in Louisiana, and a good way to try to start clawing your way back. Tiger fans, don't forget, Great American RV offers a lifetime warranty with your RV purchase and is a proud member of the Priority RV Network. GreatAmericanRV.com. Getting paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit is another reason banking with Capital One is one of the easiest decisions ever. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC. Let me give you the starting lineups for tonight's game. They are brought to you by Visit Baton Rouge. I'm going to give you first the offense for Central Michigan, and we'll talk a little bit about some of these players either now or a little bit later in the pregame. At quarterback, number 3, Jacob Sherman, 6'5", 240, a sophomore. He's a transfer from the University of Washington, so he got recruited by a good program, and he is transferred to what is a pretty good program. At running back, and a name you'll hear an awful lot, number 7, Lou Nichols, 5'10", 220 pounds. He's a freshman, but he is dynamic. The wide receivers, number 88, Khalil Patterson, 5'9", 175. He is a junior. Number 11, Ja'Cory Sullivan, 6'2", 215. He's a senior. And Dallas Dixon, number 6, 6'1", 200. He is a junior. At left tackle, number 76, Bernhard Raymond, 6'7", 305. He is a junior. Used to be a wide receiver, and then he got real big, and so they made him into a tight end. Then he got real big, so they've made him into a tackle, and he's still real big, 6'7", 305, but he is very good and obviously has good footwork, having played all those skill positions. At left guard, Danny Motowski, 69, 6'3", 295, a sophomore. At center, number 50, Jamez Kimbrough, 6'2", 290, a junior. The right guard, number 65, Deontay Powell Woods, 6'5", 300, a sophomore. The right tackle, number 67, Luke Gedeke, 6'5", 310, a junior. The tight end, number 83, Joel Wilson, 6'4", 250, a sophomore. For the LSU Tigers offensively, Max Johnson, number 14, will start at quarterback, 6'5", 219, a sophomore. The running back, Tyron Davis Price, number 3, 6'1", 223, a junior. At wide receivers, number 1, Keyshawn Butte, 6 feet, 190, a sophomore. Trey Palmer, number 33, 6'1", 187, a junior. And Jare Jenkins, number 10, 6'3", 198, a junior. At left tackle, number 71, Xavier Hill, 6'3", 307. He is a freshman. The left guard, number 70, Ed Ingram, 6'4", 320, a senior. The center, number 56, Liam Shanahan, 6'5", 300, a senior. The right guard, number 57, Chasen Hines, 6'3", 350, a senior. The right tackle, number 72, Garrett Dellinger, 6'5", 303. He's a freshman. And the tight end, Cole Taylor, number 87, 6'7", 247. He is a sophomore. LSU band you hear in the background out on the field to entertain the crowd with a big block LSU letters formed facing the crowd here on this side of the field. Let me start out with the defense for Central Michigan. At defensive line, number 13, Troy Hairston, 5'11", 245, a senior. Number 10, Jacques Bristol, 6'1", 302, a sophomore. A defensive lineman, number 59, Tico Brown, 6'2", 290, a sophomore. And Laquan Johnson, number 11, 6'3", 250, a sophomore. At linebacker, number 17, George Douglas, 6'1", 221, a junior. Number 8, Troy Brown, 6'2", 218, a junior. At safety, number 5, Devani Reed, 6 feet, 195, a junior. At the other safety, number 4, Gage Kresge, 6'1", 210, a senior. At the other safety, number 3, Alonzo McCoy, 5'11", 200, a senior. At the cornerbacks, number 25, Deshaun McNary, 6'1", 190, a junior. And number 19, Dante Kent, 5'11", 185, a freshman. LSU defensively will start Ollie Gay, number 11, at one defensive end, 6'6", 250, a senior. Joseph Evans at one defensive tackle, number 94, 6'1", 306, a sophomore. Neil Farrell, number 92, is at the other tackle, 6'4", 325. He's a grad student. The other defensive end, number 3, Andre Anthony, 6'4", 251, a grad student. At linebackers, number 18, Damone Clark, 6'3", 240, a senior. Micah Baskerville, number 23, 6'2", 223, a senior. At the cornerbacks, number 7, Derek Stingley, 6'1", 195, a junior. And Eli Ricks, number 1, 6'2", 195, a sophomore. At the nickel, number 25, Cordell Flock, 6'2", 170, a junior. The free safety, number 5, Jay Ward, 6'1", 180, he is a junior. And at the strong safety, number 28, Major Burns, 6'3", 178. He is a freshman. So there you have the starting lineups. The LSU band out on the field. They're getting ready to play the national anthem. Meanwhile, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey, Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Hey Tiger fans, when shopping for your game day essentials at your local grocery store, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips, Doritos, and Tostitos tortilla chips. Tostitos, Doritos, and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition. Whether you're at the stadium or hosting Tiger fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are part of your game day ritual. Lay's, Doritos, and Tostitos are proud supporters of LSU athletics. Go Tigers!
Louisiana knows how to take care of its own. We carry one another when it's needed, and we need carrying now when our families and communities are suffering and our healthcare workers are tired. Let's put on a mask, protect our families, friends, neighbors, the way we do in any crisis. The good times are coming. We'll get another shot at a familiar life soon, but for now, let's wear a mask and carry on. Carry one another to the finish line.
We are moments away from the excitement of LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Game time, baby. It's game time, baby. Let's go, man.
Time to get the BASF formula for success here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
And now it is time for the BASF Formula for Success, presented by BASF. We create chemistry. Let me tell you a little bit about these Chippewas from Central Michigan. They are very, very explosive on offense. They have great ability. Jacob Sherman, the quarterback, number 3, 6'5", 240. He's a sophomore. Came over from the University of Washington, which has a great football program. And he has become the starter here at Central Michigan, and he's stepped right in and taken the reins. The running back, number 7, Lou Nichols, outstanding. He is a freshman, 5'10", 220, but he is a guy with quickness, with speed, with power, and he's going to make LSU pay if they don't tackle him, and I mean gang tackling. But I tell you where they're going to hurt you when they're on offense. They've got 3 receivers who will match up favorably with LSU's 3 outstanding receivers 2 years ago on the national championship team. At 1 wide receiver, Khalil Pimpleton, number 88. Kind of a scat back kind of guy, 5'9", 175. He's a junior, but very fast, very quick, catches the ball well. He's a guy who will make extra yards out of virtually everything. Ja'Cory Sullivan is the go-to guy. He's number 11, 6'2", 215. That's a big guy, and he's a senior, a lot of experience, and he is the guy they're going to go to when they need a go-to play. And Dallas Dixon is the third guy, number 6, 6'1", 200 pounds, and he is an outstanding player. And the three of those guys all together make it very difficult for a secondary to cover all three of them. And it's going to be something LSU's really got to watch. The Tigers have two very good cornerbacks, play man-to-man. They do a great job of covering, but two guys can't cover these three, and so LSU's going to have to find some help from the safety or from a linebacker, and whether they have somebody who can meet the challenge, we'll wait and see. But Central Michigan is going to be offensively a real test for LSU. LSU's defense, they're going to have to continue to improve up front. Now, up front is where youngsters, number 0, Mason Smith, just a freshman, and although he's not listed as a starter, he probably is going to play as much as any starter, and he's going to play both defensive tackle and defensive end. Defensive end is probably the best spot because he can pass rush from there. He is very big, very strong. He looks like, physically, he looks like one of these 6'1", 215-pound people, but the way his physique is. But his physique is much bigger than that. I mean, he is a huge guy, 6'6", 292 pounds, just a freshman, but came on last week at the end of the game with outstanding plays, and he's somebody that is going to have an outstanding game. Jaquelin Roy is another defensive tackle for LSU. Not listed as a starter, but he'll play a lot. 6'4", 297, a sophomore from here in Baton Rouge, University High School, and he's come into his own now. So those two guys are going to have to anchor the middle or the defensive line and shut down whatever running game the Chippewas are going to throw at them and hopefully give LSU an opportunity. Now, Tigers on offense, they've got to establish some sort of running game, and they do not have depth much in the running back category. They've got injuries. Ty Davis Price will be the starter. Corey Kiner, who's just a freshman, and he played well last year, but just a freshman, and Josh Williams will try to play also. So it's going to be very difficult for LSU to get much performance out of their running backs if they don't get good blocking up front, and that is going to be the real challenge. LSU's captains are out on the field. Central Michigan has come out on the field on the far side. They're a little bit later than the LSU team, and the captains are going to be walked out to midfield by the officials. LSU's captains, number 24, Darren Evans, number 10, Jaray Jenkins, number 8, B.J. Ojolari, number 56, Liam Shanahan, number 3, Andre Anthony. As the officials now, the referee goes to midfield, getting ready to signal the players to walk out to midfield for the toss of the coin. We're going to see if we can locate our erstwhile Gordy Rush, who's down on the field. He's going to sneak in and try to eavesdrop on the toss of the coin and give us heads up on it. Gordy, how are you today?
Doing great, Doug. Beautiful, beautiful evening here in Tiger Stadium, second week in a row. Look for a fine football game this evening as the teams exchange handshakes here at midfield, and we'll tune in here to White Hat. Let him call it.
Central Michigan, you are the visiting team. You'll call the toss, all right? We're going to use the SEC coin. The SEC logo is heads. The pinwheel with the 14 team is tails. I'll flip the coin, I'll catch it. If I drop it, we'll do it again, okay? Central Michigan, what is your call? Heads. The call is heads. The call is heads. Here we go. It is heads. Central Michigan, you have won the toss. You won the first and second half. Hold tight right here. Central Michigan has won the toss. Receiving. Which way we kick it?
So you heard it. Central Michigan won the toss. They elected to defer. LSU is going to start on. They're going to start on offense, and Central Michigan's going to kick out of the north end zone, the wind with them. So LSU will start a little bit into the wind. Doug, my biggest takeaway from pregame warm-ups, besides LSU having a lot more people coming back from injury, was this. Central Michigan, level D1 football team in terms of size-wise, they look like a Big Ten football team. They are huge up front, and you mentioned the running backs, great size, 5'10", 220. It's a big football team, Doug.
And it is a good football team and very well coached. It's not like they got some guy from a junior high school came to be their head coach. Jim McElwain has got a lot of experience at the highest level of college football. Coached at Alabama, coached at Florida. He coached at some pretty good places. And he is a really good coach and an offensive-minded guy. So we'll wait and see how he matches up against the LSU defense. Tigers defense has to play well, but the Tigers offense is what really has to play well. They've been a big disappointment through 2 games, and it's about time that they shook that off and started running the football effectively a little bit and making their pass game correspond with their ability to run. So we'll wait and see how that goes. LSU's wearing purple jerseys today. They're traditional gold helmets with purple and white stripes, gold pants, purple and white stripes down the side. But purple jerseys, LSU's going to be receiving from our right to our left. That's south to north here in the first quarter. Central Michigan is in all whites with burgundy trim, burgundy helmets, and gold insignias on the side of it. So they're waiting for the official to give them the heads up to kick this ball off. LSU waiting on their end of the field. The official just kind of waiting, I think, for the go-ahead from TV. And here to give you all the play-by-play, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. Welcome in, Tiger fans. As Gordy mentioned, an absolutely gorgeous Saturday evening on tap for here in Baton Rouge. Sunshine, blue skies, 84 degrees after the day started off with plenty of rain, as this area has seen plenty of that this week. 15 minutes put up on the board. Josh Ralston, the freshman, will tee it up at the 35. Keyshawn Butte back deep for the Tigers. Opening kickoff brought to you by H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. Boot meets ball, and we have football in Louisiana. This one going to go out of bounds right around the 6-yard line. So not the start the Chippewas wanted. Tigers going to be able to set up shop after that infraction at the 40-yard line.
The ball will be placed at the 35-yard line.
Excuse me. So LSU, instead of taking it at the 25 or having to run it back, we'll start at the 35-yard line. Far side hash. They'll attack right to left on your dial. Max Johnson in at quarterback last week, of course. Not a bad day. 18 of 37, 162 yards, 3 passing touchdowns. He'll line it up first down and 10 from the 35. Tight formation. Ty Davis Price, the single back on a wing to his right. 4 down linemen for the Chippewas. Fake the handoff. Johnson going to throw deep. Far side. Up in the air. Double coverage and knocked down. They were looking for Butte. Or rather Deion Smith, I should say. No, that was Butte down the field. A little slow to get up. Safety came over to help on the coverage. And the jump ball batted down. It's incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 10. And again, Keyshawn a little slow to get up, but appears to be okay. He will run on his own power to the near side and check out.
Butte lined up on the right side, went down, ran a corner pattern, and he was squeezed by the cornerback and the safety, and they met at him at the same time. That's what the injury is, that he got hit by both of them.
On 2nd down and 10, they'll give it off to Ty Davis Price up the far side hash, a 5-yard gain to the 40-yard line. TDP last week, 8 carries, 37 yards, did have 1 catch for 21 yards. But the Tigers, with this offensive line, trying to establish the run. You heard say multiple times throughout the week, we got to take deeper shots and we got to establish the run. First 2 play of scrimmage, they try to do just that. 3rd down and 5 here for the Tigers on the season. 29% on 3rd down conversions. Johnson moving with pressure to his left, throws, catch going to be made at the 45. It's going to be Jack Besh, and Besh breaks 1 tackle, gets shy of the midfield stripe at the 49. He'll pick up the 1st down for the Fighting Tigers on a 9-yard gain.
And that's good performance by both of them. The quarterback got flushed out to the left, and he's a left-handed passer, so Johnson threw it downfield, found Besh in the open in the middle of the secondary for the completion.
Quick screen to Butte. He's got it far side into Chippewa territory at the 45, steps out of bounds at the Central Michigan 41. Great pickup on 1st down. 10 yards, and it's another first down for the Fighting Tigers. Off and running here with 13:37 to go in the first quarter.
And Tigers doing what they said they were going to do, and that is to tempo it.
2 receivers left. One to the right. Again, screen to Butte. Going to be hit at the line and drop back at about the 42-yard line. It'll be a loss of a yard. That time the Chippewas' Gage Kresge, one of the leading tacklers, a senior on this team, able to make the tackle. That'll set up second down and 11. Tigers again trying to line up quickly here as Coy Moore lines up as a receiver. We'll also see the freshman Brian Thomas out wide to the right side. Motion Besh, handoff. Ty Davis Price puts his head down, gets inside the 40 to about the 37-yard line. Carried a couple of Chippewas with him on a gain of 4. George Douglas was there to make the tackle, the junior out of Ypsilanti, Michigan. It'll be third down upcoming here. It'll be 3rd and 7. Opening drive for the Tigers. Opening drive of the first quarter. No score. Johnson again will motion Besh right to left. There'll be 3 receivers left, 1 to the right side, and Deion Smith, the freshman. Taking a little time on the snap count, down to 10. Johnson calls for it, gets it belt high. Looking left, now back across the middle, dumps it off. Besh has it. Besh at the 35 to the 30 and tripped up at the 29-yard line. He has enough for the first down on an 8-yard gain. Second catch of the ball game. Came in with 5 receptions through the first 2 weeks. And what's impressive about Jack Besh is his yards after the catch. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left side. First down and 10. Johnson going for the home run ball to the end zone. It's a jump ball over the top. Deion Smith has it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers in the left corner. Smith with his first career touchdown as a Fighting Tiger, and LSU strikes first. 6-0 with 11:48 to go here in the first quarter.
Johnson just threw the ball up. Deion Smith out there, 1-on-1 matchup with the cornerback. The pass was thrown high point. He went up and got it. Just took it away from the cornerback, who had very good coverage. But the pass was thrown where Deion Smith could catch it. He did so for the score.
Fantastic opening drive for the Tigers. Cade York trying to cap it off with the point after. It's up and it is good. 7-0. 11:48 remaining first quarter. Tigers take the opening kickoff, march down the field. They lead 7-0. We'll return after this timeout on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
First quarter action, presented by Burns Estate Planning, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU with an early lead, 7-0 over Central Michigan. Time now for the Caesars Sportsbook scoring drive. LSU took the opening kickoff, 8 plays, 65 yards, 3 minutes and 12 seconds, plenty of tempo. And eventually Max Johnson finds Deion Smith, the freshman receiver out of Jackson, Mississippi, with his first career touchdown from 28 yards out. And the Tigers take a 7-0 lead. Fans getting paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit. Another reason banking with Capital One is one of the easiest decisions ever. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One NA, member FDIC. Avery Atkins going to kick it back. 8 of his 12 kickoffs this season have been touchbacks and make it now 9 of 13. That one out of the back of the end zone, and we'll see the Chippewas offense for the first time this evening. Coach Jim McElwain and company again 1-1 on the year. Second SEC game of the season. Lost the opener to Missouri in a game that got away from them late, dropping that one 34-24. Jacob Sermon, transfer quarterback out of the state of Washington, started his career as a Husky. Played just one game for Washington last year against Arizona. He'll lead the Chippewas out here. Good size offensive line. Veterans in their playmakers, including their receivers, Ja'Cory Sullivan and Khalil Pimpleton. The running back will be Lou Nichols. And on 1st down and 10, they'll toss it out into the flat. Pimpleton has it. Going to be dropped at the 26-yard line. Great coverage by the Tigers. Covered it up. Derek Stingley with the tackle. Great job by the junior corner. Pimpleton goes nowhere. They'll give him 2 yards. It'll set up 2nd down and 8.
Derek Stingley with a great open field tackle. And I mean, for a cornerback to make that tackle, stick his head in there right in the chest and drive the runner back.
Motion to receiver on 2nd down and 8. Handed off Nichols, trying to spread it left side. Got a little step across the 30 after making one man miss. Eventually steps out of bounds at the 32-yard line, a gain of 5. Damone Clark eventually forces him wide. Sets up 3rd and manageable here for the Chippewas, who on the year 47% on 3rd down.
He picked up 6 yards.
Nichols 2 rushing touchdowns on the year. Last year was the MAC freshman of the year. But they'll rotate 3 or 4 backs in this lineup. And on 3rd down and short, they'll give it off to Darius Bracey, the tailback out of Mobile, Alabama. And he just got to the 35, enough for the 1st down to move the chains. You can expect to see Nichols, Bracey, freshman Marion Lukes, and possibly freshman Miles Bailey. All of them plenty of action so far through the first 2 games of the season for Coach McElwain and Kevin Barbay, the offensive coordinator. 1st down and 10 for the Chippewas, trailing 7-0 here. First quarter action. Snap back. Sermon again. Swing pass and blown up. Lost the football. Picked up by the Tigers far side. Going the other way. Taking it all the way in. Andre Anthony. Touchdown Tigers. Scoop and score. Stingley with the hit. Anthony with the scoop. And the Tigers lead 13-0.
This is a swing pass out to the left side. And the officials said the ruling on the field is a fumble. They called it a touchdown. They may review it. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, Derek Stingley out there at the corner took a swing pass completion, came up and made a great tackle again, similar to the one 2 plays ago. He popped the ball out of the ball carrier. Andre Anthony picked it up off the ground, sprinted into the end zone for the score. LSU with a 13-0 lead, and a great way to start this game, particularly in light of the fact that they've been talked about so inappropriately the last couple of weeks. The Tigers have decided that they're going to become the team that people expected them to be.
Does not appear there'll be a review. Cade York out. He'll try for the point after. Avery Atkins will hold. 10:05 remains, first quarter. Here's the snap, placement down, kick on its way. Kick is good. And just like that, at a blink of an eye, it's 14-0 LSU after a turnover brought to you by Assurance Mortgage. Derek Stingley hunting heads out there. in space. Makes the tackle, jostles the ball loose. Andre Anthony, the fifth-year senior, does the rest. LSU leading 14-0. An offensive touchdown and a defensive touchdown. And Gordy Rush talked about Derek Stingley. Nobody throws his way. Here's an incredible stat. In 2019, his freshman campaign, he was targeted 94 times. Last year, 30 times. This year so far, 3 times. But he's still getting in the game, and 2 great tackles. 1 results in the turnover.
What a great job of diagnosing that play from zone defense. He was in zone defense, so he's reading the quarterback's eyes the whole play. He wasn't faked out by the misdirection as they came back his way, stayed low, and knocked the ball loose. Fantastic way to start for LSU defensively.
Tigers with the fumble, return for a touchdown. First since Michael Divinity Jr. did it in College Station against Texas A&M back in 2018. 32-yard scoop and score for Andre Anthony. Has the Tigers up 14-0. Atkins to kick it away. And again, this one takes 1 bounce in the back of the end zone. And that will set up the Chippewas once again, first down and 10 at their own 25. Fans, Powerball coming to Mondays. Now there are 3 nights. Chances for you to win Powerball. Wednesday, Saturday, and Monday. Find more details at LouisianaLottery.com. You must be 21 to participate. So a great offensive drive to start the game for LSU. March down the field, 65 yards in 8 plays. Max Johnson finds Deion Smith for the 28-yard touchdown. And then after the Chippewas picked up 1 first down, Derek Stingley pops the ball loose. Andre Anthony picks it up. And the Tigers lead 14-0. First down and 10. Chippewas back in action. Nichols with the carry. Runs into a purple jersey wall at the 25. I think they're going to give him a half yard, maybe a yard. And that's being kind. Jaquelin Roy, Neil Farrell Jr. stood him up as he came in trying to make the stop. Second down and 9 at the 26. Stingley not out on the field. It's Darren Evans checked in as a corner on that far side. Second down and 9. Toss it out into the flat. Nichols has it, and he's brought down immediately. Again, great open field tackle. This time Micah Baskerville there to bring Nichols down at about the 28-yard line. A gain of 3, that's all. It will set up third down and 6 upcoming. Mason Smith checking in. Told this week you can see Mason Smith, who was so effective last week, had 3.5 sacks in that win over McNeese State. Play some defensive tackle, but maybe put him on the edge. He may play a defensive end before we're done tonight. Third down and 6 for the Chippewas. Sermon with the snap. Pressure comes, steps up in the pocket. Now shovel pass, gets it to Nichols, far side, steps outside the hash and gets his way to the 41. Picks up the first down on a gain of 12 yards. Cordell Flott there for the tackle, but nice job by Sermons, who wanted to look downfield, had nothing. Able to flip the shovel pass to Nichols. Nichols wide open to pick up the yards for the first down. Stingley now checks back in on that far side at corner, which is a great sign if you're a Tiger fan. First down and 10 now for the Chippewas at the 41. Sermon. Time in the pocket, going to let it fly near side. Got a man open, but overthrows him down around the 17-yard line. Pimpleton got separation, but unable to come up with it. Sets up second down and 10 after the long throw downfield. Eli Ricks was on coverage for LSU. Sermon, again, as we told you, transferring in from Washington, was sacked 9 times against Missouri in the opener. This offensive line has given up 11 sacks so far through 2 games. Tigers getting close, yet to get home. Doesn't mean they're not going to keep trying. Second down and 10 at the 41. Handoff Nichols trying to find a hole, and there is none. He'll be thrown back down at the 39-yard line. Great job by Damone Clark, who leads this team in tackles. Got right to the ball carrier, wasted little time to put him on his backside. That's going to set up third down and 11 here for the Chippewas on the loss of 2 yards.
And Chris, you got to say that the attitude of this LSU defense is totally different than it was the first 2 games. It's the type of attitude that you expected an LSU team to have and that is gang tackling, run to the ball. Very, very explosive defensive play.
In a good way, they look ticked off. Here's Sermon in trouble, backpedaling, slings it, intercepted in midfield. Going down the far sideline, I believe, is Cordell Flott. Late flag down at the 29-yard line of the Chippewas. It was Major Burns, the safety, who stepped in, came up, intercepted the football down the sideline. He's out at the 24-yard line. We'll see what the flag's about. It's way away near the line of scrimmage.
Illegal blindside block on the defense, number 0. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the spot of the foul. First down.
Now, wait a minute. Our referee, Lee Hedrick.
Yeah, Chris, they're going to get Mason Smith on a crackback block, a legal crackback. That's going to push it back 15. But, Doug, great job of Major Burns just playing free safety back there, playing center field, reading the quarterback's eyes. Clark got some pressure on the quarterback, forced an errant throw. Big pick there for Major Burns.
No, the question I had was Hedrick was pointing first down the other way. That's what was confusing. But, yes, it goes against LSU, and it keeps the Chippewas in business and takes away that interception.
And how would you like to be the recipient?
It's after the fact.
How would you like to be the recipient of the blindside block by a big number 0? That's a blindside block.
Tigers have the football. Second turnover of the game by the Chippewas. First down and 10 at the 45. Johnson in traffic, going to sling it out to the far side. Catch going to be made at about the 37. He's going to be pulled back there, but Devontae Lee had the catch. Let's see where they mark him down. It will be the 37. 8-yard gain. It'll be second down and 2 upcoming for the Tigers. LSU again trying to move quickly. Johnson hands off. Ty Davis Price had the ball stripped. Now it's loose on the carpet, and somehow TDP gets it back, although the Chippewas still continuing to battle for it. He fell on the ball after it was stripped loose, then it squirted out. Central Michigan had a couple of opportunities to fall on it, but can't do so. But it will back up the Tigers a little bit. Just a strip that time by the Chippewas. TDP going to try to secure that ball a little bit better. So a loss of 9 on the play. It's going to back the Tigers up. Look at 3rd and long. 3rd and 13. Johnson will send 2 receivers left, 2 to the right side. Again, working from the far side hash after the second turnover of the game. They had a fumble, scoop, and score. Now an interception. And the Tigers back in business, already leading 14-0. 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. But looking at 3rd and long, Johnson in the pocket, has time, slings across the middle, catch made at the 35-yard line. Great catch. Concentration by Devontae Lee. There is a flag down. But Lee got it at the 35-yard line. Still waiting to see a spot, but they're still talking about the infraction. So it looks like it's going against the Tigers, and LSU going to back up. So what was 3rd and 13 going to
illegal formation on the offense. Number 76 was not lined up on the line of scrimmage. That's a 5-yard penalty, and we will replay 3rd down.
So Austin Deculus, who again unable to go last week due to injury, back in there. But it goes back to what we have talked about, Doug and Gordy. There was not a lot of continuity for the offensive line during fall camp. Obviously the first 2 weeks they've battled injury. Deculus, it's good to see him out there, but a little out of sync, going to cost the Tigers. It'll be 3rd and 18 now on their side of the field at the 47 of their own. Chippewas looking to come after Johnson. Let's see if they bring the pressure. Snap, and at the snap, Tigers didn't get the ball off. That'll be a delay of game against LSU, and that's not going to please anybody here.
On the offense, 5-yard penalty, and it stays 3rd down.
So after picking up the interception, Tigers backed up near midfield after a penalty, but since then have done nothing but gone backwards, and now they're looking at 3rd and a cab ride with 23 yards to pick up the first down. They have to reach the Chippewas 35-yard line. 5:15 remaining first quarter. 14-0 LSU leads. Johnson flushed out of the pocket, pressure coming. Now he spins, throws with the left hand just to throw it away out of bounds near side. That'll set up 4th down, and LSU will have to punt for the first time tonight.
Landed beyond the line of scrimmage, 4th down.
So unable to make pay with that turnover.
So what do you think? Cade York? Why not? Huh?
Avery Atkins has handled the punt duties so far this year. Senior averaging 40 yards per punt, got a long of 47. Khalil Pimpleton will be back deep for Central Michigan, stands at the 17-yard line. Atkins lets it go. Angling far side. Pimpleton calling for the fair catch. Has to go back inside the 10. Brings it in at the 6-yard line. And a 52-yard punt. Long for Avery Atkins, able to pin back the Chippewas with timeout on the field. LSU leads 14-0, 4:56 remaining here in the first quarter. Chippewas with the ball when we return on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
You've trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance, all without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey, Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Hi, how can I help y'all?
We'll take a few Powerball Wait, is that the Powerball mascot?
Yes, he's here to share some exciting news about Powerball. Now there are drawings 3 nights a week.
What?
That's right. Powerball is adding Monday night to its weekly drawing.
Woohoo!
Check out our New Year's Rockin' Eve promotion. From now until September 20th, participate for your chance to be one of 30 lucky semifinalists with a chance to become the first millionaire of 2022.
Cool.
I'd say that's a reason to smile. Must be 21 to participate.
We are proud to announce that Burns Estate Planning and Wealth Advisors are the official wealth management partner of LSU Athletics. If you're considering retirement and would like a wealth management firm that specializes in retirement services, 401k rollovers, tax strategies, as well as all your estate planning needs, give Burns Estate Planning and Wealth Advisors a call today at 1-888-592-8818. That's 1-888-592-8818.
First quarter action, presented by Burns Estate Planning, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
14-0, LSU leads Central Michigan here at Tiger Stadium. Les Boston, second station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Along with former Tigers Doug Morrow, Gordy Rush, Chris Blair with you here at Tiger Stadium. LSU up 14-0. Chippewas take over with 4:56 to go in the first quarter. Pinned back by Avery Atkins with a 52-yard punt. Start at the 6-yard line. They'll hand it off to Lou Nichols. He's going to be stood up. They'll say back at the 4. Push back. He'll lose 2 yards. Neil Farrell Jr. coming in to make the stop. Busts right through the Chippewa offensive line. That's going to set up 2nd down and 11 here for an offense so far with just 20 yards total offense. LSU's defense certainly coming to play. 2 turnovers forced already, an interception. And before that, a scoop and score on a fumble. Again, they go to Nichols. This time he's hit at the 2-yard line. He'll lose 2, back to the 2. He was drug into the end zone by the Tigers. Joseph Evans. Play stopped dead at the 2-yard line. Going to back him up. It'll be 3rd and about 14 upcoming.
This is a different LSU team than the last 2 weeks. And I mean, they're moving the line of scrimmage, and then they're maintaining their rush lanes so that they all converge at the running back or the quarterback, whoever has the ball.
Chippewas efficient on third down through the first 2 weeks. They're just going to try to keep it on the ground. And Nichols off the left side tried to dance and move a tackle, but unable to do so. Again, coming in, Derek Stingley, third tackle of the ball game. Picks up only a yard, sets up fourth down and more than 11. And that will bring the Chippewa punt unit out for the first time tonight. They'll be punting from deep in their own end zone. Coy Moore going to set back deep. Tigers expecting good field position here. Moore stands at the Chippewa 45-yard line. Luke Elzinga will be the punter for the Chippewas, averaging about 41 yards per punt on the year. He'll get the football, let it fly. The Tigers came after it. Got a pretty good boot into it. Sends Moore back into Tiger territory, far side at about the 48. He backpedals and will be dropped at the 47, but flags come out. So we'll see what it's about here as he tried to come to the near side, then stop. Chippewas had it covered out. Very good.
During the return, illegal block in the back on the receiving team, number 38. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
Let's go down on the sideline. Always brought to you by your hometown John Deere dealer and Gordy Rush. One thing LSU's done good through their first 2 weeks as we go to timeout is penalties, but racking them up early here.
Yeah, negative plays. Boy, that big second down 9-yard loss on the TDB fumble. And right there, when you get the momentum, you'll want to keep it. Just a silly foul right there, pushing the back. It's going to put LSU back to start this drive.
We'll be back right after this. LSU up 14-0 here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
First quarter action, presented by Burns Estate Planning, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Fans, every time you use your Walk-Ons app to check in at the restaurant or order online at any Louisiana location, you're entered to win the Walk to Death Valley VIP experience for the Florida game coming up on October 16th. Exclusive experience includes pregame walk down Victory Hill, pregame hospitality access, tickets to the game, and postgame hospitality at Walk-Ons. So simply download the Walk-Ons mobile app from your favorite app store. Walk-Ons, the official restaurant, sports restaurant of LSU Athletics. First down and 10. Tigers back in business offensively. They lead 4-0. 2:45 remains first quarter. Well, jet toss coming to Butte, and Butte around the left end across the 40, 45, picks up the first down up to the 48, maybe just shy of the 49-yard line. Showing his speed in the running game. Again, LSU. A little more pep in the step. We talked about it defensively, but offensively, outside of that delay of game penalty, much improved, getting lined up and coming right at the Chippewas. First down and 10 at their own 48. Johnson throws wide open in the flat is Besh at the 45 of the Chippewas. He gets to the 40, and it takes about 3 Central Michigan players to bring him down. 12-yard gain, and it's a first down for the Fighting Tigers. How good is this freshman out of Lafayette? First down and 10. Johnson lines him up. Here's the snap quickly. Looking deep downfield, lofts it up, and Smith has it at the 5. He'll roll on in. Touchdown, Tigers. 40-yard touchdown pass. His second touchdown reception of the game, and it's 20-0 Fighting Tigers of LSU.
Deion Smith becoming a star in short order here. We're not even to the second quarter yet. He's made 2 great plays. And, I mean, his plays are dynamic. And he's a guy that you never heard of until today. You hear a lot of him.
Cade York going to try to give the Tigers one more. Kick is on its way, and the kick is good. It is now 21-0. LSU leads with 1:52 to play. Deion Smith, as we mentioned, the freshman out of Jackson, Mississippi, did not play due to a violation of team rules against UCLA. Saw him in action last week. He had 2 catches in the win over McNeese State, but he went up and over for a touchdown early in the first quarter. That time, Gordy Rush just beat his man down the sideline, and Johnson put it right in the bucket.
And, you know, that's something that was really missing the first 2 games. I think LSU in the vertical stretch, a part of this offense has always been so vital that if they're going to play man-to-man out on the edge, you got to make them pay. And now twice LSU's been able to do that.
Sideline reports powered by your hometown John Deere dealer, Sunshine. Stay undefeated in the field with a John Deere powered Sunshine today. Tigers again up and running here in this first quarter. 3 plays, 63 yards, just 53 seconds off the clock. That's your Caesar Sportsbook scoring drive. They lead 21-0. Avery Atkins getting plenty of work, punting the football just once tonight, and now once again on to kick it away. The ensuing kickoff, line drive kick, but plenty of leg. It's a touchback. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25 for the Chippewas. They put in the time, effort, and hard work. They're suited up and ready, because when it comes to meeting your unique healthcare needs, every day is game day for Our Lady of the Lake. Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be the official healthcare provider of LSU athletics. Tigers, of course, the final tune-up, as we mentioned, before they enter SEC play on the road next week in Stark Vegas against Mississippi State. And the Bulldogs probably going to be a little angry. Came up short today in a back-and-forth battle. Memphis getting the win 31-29 over the Bulldogs. That game a final. So we'll see the Chippewas back out on offense. First down and 10 at their 25. Lou Nichols in at running back. Sermon, shotgun snap, backpedaling, setting up screen to Nichols, and it's blown up at the 23-yard line. Baskerville stayed at home, delivers the blow. Nichols gets nothing on the screen.
LSU playing textbook defense here, not even to the end of the first quarter, but they have people in the right positions always, even when Central Michigan has a play that looks like it's going to be successful. It always gets negated because of a great defensive play.
5th play of the ball game. The defense has put the Chippewas behind the line of scrimmage. They'll hand it off to Lukes, and Luke's going to be caught as he tried to stretch it far side. Baskerville tracks him down. Back-to-back fantastic plays for Baskerville, the senior out of Shreveport. Looks like another loss on the play. Be a loss of a yard, and that'll be the 6th play. LSU has put the Chippewas behind the line of scrimmage. They've only snapped the ball 15 times. It's a pretty good ratio. 3rd down and 13. Jacob Sermon with the shotgun snap, looking left, delivers, nobody there. Nope. It is caught up around the 40-yard line, and breaking free is going to be the top receiver, Ja'Cory Sullivan. He's tripped up at the 5, but he goes in to score from 78 yards.
LSU just blew a coverage downfield in the deep left side near the Chippewa bench. Nobody covered the receiver at all. They just blew it. That's all they did. And the last thing you want to do in a game like this, which is being a perfectly played game, and you make that huge mistake that costs you 6 points.
Ja'Cory Sullivan, it's hard to believe he was let loose wide open. He is their leading receiver. He had 10 catches coming into the game and 3 receiving touchdowns, giving 4 on the year, and he gets the Chippewas on the board. With under 30 seconds to go in the first quarter, it is now 21-7 as Marshall Meter connected on the point after. Again, the Chippewas wearing the white jerseys. Sullivan just scampered down that far sideline, kind of blended in with the rest of the team. But nobody for LSU was anywhere around him, and they couldn't track him down. And so the Chippewas, who had struggled offensively, get a 78-yard strike, and they get on the board.
That's frustrating. You know, we went back and after the UCLA game and looked at the film, Chris, and of the 4 big touchdown plays, they all had some element of a blown coverage or a missed assignment. And right there, Derek Stingley Jr. was playing up tight like a flats responsibility, and Major Burns stayed in the middle of the football field. One of them should be over the top there, and we won't know until Monday or so what exactly happened. But you're playing so well, you can't give them a freebie like that.
The Chippewas had been backed up, Doug, and then they hit the big play.
Right. You look at the last 2 games, 1 big play touchdown by McNeese, a big play touchdown by Central Michigan. LSU playing really good defense other than that, but you can't give up those huge plays.
Keyshawn Butte going to bring it out. 1 yard in the end zone, comes from the far side to the near side across the 15. Eventually swung out of bounds up near the 20-yard line, and LSU will take over. So another big play, which is what the coaching staff has been talking about going back to last year, Doug, not giving up those big plays. But the 78-yarder, again to Ja'Cory Sullivan, who is the top receiver for the Chippewas, somehow got loose against that LSU defense. Max Johnson, by the way, going to bring the Tigers back out on the field. Corey Kiner now will be the featured running back on 1st down and 10. Just 15 seconds remain here in the first quarter. Johnson up to this point 9 of 11 passing for 127 yards. This time they get it out near side to Devontae Lee, and Lee, who had no catches coming into the game, picks up 7 yards as he scampers up the near sideline. And that'll be the final play of the first quarter. So the teams will come to the sidelines. They'll switch sides of the field. And we will return. Chippewas get on the board, but the Tigers got out to a quick start. They lead 21-7. Back in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up to the nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
After the first 15 minutes here at Tiger Stadium, LSU leads Central Michigan 21-7. LSU Athletics would like to thank this week's game sponsor, Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. Learn more at HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Taking a look at the first quarter stats presented by Hancock Whitney. Tigers with 7 first downs, Chippewas with 4. Tigers still not establishing the run game. -2 on the ground so far, but they've had so much success passing the football. 133 yards through the air so far. Jack Besh, 3 catches for 30 yards. Deion Smith, the freshman receiver, 2 touchdowns so far on the night, delivered from Max Johnson. Central Michigan, that 78-yard touchdown pass from Sermon to Sullivan went 78 yards, and they have 91 yards on the ground. So 131 total yards for LSU, 96 yards for the Chippewas.
And Chris, I tell you, the receptions by Deion Smith on the outside really opened it up in the middle between the hash marks for Besh. And he can do that if they go back and forth all game long, because they can't cover everybody the same way. They've got to favor one or the other, and Jack Besh is having a great game. Smith is also, and Max Johnson has been accurate enough to complete those passes.
We start the second quarter. Tigers looking at 2nd down and 4. They'll throw over the middle. Coy Moore has it at the 35. Brought down immediately, but made it to the 37-yard line. He'll pick up the first down for the Fighting Tigers. Moore just 3 catches coming into today's game. LSU lining up quickly on 1st down and 10. Going to try to get it on the ground. Carrying the football, Corey Kiner, the freshman out of Cincinnati. Gets a 4-yard gain up just above the Tiger 40-yard line. Kiner, of course, with his first career touchdown for LSU last week. 2nd down and 6 upcoming. Ball marked at the 41-yard line. Quick screen. Lee has it and fights through some defenders. Makes his way just shy of the 45-yard line. That time the Chippewas overloaded defensively. Thomas Incombe, the junior out of Stone Mountain, Georgia, was there, able to get through the 1 Tiger blocker to get to Lee. A gain of 4. Will be 3rd down and 3. Tigers 2 for 3 on 3rd down tonight. Ty Davis Price will check back in at running back. Kiner will come to the near sideline. Lee out wide to the left. Besh in the slot to the left side. Moore and Jared Jenkins out wide to the right. Besh going to motion behind the formation left to right. Johnson looks to the sideline, now takes the snap. Pocket holds, now he'll move. Backpedaling. Now back to his left, looking down the field, launches a ball, and it's nearly picked off, but incomplete at the 33-yard line of LSU. He's looking for Besh. Troy Brown able to get in front of the receiver and knock it away. It'll set up 4th down and 3 from the 44-yard line, and we'll see Avery Atkins come out to punt again. Nice job by Max Johnson to extend the play. The pocket was there. Good coverage downfield. Then he moved to his right, back to his left. But just floated that ball a little too much and allowed Troy Brown, the linebacker, to knock it away. Pimpleton back deep for the Chippewas, waiting on the punt from Atkins. Here it goes from the Tiger 35. Far sideline, it's in the air, takes a bounce, and eventually finds its way into the end zone for a touchback, and it's a 55-yard punt. So Avery Atkins with a 52-yarder and a 55-yard punt so far tonight. Chippewas will start 1st down and 10 trailing 21-7 when we return. 13:20 remains, second quarter here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18 Jacob Hester for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
21-7, LSU leads Central Michigan. 13:20 to go here in the second quarter. Fans, wherever your next adventure lies, the 2021 Highlander and Tundra are ready to take you there. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. Let's head down on the field for another sideline report powered by your hometown John Deere dealer, Sunshine. Gordy, what you got?
Chris, our thoughts and prayers are with Kevin Falk and his family. Of course, we heard earlier this week his daughter Kavion passed away at the young age of 20. On the sideline, football-wise, obviously Kevin not here tonight. George Munoz stepping in, handling the running backs for the Tigers.
Absolutely. Tiger Nation, thoughts and prayers with Coach Falk and his entire family. 13:20 remains here in the second quarter. First down and 10 at the 20, where the Chippewas will start. Coming off a home run ball, 78-yard touchdown score to Sullivan. Their last possession, throw in the flat far side at the 26, in the hands but dropped by the aforementioned Ja'Cory Sullivan. So hit him right in the numbers, but he couldn't hold on. It'll be second down and 10 at the 20. Fans, Dudley DeBosier stands up for the purple and gold, fights for Tiger fans all across the state of Louisiana. Dudley DeBosier, proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics. Tigers crowding up on the line of scrimmage. Sermon, shotgun snap, hands it off, and again, not much doing for Nichols. He'll fall forward as Andre Anthony grabbed and pulled him down after a gain of a yard. It'll be third down and 9 at the 21-yard line. Quaylen Roy, Mason Smith coming off the Tiger sideline. They're going to check in now on third and 9. Again, the Tigers have been close on a number of occasions, but yet to get to the quarterback, Sermon, who's releasing the football fairly quick thus far. They're 3 for 4 on third downs, and on third and 9, pocket gets tight, steps away, drops it off. Catch made at the 25, short of the first down to the 28-yard line is Joel Wilson, the sophomore tight end. 7-yard gain, going to set up 4th and 2. Major Burns for LSU defensively, able to finally get the tight end down, and that will force a punting situation. Luke Elsinga again will come out to punt for the Chippewas.
It's a good tackle in the open field, though, by Major Burns, because he held the gain about a yard and a half short of the first down. It's just inside the 29, but they're going to be punting it away.
Elsinga lets it fly from the 19 of his own. Coy Moore back deep for the Tigers, calling for the fair catch and brings it in at the 35-yard line. So a 36-yard punt, not bad field position for LSU to start here in their next possession with 11:58 to go. Second quarter, they lead 21-7. LSU thus far 150 yards total offense. The overwhelming majority through the air, 148 yards passing. Johnson, your Tiger quarterback, 12 of 15, has thrown for 2 touchdowns, both going to freshman Deion Smith. LSU starts first down and 10 at the 35. Attacking left to right on your dial. Thomas and Butte wide to the right. We see Butte in the slot to the right side. Deion Smith, the wide out to the left. Hands it off Kiner. Kiner with a stiff arm, gets some room at the 35, tries to go airborne. Going to be clipped and comes down at about the 39-yard line. An athletic specimen is Corey Kiner, the freshman out of Cincinnati. A gain of 4. It'll be second down and 6 for LSU. Ball placed on the far side hash. Johnson, quick snap. Give it back to Kiner. Kiner up the middle with room. The 45 carries a couple of Chippewas into Central Michigan territory to the 48-yard line. Showing speed, showing power. A gain of 13. It's a first down for the Fighting Tigers.
And that's the Corey Kiner we've been waiting to see. Ripped off the gain right up the middle and kept those legs pumping for the first down.
First down and 10 now at the Chippewa 48-yard line. Off to Kiner, coming near side. Chippewas right there to meet him. They'll drop him at the 49, a loss of a yard. Alonzo McCoy, cornerback, came in, crashed down on that play, was right there to meet Kiner. Second down and 11. Under 11 to play, first half. Jack Besh back onto the field. Besh going to line up in the slot to the right side. Deion Smith, the wide out to the right. 2 receivers left. Butte again in the slot with Thomas out wide. Second down and 11. Johnson, belt high snap, looking left, delivers in the flat. Catch made at the 46-yard line. Spun down to the 40 is going to be Brian Thomas. Thomas, of course, last week late in the game had 2 drops against McNeese. He had 1 catch in the loss at UCLA, but a good job there. Gives the Tigers a chance on 3rd and 2. Kiner on the carry between right tackle. He'll have the first down to the 36-yard line of the Chippewas.
Good to see LSU on a 3rd and 2 situation to block up front, give Kiner enough yardage for the first down. LSU been struggling all year with those short yardage plays, and it's great to see them be successful on this one.
Little time here as LSU looks to the near sideline. Johnson aligning the wideouts now. Brian Thomas coming from left side to the right side. They'll move Deion Smith from right side to left side. There'll be 2 to each side. And going to have to call a timeout here. Going to be taken by the Tigers. Not in sync on that pre-snap. Timeout brought to you in part by Paragon Casino Resort. Your home for big action in the Bayou State. Stop by anytime. Let's get it started. This is how we play. They take a timeout on the field. We'll take one with them in the booth. 9:36 remains, second quarter. LSU leading 21-7. Back in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Our Lady of the Lake, just like LSU, is anchored by deep roots put down almost a century ago. We share a singular vision to advance health, education, and research to serve the incredible people of Louisiana. Our partnership with LSU is inspired by our passions for knowledge and our commitments to our community and healthy Louisiana families. Together, there's nowhere we can't go. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be the healthcare provider of LSU athletics.
Your team is on a 3-game winning streak, and you're convinced it's because you've worn your lucky football jersey and haven't taken it off. Not for work, a wedding, or even bathing. With Cox, you can actually wear it all season long because we give you game day coverage and content 24/7. So join us and dress accordingly.
Hey, Tiger fans, just say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7.
Janny King extends a huge thank you to all first responders, linemen, volunteers, and those helping Louisiana overcome the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. For over 30 years, Janny King has served the Gulf Coast region, and we've been through this before, and we are in this together. We have over 400 Louisiana business owners with the resources to clean your business and get you up and running. Visit JannyKingCleans.com now, and remember, we are in this together. Keep it clean, and go Tigers!
Janny King, the king of clean.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back with you inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth at legendary Tiger Stadium. LSU leading 21-7 over Central Michigan. Tiger fans, stop by, see your local Southern Quality Ford dealers, and take a test drive. You'll get amazing deals on low financing on a new car, truck, or SUV. Let the good times roll. The Tigers have to burn a timeout. For the most part, some improvement throughout the first quarter and the opening moments of the second quarter, but a little miscue there. Again, not to make excuses, but the Tigers a little confused lining up. 4 receivers out there, 3 freshmen and a sophomore. They were trying to get them switched and lined up properly, and eventually had to burn the timeout.
That was the Keystone Cops, I thought. not those guys that you named, but they looked like the Keystone Cops on that play. Good timeout that they called.
First down and 10 now at the Chippewa 36-yard line. Tigers jumped out to an early lead in this one. Now trying to get back some composure on offense. Sends it out near side to Butte. Kind of slipped. Falls down at the 31, but does pick up positive yards for LSU. Gain of about 6 yards. It'll be second down and 4 upcoming. Move it to the near side hash. LSU will send out Brian Thomas Jr. Keyshawn Butte again spending most of his time here tonight in the slot. Deion Thomas, the wide out short side of the field to the right on 2nd and 6. Johnson rolling out to his left. Looking downfield, drops it off at the 18. Catch is made, and then tripped up is Smith, but he's down to about the 16-yard line. Smith showing out tonight as the Tigers enter the Capital One red zone. Capital One, the official banking credit card of the NCAA. LSU 100% on the season inside the red zone, 6 of 6. So after that gain of 15 yards, they look at first down and 10 just outside their 15. Late pressure comes. Johnson tosses it up, and coming back for it in the end zone. Butte can't hold on. Almost appeared to come off his shoulder pad as he spun away from the defender, Alonzo McCoy. And then coming back for it, just couldn't get his hands on the ball. It's incomplete. It'll be second down and 10 again at the Chippewa 15-yard line. Deion Smith, by the way, 3 catches, 83 yards, 2 touchdowns so far. Ty Davis-Price, the featured back, on a wing to the left side of Max Johnson, who sits in the shotgun. 2 receivers wide side of the field, the right. Cole Taylor in at tight end. Devontae Lee, the lone receiver, to the left side. Ty Davis-Price gets the carry, runs downhill to the near side hash. Tripped up after a gain of 3. It was Kyle Moretti, the freshman linebacker out of Arvada, Colorado, who made the tackle. And it'll be third down and 7. Tigers 3 for 5, much improved after coming in to this week's game. Just 29% through the first 2 contests of the season. Officials holding things up momentarily. Now they give the sign for play. 8 minutes to go, second quarter. Third down and 7. Johnson having to backpedal, throws, catches made at the 4. Devontae Lee makes his way out of bounds on the near side, but he picks up the first down on a gain of 8 yards. It'll be first down, goal to go for the Fighting Tigers. Lining up quickly, Johnson, Ty Davis-Price, going to get the carry. Puts his head down, makes his way inside the 5, stopped at about the 3-yard line. It'll be second down, goal to go from the 3 after a gain of a yard. Devontae Lee, we should also mention, no catches coming into today. He's been a target on a couple of occasions for Max Johnson. He's got 4 catches for 26 yards. Now some more substitutions coming in. Second down, goal to go. They mark it inside the 3 of the Chippewas. Josh Williams checking in at the running back.
And what you notice is that all of these receivers are making great catches with their hands, not with their body. They're not pulling it in. They're grabbing it with their hands.
Going to toss it to Butte. Butte got the angle. Butte trying to get to the pylon. He does. Touchdown, Tigers. 2-yard touchdown for Keyshawn Butte, who lined up in the slot to the right side. Motion. Got the pass from Max Johnson, able to beat the Chippewas to the front left corner of the end zone, and that'll make it 27-7 LSU. On again comes Cade York. Atkins to hold. Skinner, the long snapper, delivers. Placement down. Cade swings the leg. Kick is up, and the kick is good. It's 28-7. LSU leads now with 6:54 to go here in the second quarter. We'll step away, return to Tiger Stadium in just a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hay Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
28-7 LSU leads Central Michigan here at Tiger Stadium on a Saturday night. Fans with zero sugar, now even more delicious is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, the best Coke ever. Well, you can find out for yourself. 6:54 remains here in the second quarter. Tigers able to extend their lead. Taking a look at the Caesars Sportsbook scoring drive. LSU 12 plays, 65 yards, 5 minutes and 4 seconds, and the 24-yard pass to Keyshawn Butte going across the formation. Johnson just tosses it to him, and he beats the Chippewas to the left corner of the end zone. Keyshawn Butte now a touchdown catch in 5 straight games. He's got a total of 10 going back in that span. Came in this week leading the country in receiving touchdowns, had 5. Now give him 6 on the season. Chippewas still struggling offensively. They had 78 yards on the big play to Sullivan to get him on the scoreboard, but after that, not much doing. 105 yards total offense. 99 of that 105, including that 78-yard pass. Part of that. They've only got 6 yards on the ground. LSU, a little more life, Doug, in the running game on that last drive between both Kiner and Ty Davis-Price, but still just 27 yards rushing for LSU.
And the Tigers got to step that up, but you know, they're a lot closer to stepping it up than they've been the last 2 weeks.
Avery Atkins with the ensuing kickoff, this time out of the south end zone. Another touchback. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25 for Central Michigan. Tiger fans say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. You can play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7. So we mentioned that busted play that resulted in a 78-yard touchdown from Sermon to Sullivan. That's one play. Their other 18 plays, they've mustered just 27 yards. They'll try again here. First down and 10. Ball at their own 25. 2 receivers set to the left, 1 to the right. They give it to Nichols, and up the middle. He's got room across the 35 eventually. Tigers catch up to him at about the 41-yard line, a gain of 16 before Cameron Lewis, the safety, coming in to make the stop for LSU. But their first good run from scrimmage sets up first down and 10 up at the 42-yard line of their own. 3 receivers to the left, and it looks like LSU wants a timeout. They'll burn their second of the half. Timeout brought to you in part by Paragon Casino Resort, where the action's exciting, the flavors are enticing, and the mood is always inviting. They're there when you need to get away. This is how we play. Gordy Rush, if you're the defense for LSU, last week you played lights out. You gave up the big screen pass of 44 yards to allow McNeese to get on the board. You come out gangbusters to start this game. You give up the 78-yard play. But there's time to continue to improve and shut things down the rest of the way. What's the mood like defensively on the sideline?
Wow, they're playing with great energy. And, you know, Doug said it earlier in the broadcast. He said, this looks like an LSU defense. They have to keep up that intensity. And in particular, for me, it's focus. It's discipline. Just one play. We saw 2 players basically just miss the assignment on that play. It calls for a bust. You've got to stay focused, dialed in. You can't let the big plays happen.
Sideline reports powered by your hometown John Deere dealers, Sunshine. First down and 10. Chippewas at their own 42-yard line. They trail 28-7 to LSU. Sermon, tight pocket, unleashes, and in the hands and dropped by Khalil Pimpleton. A drop by Pimpleton, who's usually sure-handed, the junior. And Ja'Cory Sullivan, who had the 78-yard touchdown pass, also had one in the hands earlier that he dropped. And if you're Coach Jim McElwain, that will drive you absolutely bonkers when your 2 veteran receivers can't hold on to the ball.
Well, especially when that's such a rare opportunity for them in this game to be open down the field and the pass very catchable, and you just blow it.
Freshman Marion Luke's in at running back. Sermon, though, going to stand and throw. Gets his tight end, caught at the 43 and upended at the 45. Joel Wilson with his second catch of the night. LSU with a good open field tackle, not accounting for the tight end. Set up third down, and it looks about 6 upcoming here for the Chippewas as we hit 6 minutes remaining before halftime. Chippewas 3 for 5, continuing their hot rate of the first 2 weeks, 47% coming into tonight. Third down and 6. The ball just shy of their own 46-yard line on the far side hash. Strip receivers to the left, single back with Sermon. Sermon looking downfield, has the time, throws underneath, catch made at midfield. And depending on the spot, he may have reached the 48 of LSU where they needed for the first down. First catch of the night for Dallas Dixon, another veteran receiver, a junior out of Phoenix, Arizona. He will pick up the 1st and 10 for the Chippewas on a gain of 6. So they mark it at the 48-yard line. 5:18 clock moving, second quarter. Tigers leading 28-7. But a very veteran squad here for Coach McElwain and company. They're not going to just fold up their tents and head back home. 2 receivers left. They'll motion a receiver right to left. Sermon with a pump fake. Has all day in the pocket now. Late pressure comes. He couldn't unload it. Going to be dropped at midfield. B.J. Ojulari was his 3rd sack of the season. That sack brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop a train. That's a coverage sack there, Doug Morrow. He had nowhere to go with it, had time, but credit Ojulari, never gave up on the play, got by his man and tracked down the Chippewa QB.
Ojulari rushing from the left side, got upfield. He had to spin to get around the blocker, but then he tracked the quarterback from behind and made a sure tackle.
Handoff to Nichols, who checked back in. He's going to be stood up, goes nowhere at midfield. He took the direct snap, something the Chippewas employ the Wildcat a good bit. Part of the playbook for Central Michigan, but LSU obviously ready for it. No gain on the play, and it's going to set up third down and 12 here, just shy of 3rd and 13 for the Chippewas with 4 minutes to go.
Mason Smith
4 of 6.
Mason Smith in the game. He's at a left defensive tackle now.
Keep an eye on Sullivan. He's the lone receiver out wide to the right. He's the third down go-to receiver. Sermon takes the snap. Looking, has time. Now pressure comes, steps away from it. Flag comes out. Still running to his right near the sideline. Stiff arms Ojulari, but BJ carries him out of bounds into the Chippewa sideline. Stops the clock with 3 minutes and 30 seconds and a flag standing right between the 40 and 45.
Holding on the offense number 83. That penalty is declined. It will be 4th down.
So Joel Wilson trying to give his quarterback some extra time. Whistled for the hold. It's declined, a loss of 7 on that play, so the Chippewas will have to punt it away, and the Tigers getting the football back with a little over 3 minutes to go, 3:30 on the clock. Coy Moore stands down at the 15 for LSU. Be the 3rd punt of the night for Luke Elzinga. Elzinga, a freshman out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Tigers bring everybody up to the line of scrimmage here. Elzinga gets the snap, lets it go from the 33. Gets a boot into it. High spiraling punt. Moore fielding it at the 9. Going to be cut down right at the 9. They'll see if they drop him to the 8. So a 48-yard punt. Dante Kent running down the field. The freshman out of Harrisonburg, Pennsylvania, making the tackle. And that's where LSU will start 1st down and 10 at their own 8-yard line. They lead 28-7. We have an even 3 minutes on the clock. We'll return in a moment on this, the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Finding the places in life that give you joy is what Toyota is all about. Like a RAV4 to take you to mountain biking trails if that's your place. Or a sporty Camry to take you to your favorite weekend spots.
Yes, to the theater.
Just don't fall asleep.
What, me?
So no matter where you find your joy, Toyota can take you there. Visit your local Toyota dealer for a great deal on the 2021 Toyota Highlander. It's perfect for Tiger fans and their go routes. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertaining. So visit barbecueguys.com. That's bbqguys.com to learn more. Barbecue Guys, for those who were born to grill.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tigers have the football with 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. They'll be looking at 1st down and 10 at their own 7-yard line. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth at Tiger Stadium on a Saturday night. LSU Central Michigan going at it. 28-7 LSU leads. Tigers defense again forcing a punt. Good punt off the leg of Elzinga for the Chippewas. Coy Moore fielded it at the 10, was cut down, they say, at the 7. So LSU will start deep in their own territory with an even 3 minutes to go before halftime. Tigers 215 yards total offense. Chippewas 123, 78 of that on one play. Their lone score, 78-yard touchdown pass from Sermon to Ja'Cory Sullivan. Ty Davis Price will be the running back as they start this drive. Thomas and Butte out wide to the right. Deion Smith, the lone receiver, to the left side, working from the far side hash, attacking left to right. Johnson takes some time, now low snap, but he handles it. Steps back into the end zone. Here comes pressure. He's in trouble. He will unload at the 5. The pass incomplete. Chippewas wanted intentional grounding.
Down.
They'll say Jack Besh was in the vicinity, but the Chippewas immediately lobbying for intentional grounding. Is that one awfully close? Luckily, Besh was out there in the flat left side. Sets up 2nd down and 10 from the 7.
But that's a dangerous play to be involved in if you're not going to get rid of the football early.
On 2nd down, throw it to Besh. He's got it near side at the 15, running up the near side hash. Makes a man miss at the 30, the 35. Brought down at the 39-yard line. Jack Besh with a 31-yard reception. 1st down, LSU.
Now that's not a dangerous play because Jack Besh is wide open. He was in the slot on the right side. 2 slot receivers. He was on the inside. Went down 10 yards, ran a hook pattern, made the reception, then ran upfield.
Johnson airing it out. Thomas over the shoulder catch at the Chippewa 25-yard line. Out of bounds, but another big strike for the Fighting Tigers. Set him up 1st down and 10 at the Chippewa 20 after a 41-yard reception by Brian Thomas. Tigers once again inside the Capital One red zone. Knocking on the door here with 2:25 clock moving 2nd quarter. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Johnson steps back 3 steps, launches towards the end zone. Grab, held on to. Jack Besh has it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 20-yard touchdown reception, the first for the freshman out of Lafayette, and the Tigers extend the lead 34-7.
He can't play, he's only a freshman. How many times have you heard that in life? This guy is a real champion, I tell you. He has grown up so much in just a few games, but he comes up with big plays. He comes up with plays at the right time, and he's a guy that takes over part of the game. So you know why he was so highly recruited and will be a great player in the future.
One-handed grab with the right hand with the defender hanging all over him. What a catch by Jack Besh. Trey Jones about as well defended as you can ask for. Had his hands up. Besh grabbed it with the right hand, brought it in, cradled it, falls in the end zone. Cade York trying to add one more for the Tigers. Still 2:15 remaining here in the 2nd quarter. Point after attempt up and good. 35-7. LSU unloading on the Chippewas so far here in the 1st half. Gordy Rush, the Tigers letting these receivers do what they do best. We've seen Smith, we've seen Butte, now we've seen Jack Besh. Max Johnson looks determined to let his receivers make plays.
Yeah, no question about it, Chris. I'll go back to 2 weeks before the opener. You and I had a chance to see that last final big scrimmage, and the story was all about those freshman wide receivers. In fact, we hadn't even seen Blake Neighbors, who's fantastic. It was a standout in that scrimmage. He's been injured, but these freshman receivers are special. I love the tempo that LSU's running on offense, and they are attacking vertically. We didn't see that in the first 2 games. They're attacking down the field, and it's paying huge dividends tonight against Central Michigan.
Gentlemen, lest we forget, that drive started at the LSU 7-yard line. They went 4 plays, 93 yards in 45 seconds, all with the deep ball for Max Johnson. 35-7 LSU leads. They'll kick it back to the Chippewas with 2:15 remaining. Here's the approach by Atkins. Down the middle of the field and nearly reaches the crossbar. It's a touchback. 1st down and 10 at the 25. Things are certainly heating up on the field for the Tigers, but fans, whenever you're ready to cool it down, count on Slow Melt Ice. Colder, cleaner, and longer lasting. Slow Melt Ice provides all your packaged ice and bulk ice for commercial, industrial, and retail businesses in South Louisiana. For more info, check them out at slowmeltice.com. That's SLOMELTICE.com. Again, impressive 4 plays, 93 yards. Your Caesars Sportsbook scoring drive. And LSU, it appears at least offensively, we can talk about defense coming up. They played lights out as well, but the offense taking out some frustrations tonight thus far against Central Michigan. 1st down and 10 at the 25. Chippewas take over. Sermon sets the receivers, calls for the shotgun snap, has it. 2 steps, slings into the flat to Nichols. He's got it at the 28 and out of bounds at the 29-yard line, a gain of 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6 as we have a player slow to get up deep in the backfield at the 19-yard line. A Tiger appears to be in quite a bit of pain. It appears to be Andre Anthony. So Anthony going to be checked on by the training crew here. And you hate to see that, hate to see it at any time. But certainly Andre Anthony's been the spark plug and leader, not only in the locker room but on the field for LSU. Fifth-year senior out of New Orleans. Cody, I'm not sure if you got a chance to see how that injury occurred. Again, it's behind the line of scrimmage, probably Andre giving chase on Sermon.
I did not. I was actually by the locker room getting ready for the halftime interview with Coach O, but I'm headed back that way as hopefully get a report for you.
They're looking at his left knee. That's a problematic thing.
So again, Anthony being looked at after the Chippewas come away with a 4-yard gain. We can see Anthony trying to get to Sermon, then tried to spin, and you can see as he goes down, wincing in pain actually after he tried to spin back towards the play. He was on the play side. Let's take a look at the Cox scoreboard update, brought to you by Cox Communications, official communications partner of LSU Athletics. Georgia all over South Carolina and Athens between the hedges, 26-6. Auburn and Penn State up in Happy Valley. Auburn leading 10-7. That one just under 4 minutes to go before halftime. And the Tulane Ole Miss game in Oxford delayed. So the Green Wave and Rebels yet to get started. Again, injury on the field here. Andre Anthony, they are still taking a look at him at the 19-yard line, just beyond the far side hash, just off the numbers. 2:09 remains here in the second quarter. LSU up 35-7. Now over 300 yards of offense for LSU, 280 of that through the air. And again, you do not like the early sign here as now help up Anthony sitting up.
Yeah, I think Doug was right. It was a left knee, and he was able to get some motion on it, walking gingerly off the field, but early indications, I don't think it's anything too seriously. He's able to put a little bit of weight on it.
Well, the good thing is he was not hit from the side by another human body. He twisted. He was trying to spin his way out of a block, and he twisted the knee as he spun around the blocker who was trying to maintain leverage on him. But he didn't have anybody land on the knee in a crooked way. He's walking off gingerly, I would say, but you hope at least that this is not a serious matter.
So a good sign, again, mostly on his own power. Very slowly, however, coming to the near sideline. We'll see Desmond Little, sophomore out of Pritchard, Alabama, who had 1 sack last week, appeared in 2 games last year. In fact, had 5 tackles and a sack last week against McNeese. So we'll try to get you an update after halftime on Andre Anthony after they get a chance to take a look at him in the tent and eventually in the locker room. 2nd down and 6, ball at the 29-yard line of their own. Chippewas down 35-7. Clock begins to move. 2 minutes remaining before halftime. Jacob Sermon, sophomore quarterback, takes the snap. Tight pocket, throws, crossing route, gets to the tight end at the 30-yard line. It's Joel Wilson, his 3rd catch of the night. Only picked up a yard. The Tigers tackle quickly. It was Damone Clark staying with the tight end and making the play. Quick timeout taken by the Tigers, brought to you in part by the Draft Room at Paragon Casino Resort, the best place to catch every major sport event while enjoying an extensive beer list and fan favorite food menu. At Paragon Casino Resort, this is how we play. Minute 45 after this quick timeout. Van Cintas proudly helps local Louisiana businesses stay clean, safe, and ready for the workday for over 35 years. Coming up at the half, we'll have your Super One Foods halftime report. Take a look at scores around the SEC, around the top 25 in the state of Louisiana. Get you your first half stats, and our special guest from Hancock Whitney will join us. As LSU Athletics would like to thank this week's game sponsor, Hancock Whitney, official bank of LSU Athletics. Learn more at HancockWhitney.com/LSU. So after the quick timeout, 3rd down and 4 here for the Chippewas. 4 for 7 on the night in 3rd downs. Sermon looking right. Underneath in the flat, Pendleton has it at the 36. Escapes 1 tackle across the 40. Eventually brought down at the 45. Mason Smith showing his range, 6'6", nearly 300 pounds. He's making the tackle downfield. First down and 10. Ball at the 45 of their own. Again, quick hitter. Sullivan breaks a tackle at midfield into Tiger territory, far sideline. Eventually out at the 45. After an 11-yard gain, another first down. So the Chippewas now putting it into high gear with a short passing game. Both Pimpleton and Sullivan getting some yards after the catch. It'll be first down and 10 now at the Tiger 44-yard line. And don't forget, Chippewas have all 3 timeouts remaining in their hip pocket here with 1:21 before halftime. First and 10 at the LSU 44-yard line. Ball on the far side hash. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Sermon now will motion Wilson left to right, the tight end. Nichols the running back. He'll release. Throwing for the tight end Wilson. Threw it behind him, incomplete down at the 32-yard line. Just scampered up the sideline, but the throw nowhere close. Wilson was left alone for a good 12 yards, but Sermon did not deliver the ball in time. It'll set up second down and 10 at the 44.
And that was another an almost busted coverage, or maybe it was, because he was out there by himself on the sideline. The pass was a little late coming to him and was overthrown. He didn't have a fair chance at making the catch, but that is a too easy catch if you do not guard somebody on the sideline.
Second down and 10 at the Tiger 44. 3 receivers set to the left. Nichols, the handoff goes and gets dropped at the 45. Lost a yard. Looked like he ran into a wall. Jaquelin Roy. Not sure he even got his hands on him. Just ran into him and knocked him down. Nichols, 5'10", 220 pounds. No match for Jaquelin Roy at 6'4", nearly 300. 9th negative play of the game. Chalk that up to LSU's defense tonight. Third down and 11 for the Chippewas. Sermon rushing out of the pocket to his left. Tigers giving chase, and he'll get inside the 45, and a hard hit drags him out of bounds into the Tigers sideline. A check on Sermon. He went flying. Chairs went flying. Players went flying. Sermon showing some toughness there, back out there with the Chippewas. And a 5-yard gain will set up fourth down here and about 6 for the Chippewas. And Jim McElwain down 35-7, willing to roll the dice on 4th and 6 at the Tiger 40. Wilson, the tight end, slowly motions left to right. Trip receivers right, 1 to the left. Throwing into the flat. Nichols has it at the 39. Going to be slung down by Damone Clark. Brought down quickly after a gain of only a yard. It's a turnover on downs, and the Tigers have the football with 30 seconds remaining in the second quarter.
And LSU's got all 3 of their timeouts left, so they're just outside of their 40-yard line. .30 remain. LSU will take over, leading 35-7. Damone Clark with 5 tackles, 2 for a loss so far tonight. Just manhandled Nichols on that play. Had to turn to come back to the football. Clark, you could see it in his eyes. Got around the hips and brought him down quickly. Let me correct myself, Chris. LSU out of timeouts. It is Central Michigan that has their 3 left, as if it would do them any good.
Max Johnson going to take the snap on first down, take a knee, and the Tigers ready to head to the locker room. Pretty good performance in the first half for LSU, up 35-7 over the Chippewas of Central Michigan. Stay with us. Got the halftime report coming your way, but first we'll head down on the field. Gordy Rush going to get a chance to talk with Tiger head coach Ed Ogeron, brought to you by Capital One. Got to believe he's been happy with the defense outside of that one play given up. And then, of course, after that, Tigers have held the Chippewas in check. Negative plays, gotten after running backs, receivers, and offensively LSU much different here in week number 3, using their playmakers to rack up 35 first half points. Halftime interview with Coach Ed Ogeron, brought to you by Capital One. Let's go to Gordy Rush.
Coach, story of the first half, offense, the changes you made on offense.
Hurry up, call in the plays, let our playmakers make plays, hit our best players on the deep balls, take more shots. We're doing it.
How about the freshman receivers?
Yeah, we're excited about it. That's a great group of receivers, one of the best freshman group I've ever been around.
Defensively, if you scratch one play and a busted coverage, an incredible defensive half.
I really like the way we're attacking. I really like the way we're running around, making tackles in space, but we cannot allow that mental error and allow a big play.
Best of luck in the second half.
Go Tigers.
Chris.
Thank you, Gordy. Thank you, Coach. LSU leading 35-7. Much more coming your way on this Saturday night. We'll step aside for a break. Coming up during the halftime report, scores from around the country in the SEC. Get your first half stats, get you ready for the third quarter of action. Our score at the break. Your Fighting Tigers of LSU leading Central Michigan 35-7 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Just For You deals is now Albertsons For You. It's everything you love about Just For You with all new perks. Get rewarded just for being you, including personalized deals, a free item every month, and even a treat on your birthday. With Albertsons For You, you earn points every time you shop and redeem them for discounts on groceries and more. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 or more purchase just for signing up. So download or update your Albertsons app and see your all-new, all-awesome perks. Albertsons, fresh foods, local flavors. Everyone loves a winner, and Waiter wants that to be you. Download the Waiter app and place an order with promo code TIGERS21 for free game day delivery. Every order earns a chance to win Waiter food credit, signed merch, Tiger tickets, and more. Order now with promo code TIGERS21 and get the win with Waiter. Waiter, you relax, we deliver. The Tigers are your team, and Super One Foods is your grocery store. They offer super low prices from the moment you walk in their door, starting with the hottest deals on their famous wall of values. You'll get super savings on fresh produce, meat cut fresh daily, and all of your favorite brands throughout the store. Shop Super One Foods online or in store for super low prices on game day and every day. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods.
Welcome in to the Super One Foods Halftime Report. Super One Foods, go Tigers, and go Super One Foods. Soon, we return to second half action of LSU Fighting Tiger football. But first, let's check the latest around the college football world. From the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane with a scoreboard update on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
No shortage of action around the top 25 today. Let's dive right in from the Capital One studios. First of all, top-ranked Alabama got a scare from number 11 Florida this afternoon. They were able to hold on for a 31-29 win. Number 2, Georgia, no scare here at all. They're at halftime. And, oh, my goodness, JT Daniels is putting on a show. 245 yards through the air in the first half alone for Daniels. Georgia Bulldogs up 26-6 over the South Carolina Gamecocks. Number 3, Oklahoma tops Nebraska today, 23-16. Number 4, Oregon is hosting Stony Brook. That game right now, 5:28 to go in the second quarter. 17-7, Ducks have the lead over the Seawolves. Didn't see a whole lot of flashes, golden or otherwise, out of Kent State. They fall 32-7 to number 5, Iowa. After an extended lightning delay, Georgia Tech duked it out with Clemson. All they could muster on the scoring front, though, 2 field goals and a safety. This was a slugfest through the last 2 minutes of the game, y'all. 14-8 your final score, though. Clemson does survive there. Number 7, Texas A&M handled New Mexico today, 34-0 your final score there. 8th-ranked Cincinnati posts up a 38-24 win over Indiana. Davis Brin from Tulsa threw for 428 yards today. Didn't matter. Number 9, Ohio State whips up the Golden Hurricane. 41-20 your final score. We've got number 22, Auburn, hanging in strong with number 10, Penn State right now in the whiteout game. They're about to go to halftime. Penn State, they have gone to halftime. 14-10 your halftime score, the Nittany Lions over Auburn. Fighting Irish were a winner today. Number 12, Notre Dame, a 27-13 winner over Purdue. Number 15, Virginia Tech falls to West Virginia, 27-21 there. The Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina up to number 16 in the polls. They shuffle off Buffalo, 28-25 your final score. Number 17, Ole Miss in a weather delay with Tulane. They have not even started that game yet. Number 20, Arkansas continues to impress. 45-10, Razorbacks beat up Georgia Southern today. That'll round things out for your top 25. Taking a look at your In-state schools, ULL clobbered Ohio 49-14. That game was on Thursday. La Tech falls 39-37 to SMU. 444 yards and 4 touchdowns for Cole Kelly as Southeastern just dismantles Central Connecticut 56-10. Grambling is trailing Houston right now, 28-0 Cougars in the third. Jackson State is at UL Monroe. Coach Prime is in state right now and has a lead. It is 7-3. Jackson State over the Warhawks with 6:03 to go in the second quarter there. Southern Jaguars have a 21-20 lead over McNeese, 6:43 to go in the third. And one more in-state score to take a look at. The Northwestern State Demons are trailing the UT Martin Skyhawks, 21-10. 10:57 to go in the third quarter there. Our score, 35-7 Tigers at the half. We've got stats, highlights, and our halftime interview coming up next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
Second half action of LSU Fighting Tiger football is coming up. But first, the Super One Foods halftime report continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Welcome back to Tiger Stadium. LSU leading at halftime 35-7 over Central Michigan. And it's been a really nice performance by LSU compared to what the first 2 weeks brought. And happily for most of the people, because it's been a rough 2 or 3 weeks here in South Louisiana. And here to tell us a little something about it is Jerry DeNicola from the Hancock Bank Group. And Jerry, Hancock has been a great citizen all over much of Louisiana, certainly in Baton Rouge. It's the bank that I use and that I've used for a long time and very happy with it. But you get brought into situations that you never expect. About 3 weeks ago, all of a sudden, LSU became the recipient of very unpleasant weather, which every day was buffeted more by rain and by wind, and it still goes on. Although today you brought a ray of sunshine to this game. I got to give you credit for it because you brought the sunshine to Tiger Stadium, but you also made the LSU Tigers play a little bit better.
Great first half.
But tell us a little bit about what Hurricane Ida did to Hancock Whitney and how it changes your focus and what you had to do to respond to it.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Yeah, so it's great to be here. Great to be in back in Tiger Stadium, and had the wave even going on. So great first half. But yeah, so obviously after Hurricane Ida, Hancock Whitney did what we always do. We went into response mode, not only working around the clock to get our affected financial centers up and going, but to do whatever we could to help our employees and our communities. So Doug, listen to these stats. We've committed $2.5 million to Hurricane Ida relief and contributions to local communities, food banks, critical supplies, and opportunity grants. And then we distributed 40,000 meals in 4 communities. Those are Houma, New Orleans East, Metairie, and Hammond. 320,000 pounds of ice, 100,000 bottles of water, 39,000 gallons of fuel, and then we had more than 150 associates volunteer for over 1,100 hours of service in that first week and after the storm. So proud of our team. We pitched in, we did what we could, and so happy to give back to the community.
Well, and these are ongoing commitments too, because there are a lot of people all over the state that continue to have to respond, and among that group is your group.
Absolutely.
And so you will continue to do that, as well as be prepared for whenever the next one's coming.
That's
I hope
right.
it's not.
We hope not.
But when it is.
That's right.
Well, Hancock Whitney has been part of LSU athletics since 2018. What does that partnership mean for the bank? And how can LSU fans participate and benefit from that?
Yeah, so the partnership is simply about pride, just knowing that we support LSU athletics, which means so much to our communities, far beyond just Baton Rouge. I've traveled to all of the major cities in our footprint, and there are Tiger fans everywhere. And then also the partnership allows us to provide the official LSU debit and credit cards, which gives our clients and any LSU fan the ability to show their purple and gold pride. I mean, Doug, look at this card. Isn't that cool?
That is cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
where's mine?
So yeah, I mean, anybody can get one. If you want more info, go to HancockWhitney.com/LSU. You can sign up. You'll have a cool card in your wallet and show your pride every time you're at the store or anywhere, running that debit or credit card, and it's just a cool thing to have.
Well, so you're the guy now who's out front. So tell us how you got into the volunteering portion here in the first place.
Yeah, I drew the short straw today, but no. We've got a great team here. I cover the Baton Rouge area. I've been in banking 26 years, and last 10 with Hancock Whitney. And so I manage the commercial group here in Baton Rouge. But obviously we cover the full footprint of, from Texas all the way to Florida on the Gulf Coast. So, my group are all about business banking, small to large business relationships, managing that full relationship, and getting out there and supporting our community at the same time.
Well, thank you so much for the great service you provide, and we're happy to have Hancock Whitney partner with LSU Sports, and hope that continues for an awful long time.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it.
Jerry Denicola here. Tell us a little bit about this great relationship. We will have more after the first half break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax, because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
As we get you set for the second half of Fighting Tiger football, the Super One Foods halftime report continues. Time now for the first half recap on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Thank you. Welcome back to Tiger Stadium. 35-7 halftime. LSU leads Central Michigan University, and it's been a dominant first half. Let's take a look at the scoring plays. LSU opened it up in short order with at 11:48 time of the first quarter. Deion Smith, a 28-yard pass from Max Johnson. Cade York with the kick. 8 plays, 65 yards, consuming 3 minutes and 12 seconds to give LSU a 7-0 lead.
First down and 10. Johnson going for the home run ball to the end zone. It's a jump ball over the top. Deion Smith has it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers in the left corner. Smith with his first career touchdown as a Fighting Tiger, and LSU strikes first. 6-0 with 11:48 to go here in the first quarter.
10 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the first quarter. LSU scores again. Andre Anthony scoops up a fumble, returns it for the score. Cade York with the kick. 1 minute 43 seconds on the drive. 14-0 LSU lead.
First down and 10 for the Chippewas, trailing 7-0 here. First quarter action. Snap back. Sermon again. Swing pass and blown up. Lost the football. Picked up by the Tigers far side. Going the other way. Taking it all the way in. Andre Anthony. Touchdown Tigers. Scoop and score. Stingley with the hit. Anthony with the scoop. And the Tigers lead 13-0.
Deion Smith, jealous of the Andre Anthony score, decided, I'm going to score again. And he did on a 40-yard pass from Max Johnson. Cade York with the kick. 3 plays, 63 yards, 53 seconds. LSU leads 21-0.
First down and 10. Johnson lines him up. Here's the snap quickly. Looking deep downfield. Lofts it up. And Smith has it at the 5. He'll roll on in. Touchdown Tigers. 40-yard touchdown pass. His second touchdown reception of the game, and it's 20-0 Fighting Tigers of LSU.
LSU then committed their big mistake of the first half defensively. They allowed Central Michigan to score on a 78-yard pass play from Jacob Sermon to Sullivan. Just a blown coverage and inexcusable. It made the score 21-7, and the Tigers decided, well, you know, we got to get this back, and they did so in the second quarter. 6:54 remaining. Keyshawn Booty, a 2-yard pass from Max Johnson. 12 plays, 65 yards on the drive, consuming 5 minutes and 4 seconds to give LSU a 28-7 lead.
He's going to toss it to Booty. Booty got the angle. Booty trying to get to the pylon. He does. Touchdown, Tigers. 2-yard touchdown for Keyshawn Booty, who lined up in the slot to the right side. Motion. Got the pass from Max Johnson. Able to beat the Chippewas to the front left corner of the end zone, and that'll make it 27-7 LSU.
And LSU closed the scoring in the first half at the 2:15 mark. Jack Besh with a 20-yard pass. Great one-handed catch to put the Tigers ahead 35-7 at halftime.
Knocking on the door here with 2:25 clock moving second quarter. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Johnson steps back, 3 steps, launches towards the end zone. Grab, held on to. Jack Besh has it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 20-yard touchdown reception. The first for the freshman out of Lafayette. And the Tigers extend the lead 34-7.
And we'll be back with the second half after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We are proud to announce that Burns Estate Planning and Wealth Advisors are the official wealth management partner of LSU Athletics. If you're considering retirement and would like a wealth management firm that specializes in retirement services, 401k rollovers, tax strategies, as well as all your estate planning needs, give Burns Estate Planning and Wealth Advisors a call today at 1-888-592-8818. That's 1-888-592-8818.
Hey, y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw.
Getting ready for the second half of action here at Tigers Stadium. 35-7 LSU after 30 minutes of football. Chippewas won the toss. They deferred until the second half. So Avery Atkins, who's been busy tonight, not really punting, but obviously with kickoffs, will kick it off to start the third quarter of action. Chippewas will have Marion Lukes, the freshman, back deep. Here's the approach, and the kick going to take a bounce at the 10 and then roll its way into the end zone for another touchback, and that's where the Chippewas will start. First down and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
Chris, let me jump in. Quick injury update. Andre Anthony sprained knee. He is showering right now, so he is done for the night. They'll take a look at it tomorrow.
Tough break for Andre, but as Gordy mentions, hopefully not near as bad as initially thought when he went down on the play. All our sideline reports powered by your hometown John Deere dealer, Sunshine. Stay undefeated in the field with a John Deere powered by Sunshine today. Jacob Sirmon had his struggles with this LSU defense in the first half. -1 big play of 78 yards. Comes out throwing on first down, and nobody's at home as this one falls harmlessly up at the 45-yard line. Dallas Dixon, the intended receiver, but nowhere close. Derek Stingley had him smothered up. That'll be second down and 10 now at the 25.
Interesting, Chris. Mason Smith is taking Anthony's spot. He's at the defensive end position. That's a first. He's primarily come in on third downs at the defensive tackle. So Anthony out. Mason Smith out of Terrebonne High School playing defensive end.
Yeah, after Thursday's practice, we were told we could see, even without an injury, that he may play defensive end. They'll drop it out into the flat to the tight end. Once again, Joel Wilson up across the 30, tripped up at about the 32-yard line. Stingley there with the tackle for LSU, but a gain of 7 yards. Makes it a little more manageable here for the Chippewas. Now it looks like they're not moving the chains, so hold on a minute. I didn't see a flag. We'll see.
Ineligible player downfield on the offense, number 88. He was covered up and went downfield. That's a 5-yard penalty, and we will replay second down.
Again, that's going to drive Jim McElwain crazy. That's the junior receiver, Khalil Pimpleton. And what would have been third and manageable.
Well, sometimes, though, you wonder, how did that guy get so open? And that's what happens sometimes when you have ineligible people out there running free. They don't get covered by the secondary because the secondary doesn't know they're supposed to be eligible receivers.
So what would have been third and manageable, now second and 15 on the infraction. Ball back at the 20-yard line. Play action. Sirmon unloads down the far sideline. Had a man with a step. It's incomplete, but a flag comes out at the 43. They were looking for Sullivan again, and it looks like Stingley may be whistled for pass interference. We'll wait and see.
That is what it's going to be. I think he grabbed his arm and tried to pull it back.
Pass interference on the defense, number 7. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, and that carries an automatic first down.
I think Derek's upset because it was, in his mind, inadvertent. He wasn't intentionally grabbing it, but you're right. The arms locked just as Sullivan was starting to raise his arms, even though that throw was a little off the mark. But nonetheless, gives some new life to the Chippewas. Down 35-7. It'll be first down and 10 after that penalty up at the 35-yard line of their own. Handoff. Nichols trying to spread it near side. Now stops, cut back to his left, and he's met by Tigers and brought down at the 34-yard line. Lost a yard. Neil Farrell Jr. getting out there in space to make the tackle, the senior out of Mobile. That's the 10th play for a loss tonight for this LSU defense. Again, you take away that one play. Gordy asked Coach about it going into the halftime locker room. This has been a completely dominating performance. Second down and 11. Sirmon gets the shotgun snap, quickly fires it near side. Catch made at the 36, a gain of 2. Hauling it in is Simmons. Remy Simmons, a senior out of Chicago, his 3rd catch of the year. Still sets up 3rd down and 9 here for the Chippewas. They are 5 for 9 on 3rd down tonight.
So you got 3rd and 9, so you got to pass it. And Mason Smith is going to be able to rush from an unusual position. Let's see if he gets a little leverage on his blocking tackle.
3rd down and 9. Tigers look to be coming after Sirmon. Pocket holds, now late pressure. He'll throw it up, and it's incomplete up at the 46-yard line. Looking for Dallas Dixon. But again, that late pressure forced an awkward throw, and it's incomplete. Jaquelin Roy right there in the grill of Jacob Sirmon, the Chippewa quarterback. That'll set up 4th and 9. And it'll be the 4th punt of the night for Luke Elzinga. Coy Moore stands at the 24-yard line of the Tigers. Elzinga averaging 44 yards per punt so far tonight. Came into the game averaging 41 yards a boot. Lets it go from the 26-yard line. High in the air, angles near side, drops quickly, takes a bounce at the 30. Coy Moore gets everybody out of the way, rolls inside the 20, and will be down by the Chippewas at the 14-yard line. So a 50-yard punt. Got probably a good 15, 20 yards after the bounce. Looks like we have a flag down at the 44-yard line. So we'll see what this is about. Our crew chief, Lee Hedrick, umpire Michael Moten out of the SEC.
During the kick, holding on the receiving team number 32. That penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal from the end of the kick, first down.
That's the 6th penalty of the night against LSU. And I mentioned earlier, wasn't a great performance in Los Angeles, but for the first game of the season, not a lot of penalties. Not a lot of penalties last week, but again, if there's something they can take a look at, should the Tigers hold on to victory tonight, it'll be those penalties.
And these are penalties that shouldn't take place. I mean, this is on a punt, and you have somebody that is not even near where the punt is coming down who ends up with an uncharacteristic and unnecessary penalty.
Backs the Tigers up to their own 7-yard line. They went 93 yards last time they started there. Handoff going to come to Ty Davis Price, dances in the backfield, eventually turns it upfield, got no gain, back to the 7. Troy Hairston, the second, a senior out of Birmingham, Michigan. Listening to Coach McElwain this week, they talked about Hairston playing defensive end. He's 5'11", 245, and what he lacks in size, he makes up with heart and hard work. That time gets the stop. Give TDP a yard, so 2nd down and 9. Johnson steps back in the end zone, looking downfield, now decides to run up the near sideline, crosses the 10, steps out of bounds at the 12. He went deep into the end zone for LSU, looking down, good coverage downfield. He eventually had to tuck and run.
Chris, we got a substitution. Left tackle Dellinger, the freshman, in number 72 for Hill. And again, they're replacing Cam Wire at that left tackle position.
So Johnson able to make it 3rd and 5. Tigers trying to convert out of the shadow of their own end zone. They are 4 for 6 tonight. Trip receivers to the right, 1 to the left side. Johnson is TDB back there to block. Slings it across the field, going up high, bringing it down. Butte has it at the 27-yard line. Long throw by Max Johnson across the field. Butte goes up on a ladder, pulls it down, picks up the first down on a gain of 15 yards.
Keyshawn Butte showing just how special he is. Slot on the right side, runs an out pattern. The pass is thrown up way high, and he jumped high to go up and get it, pull it down, remain in bounds, first down LSU.
What a throw by Max Johnson from the near side hash to the far sideline, nearly outside the numbers, and got it there in a hurry. First down and 10. Ball at the 27-yard line for the Tigers. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Butte in the slot to the left. Johnson, little low snap, he handles it. Quick fire down the far sideline, twisting, turning, coming back for it. Deion Smith, they'll say, was out of bounds at the 45. Very close. He hauled it in, but the side judge running up the field said he just stepped on the boundary. Incredible job by Smith just to get turned around in time to try to even pull that ball in. Initially, with the naked eye, looked like he had a foot in, but the official quickly calling it out of bounds. I'm not sure we're going to get a review here. Crowd certainly saw the replay. They're not happy with that call. Nonetheless, it'll be 2nd down and 10 at the 27, and here come the whistles, and they will take a look at it.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. That play is under review.
So official review brought to you by Acme Oyster House. Gordy, I know it was on the other side of the field, but again, from up here, it looked like he was in.
It did too, and that was a review that was requested by Ed Ogeron. So that did not come from Birmingham. So I think the LSU coaches saw the same thing you did.
So we'll wait and see if we get a sneak peek at the review here as our crew chief Lee Hedrick puts on the headset, stands down at the 15-yard line. of the Chippewas to take a look. Again, Smith contorting to get the ball. Then he's got his left foot clearly on the field. His right foot comes down on the line, but it looked like he had control of the football. And for me, looks like that's a catch.
And that's because his left toe was touching the ground before his right foot hit on the boundary. So that, I mean, right there is where the telltale picture is, I think. But they don't ask what we think, do they?
Yeah, I'm pretty bad. My percentage on picking reviews has not been very good. Let's check a Scott Cox scoreboard update. Penn State leading Auburn 21-10, 13:06 to go in the third quarter. Other SEC action tonight. Georgia all over the Gamecocks in Athens, 40-6. That still has 7:37 remaining in the third quarter. At last check, Tulane and Ole Miss yet to get underway.
After review, video evidence shows it is a catch. The receiver possessed the ball with 1 foot in bounds. It will be 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line.
So they go back. The official review brought to you by Acme Oyster House. They get it right. It is a catch. Moves the ball into Chippewa territory. Sets up LSU 1st down and 10.
And that's due to the receiver's skill because he touched that toe on his inbound foot down just a split second before the other foot stepped on the sideline marker.
I stand corrected. It's at the 45 of LSU, just right at the Tiger eye. They'll take the snap. Johnson, quick fire. Besh has it at midfield, but then dropped it. Incomplete. May have been knocked loose. He was covered tightly that time by Gage Kresge. Looked like Besh had the football, but couldn't hold on long enough. It's incomplete. 2nd down and 10 at the Tiger 45. Deion Smith tonight, the freshman, getting his first real action play after play. Already over 100 yards receiving on 4 catches. 2nd and 10. Johnson again looking downfield, now has to spin, turn away on his back foot, throws it up for grabs towards the far sideline. It's incomplete. Besh could not get to it in time as pressure comes, and Johnson had to unload quickly. Stops the clock. 10-17. 3rd down and 10 at the Tiger 45. Fans, H&E Equipment Services, official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. Call them at 877-700-RENT or visit he-equipment.com today. LSU much improved tonight. 5 of 7 on 3rd downs. Looking for another conversion here. Already up 35-7 over Central Michigan. Johnson stepping up in the pocket, delivers across the middle, caught at the 37-yard line. It is Smith again, comes to the near side, inside the 30, dances away from a tackler, steps out of bounds at the 22-yard line. They'll mark him at the 21. Deion Smith, the freshman out of Jackson, Mississippi, putting on a show, add 34 more yards to his tally.
Well, he was not a name that you heard mentioned until just recently here, like tonight. And all of a sudden, he has become a star, and he truly is a star.
1st down and 10 at the 21. Johnson looks right, then back to his left. Throws it out of bounds. Deion Smith thought he was grabbed and held down near the goal line. No flags come out, and it's incomplete. Smith, thought coming out of high school by many to be the best prospect wide receiver in the country, arguably the best. Coming to live here in week 3 for LSU. That incompletion sets up 2nd down and 10 at the 21-yard line. Johnson tonight 347 yards passing. Taylor in at tight end, 2 receivers right. Hand it off. Nope. Play action. Pulls. Give it to Lee at the 5. Lee right down the middle in the end zone. Touchdown Tigers. 21-yard strike. Great play action that time. Johnson was trying to read the defense, put it in the belly of TDP, then pulled it out, had Lee slanting across the middle, put it right on the numbers, and Devontae into the end zone. That'll make it 41-7 LSU.
Lee from the left side runs a outside fake and then a slant. Post pattern right up the gut. Pass well thrown. He made the reception, skittered into the end zone for the score.
Cade York looking to add one more, and he does. 42-7. LSU all over Central Michigan. Still 9:34 remaining here in the third quarter. We'll step away. Back in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth, LSU up 42-7 over Central Michigan. It has been a passing display by this LSU offense so far tonight. 398 yards total offense, 368 through the air. Taking a look at that last drive, Caesars Sportsbook scoring drive, 9 plays, 93 yards, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Devontae Lee with his first touchdown reception of the year from 21 yards out. Gordy Rush, we talked about the great receivers returning. Keyshawn Butte, he's been on a tear. You try to game plan for Butte, and yet you have to worry about now Deion Smith, 5 catches, 135 yards, 2 scores. Jack Besh, 5 catches, 81 yards. Butte, 6 catches, 44 yards and a score. And now Devontae Lee, 5 catches, 47 yards and a touchdown, as Atkins once again will boot this one out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. But Gordy Rush, this is what we talked about coming into the year with his wide receiver talent. It's going to be hard to come in and go, all right, guys, we got to watch these 2 guys. You got to cover 5 or 6 guys.
Yeah, exactly right. Not like the LSU Ole Miss game where Butte set that SEC record. Look, I think this is passing the football to set up the run, and hopefully teams are going to back up and play zone because they're going to be scared to death of all the weapons LSU has, and it should open some running lanes up for the LSU running backs.
Max Johnson, 24 of 32, by the way, for that 368, thrown for 5 touchdowns. Last time an LSU quarterback did that just happened to be Joey Burrow against Clemson over in the Superdome for the Natty. First down and 10 at the 25. Dumps it off, setting up a screen. Catch made at the 25, up across the 30 is going to be Miles Bailey. Eventually brought down at the 35-yard line. So a big pickup on first down with the screen game. It'll be a 10-yard gain and a first down and 10 for the Chippewas. That time Sermon dropped it off in a crowd, and the freshman Miles Bailey out of North Brunswick, New Jersey, had a caravan in front of him, able to get 10 yards. Pimpleton now in motion, right to left, tight formation. Sermon, play action, pump fake, steps to his left. Here comes pressure, brought down at the 27-yard line. B.J. Ojulari in there. Couple of Tigers giving chase And Sermon nowhere to go with the football, eventually brought down. Guillory in there as well. Give them both maybe half a sack. B.J. Ojulari with his second full sack of the game, 2.5 to be precise. That sack brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop a train. Second down and 17 here for the Chippewa offense. Handoff and running left side, going nowhere up to the 30. Only a gain of 2 is going to be Bailey again. We've seen Nichols, Bracey, Lukes, and now Bailey, although we haven't seen a lot of Darius Bracey. Early in the first quarter, he had a carry. Lou Nichols carrying most of the football tonight for Coach McElwain, but not much doing on the ground. 13 yards rushing tonight. 3rd and 14 with the ball placed at their own 31-yard line. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Sermon, passing situation, tight pocket. Here comes the pressure. Down he'll go at the 29-yard line. LSU got to him immediately. A loss of 2. Desmond Little along with Mason Smith get to the Chippewa quarterback quickly. Smith in on his 4th sack of the season. Desmond Little gets his second sack in that series. Brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop a train. 4th down and 15. And again, the Chippewas have to give it back to this red-hot LSU offense. 7:08 to go, 3rd quarter. 13 negative plays for this LSU defense tonight. Punt is away by Elzinga. Again, more directing traffic. Take a bounce inside the 25. Another great bounce for Elzinga. And eventually they'll down it at the 10-yard line. Timeout on the field. After a 60-yard punt, the Tigers will take over. They lead 42-7. Back in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
You've trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance, all without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Bridgeway Hospice is the official hospice of LSU Athletics. Bridgeway Hospice would like to thank you, South Louisiana, for allowing them to care for your loved ones. Help them celebrate 10 years of local hospice care by asking your healthcare provider for Bridgeway Hospice. They come to you in-home, assisted living, or nursing facilities. Now with 3 locations to better care for your loved ones in the greater Baton Rouge, Acadiana, and Plaquemine areas. Bridgeway Hospice says stay safe, go local, and go Tigers.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony.
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and member FDIC.
Everyone loves a winner, and Waiter wants that to be you. Download the Waiter app and place an order with promo code TIGERS21 for free game day delivery. Every order earns a chance to win Waiter food credit, signed merch, Tiger tickets, and more. Order now with promo code TIGERS21 and get the win with Waiter. Waiter. You relax, we deliver.
3rd quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Your LSU Fighting Tigers already 42 points tonight. They lead the Chippewas of Central Michigan 42-7. Highest output offensively for the Tigers on the season. Gordy Rush, I guess you could say, better late than never. Both offense and defense look their best here tonight in week number 3.
No, absolutely, and hopefully hitting at the right time before conference play starts next week up in Starkville.
Tigers will start 1st down and 10 at their own 10-yard line. Again, Max Johnson has been superb tonight. 368 yards and 5 passing touchdowns. Tigers have started at their 10 or inside their 10 on 2 occasions thus far. A 92-yard drive and a 93-yard drive for a touchdown. See what they offer here. First down and 10. Johnson spinning backwards, setting up the screen to Josh Williams. Chippewas have it covered. He'll be dropped at the 7. A loss of 3 on the play. Justin Whiteside staying at home, the freshman out of Flossmoor, Illinois. Last year, action in all 6 games in that MAC schedule and had 1 start. But routine play by the linebacker there on the screen play. Second down and 12. We'll see Corey Kiner check back in at running back. Trip receivers to the left, 1 lone receiver, and Devontae Lee to the right side. 4 down linemen for the Chippewas. Johnson under duress quickly tosses it up in the air, cradling out, trying to haul it in is Malik Neighbors. They'll say he does at the 14. Got to the sideline, stopped, watched the ball in, and then stretched out his arms and hauls it in.
This
a 6-yard gain.
A spectacular catch because it was on a pass that was intended to be thrown over his head out of bounds just to get rid of the football rather than the sack. And he waited for the timing perfectly, got up and made the catch high in the air, came down, picked up great yardage on a nothing play.
Another great freshman receiver. Now it's intercepted at the 20-yard line. Chippewas trying to take it all the way back in, and they will. Devontae Reed. Just a misread by Johnson. Threw out towards the near side hash at the 20-yard line, and Reed steps in, takes it away, rolls it all the way back. And the Chippewas defense able to add to the scoreboard. That'll make it 42-13 as Johnson offers up his 3rd pick of the season.
Well, that was just a flat mistake, and Johnson wishes that he had that one back because there was no reason for him to throw that pass at all. And certainly if he was going to throw it where he did, because there were a couple of defenders in addition to the receiver.
Point after attempt up and good by Meter. That'll make it 42-14. So after things rolling for LSU, a costly mistake by the sophomore quarterback results in points for the Chippewas. Timeout on the field. 5:41 still remains 3rd quarter. It's 42-14 LSU leads on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Do you have Medicare and make less than $1,615 per month? Or do you have Medicare and Medicaid? You may be eligible for extra benefits you're not getting now, and you may be able to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan from People's Health. Don't wait. If you enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan from People's Health today, your benefits may begin the first day of next month. Call 1-855-410-7761. That's 1-855-410-7761. People's Health, your Medicare health team.
One thing about Louisiana, we always come together in a time of crisis. Louisiana's own Rouse's Markets is helping with food, water, ice, and donations to Ida's hardest hit communities. And they have truckloads of fresh meat, fresh fruit and vegetables, groceries, water, and ice rolling into their stores all over Louisiana every day, so you don't have to go without. Neighbors helping neighbors. Just one more reason that Rouse's Markets feels like home. Rouse's Markets, official supermarket of LSU Athletics. Walk-On athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp. Plus, fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Catch the Tigers on over 70 big-screen TVs at one of their 20 restaurants throughout the state of Louisiana. Visit walk-ons.com to learn more about their story. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
3rd quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
As we continue on this Saturday night, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger Football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is live coverage of Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth at Tiger Stadium, 5:41 remaining here in the third quarter. LSU's played a very good week number 3, albeit take away 2 plays. A 78-yard touchdown pass in the first half from Sermon to Ja'Cory Sullivan, where Sullivan just got lost. Nobody picked him up, busted play, and they get on the scoreboard. Then Max Johnson, who played so spectacular tonight, an errant throw, picked off, and rolling it back from the 20-yard line is Devontae Reed, and that's how the Chippewas have 14 points on the board. The kickoff once again will set up LSU after that one went out of bounds for the second time.
At the 35-yard line where it will be first down.
So the Chippewas for the second time tonight. They started with the opening kickoff out of bounds far side. This one out of bounds, and LSU will start 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line. Fans, lower your utility bills with an efficient, reliable Train. Visit trainsouth.com to find a local dealer to provide a free estimate on one that will fit your home and wallet. Begin saving now because it's hard to stop a train. On 1st down and 10 from the 35, we'll see Garrett Nussmeier check in. Second time on the season we've seen him in action. Able to get in there late last week. The handoff coming to Kiner, trying to stretch it and turn the angle, but couldn't get away from Kyle Moretti, and he loses 6 yards as he's forced out of bounds. So it'll be 2nd down and 15. Nussmeier last week in that late game, able to go 3 for 10, 19 yards, but certainly showed us he has no fear to uncork the football, throw it down the field. 2nd and 15 at the 30. See what the game plan is here from Jake Peets, offensive coordinator, with the freshman quarterback calling for the snap, looking downfield, forced out of the pocket, now backpedaling, steps back up, flag comes out. He's going to be dropped at the 20, and that flag comes down in the vicinity. You can expect possibly a hold. Troy Hairston was there all over Nussmeier.
On the offense, number 56, that penalty has been declined, and it will be 3rd down.
So Liam Shanahan, a little extra grabbing, trying to give his quarterback some room. They decline the penalty. They lose 10 on the play, and that'll set up 3rd and 25 now. So not the start if you're Garrett Nussmeier in the Tiger offense. They mark it at the 20 with 4:44, clock moving, 3rd quarter. Trip receivers to the right, wide side of the field, 1 receiver to the left. Kiner going to get the carry, cuts out to his left and across the 25, pulled down from behind at about the 27-yard line. Gain of 7, still going to set up a long way to go for LSU. And there is a Chippewa slow to get up at the 21-yard line on his back, and the training crew comes out quickly. Gordy Rush, I mentioned after we came back from break that you take away the big pass play and, of course, the interception and the pick 6. Again, you can't take it away, but other than that, a lot to build on, a lot to be excited about. But you know the coaches hate to see that happen when you have the game in control.
You do, and I'll tell you, one of the things I think is a little bit of a concern is that LSU's been a little one-dimensional on offense. And after the first 2 games, hey, I think LSU fans will take it. But right under 30 yards rushing, I believe 29 yards rushing against Central Michigan. This was the number 11 team in total defense in the MAC a year ago. And so what happens to you there, you're not able to run the football. You're throwing up when you're up 42-7. That's usually a time you're trying to run clock. And if there's something I think I'd like to see LSU do a little bit better here in the remainder of the second half is run the football.
Troy Hairston was the injured Chippewa. He's a big piece of that defensive front. Good news is on most his own power, a little bit of help from the trainers, he'll make his way to that far sideline. So again, it will be a 4th down and 17. LSU going to have to punt it away. Avery Atkins will have the honors.
Atkins is the kicker. 88. Khalil Pimpleton is deep.
Khalil Pimpleton back deep for the Chippewas at the 30-yard line of his own. 4:05 remains, 3rd quarter. 42-14 LSU leads. Atkins still waiting on it. Still plenty of time in the play clock, down to 10 now on the play clock. Atkins in no hurry, keeping his eye on the numbers. He'll take it with 5 and let it fly from the 19-yard line. High into the air. Pimpleton stepping up, calling for the fair catch. Falls on his back and has it at the 31-yard line after a 40-yard punt. First down at 10 for the Chippewas. Again, LSU dominant in the stat column. 395 yards. As Gordy mentioned, 372 of that through the air tonight, but it worked. The Chippewas been unable, outside of that interception, to stop the passing game. Tigers just 23 yards now on the ground. Chippewas 165 their total, 153 through the air, and just 12 yards rushing on the ground. They'll take over 1st and 10 at their own 32. Tacking left to right on your dial. Handoff comes to Nichols. He's going to be met and dropped immediately. Nowhere to go. The offensive line absolutely eaten up by LSU. Cherry there to make the stop. Terrell Cherry forces a 2-yard loss. It'll be 2nd down and 12. I believe that's the 14th play for a loss by this LSU defense tonight. You can almost, and I say almost, forgive that 78-yard pass play. Sermon takes the shotgun snap on the run. Pump fakes, pulls it back down. Now just running for his life. Caught from behind and dropped at the 29. Lost another yard. Terrell Cherry going to be credited with the sack there. Brought to you by Train. It's hard to stop a train. And 5th sack of the night by this LSU defense. Seen some fresh jerseys out there now with 2:35 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Still the 4th quarter yet to come. It'll be 3rd and 13 at the 29. Ball middle of the field. Chippewas 5 for 11 so far tonight. Sermon, tight pocket, delivers across the middle in the flat underneath. Catch made at the 31, but not much doing after that to Dallas Dixon. A gain of 3 will set up 4th down and 10. And again, the punt unit for the Chippewas on their way out. That'll be the 6th punt of the night for Luke Elzinga. Again, LSU will start SEC play next week in Starkville, taking on Mississippi State. Last year, the debacle to start the season here at Tiger Stadium, and Mississippi State falling earlier this evening 31-29 to the Memphis Tigers. Elzinga lets it go. Dies quickly, coming down quickly, takes a bounce at the 30 for the Chippewas inside the 20, and Elzinga has been the beneficiary of plenty of good bounces tonight. It'll be down at the 15-yard line, and LSU will take over after a 52-yard punt. Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote and enhance your game day experience all week long. Play games, win prizes. Cox, we're LSU fans 24/7. And don't forget to start your journey to greatness with a fantastic deal on the 2021 RAV4 and Highlander. Visit your local Toyota dealer at Toyota.com today. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. Nussmeier will try it again. His 2nd drive at quarterback for LSU. 1st and 10. Just inside the Tigers' own 16-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right side. Kiner, the featured running back. Malik Neighbors in the slot to the right side. Besh in the slot as well. Off his back foot, going to sling this one down the field. It's incomplete. Takes a bounce at the 45-yard line. Again, did not get set throwing that one. Had Jenkins and Neighbors somewhat in the vicinity. Luckily falls harmlessly on the turf. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
But I tell you, Chris, you know, that play really points something out, which is LSU's pass protection has not been that great tonight. The quarterbacks have had to run around, scutter around, find a chance to throw the football, but they have not been given clean pockets by and large. That is similar to why the running game doesn't work. They're not getting good blocking at the point of attack. And
Quick
so,
hitter,
you know,
trying to get Devontae Lee, but it's incomplete at the 25, and that'll set up 3rd down and 10. It was Deshaun McNary on coverage, junior corner out of Chicago.
And Doug, to your point, Doug, and it's a great point. And if you can't run the ball defensively, defensive ends can come up the field. You can pin your ears back, and that leads to a lot of quarterback pressure. So, yeah, LSU's got to do a better job running the football going forward.
Looking at 3rd down and 10 here for the Tigers. Again with the ball at the 16-yard line. Nussmeier. Couple of slaps now. Calls for the snap. Takes it belt high. Steps back in the pocket, gets set, throws, and incomplete. Hit Neighbors in the hands. He had to go up high with pretty good coverage at the 40-yard line, but couldn't hold on. It's incomplete. It'll be 4th down and 10. That time Nussmeier did have time, but tip your cap to the Chippewas. They had good coverage. Made that a very difficult pass to catch. Neighbors gave it a heck of an effort, but comes up empty. And the Tigers will have to punt it away for the 4th time tonight. Atkins will be standing at his own 1-yard line. Avery averaging 49 yards per punt tonight. 42-14 LSU leads. Still 3rd quarter. 1 minute, 4 seconds remaining. Khalil Pimpleton back at the 40-yard line. Chippewas trying to get some good field position here. Atkins puts a high kick into it. Pimpleton comes up, calls for the fair catch right at the midfield stripe and has it after a 34-yard punt. 1st down and 10 at the 50 is where the Chippewas will take over with 55 seconds remaining here in the 3rd quarter. LSU Athletics would like to thank this week's game sponsor, Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. You can learn more at HancockWhitney.com/LSU. And a reminder, you check out Louisiana Lottery's New Year's Rocking Eve promotion. Enter for your chance to be one of 30 semifinalists with a chance to become the first millionaire of 2022. Details at LouisianaLottery.com. Must be 21 to participate. New quarterback in for the Chippewas, Daniel Richardson, a freshman out of Miami, Florida. Steps back in the pocket, uses his arm to sling it down the field, but well overthrown, looking for Pimpleton, who was covered up by the Tigers defensively.
Chris, this 4th quarter is given, actually 3rd quarter is giving LSU a chance to play a lot of people that have been hurt. It's good to see McLaughlin at cornerback. This is his first action of the season, and then Todd Harris was hurt against UCLA. He's back in at strong safety, so LSU getting people healthy.
2nd down and 10. Richardson takes the snap, hands it off, and Bailey, left tackle, will fall forward to the 49 of LSU. Only a 1-yard gain. That'll set up 3rd down and 9. Navantique Bug Strong, sophomore, middle linebacker, making the stop for LSU. Down to 26 seconds. Clock moving 3rd quarter. Again, both teams, LSU still trying to develop that pass protect. They've been throw heavy in tonight's game. The Chippewas getting down early have had to throw as well, and that's why the game extended. Neither team establishing a run. That'll be the final play of the 3rd quarter as the seconds roll off the clock. And we get ready for the 4th and final quarter on a Saturday night in Death Valley. 42-14 after 3 quarters of play. We'll return right after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Welcome back to Acme Oyster House action. Looks like a fried crawfish tail story of oyster shooter champion, Steve.
Yeah, I'd say char-grilled in an herb butter sauce, Bob.
Truer words never spoken, setting the soft-shelled crab platter for all of us.
Well said. A game of onion rings, craw puppies versus hush puppies.
Indeed. This team never misses on the food. Jill?
Oh, can't argue with crab cakes and gumbo down here, Bob. One team, one stomach.
Thanks, Jill. Back after this tasty commercial message.
Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Hey, LSU fans, did you know that Planet Fitness is the official gym of LSU Athletics? That's right, and as an LSU Athletic fan, you can get a special offer of just $1 down at any of the 6 Baton Rouge area locations with offer code PFLSU. You'll get free fitness training, tons of cardio and strength equipment, and a totally friendly staff. Planet Fitness is a comfortable place to go at your own pace. You can find out more at planetfitness.club/LSU. And go Tigers.
The difference is putting in the extra work to get better.
The difference is spending the extra hours to get it right.
The difference is fighting for the extra yard to get the win.
At Dudley DeBosier, we're proud of all the student athletes who give that extra something that makes them Tigers.
If you've been injured, we're ready to go the extra yard for you.
That's the Dudley DeBosier difference. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
444-4444.
Baton Rouge, responsible attorney Chad Dudley.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We begin the fourth quarter here on a Saturday night with LSU leading 42-14 in the first ever meeting between the Tigers and the Chippewas of Central Michigan. Central Michigan, by the way, 0 for 10 all time versus current SEC schools. Out of those 10 meetings, they played Kentucky 7 times. And of course, they're 0 for 7 against the Wildcats. Jim McElwain and company, his third year at the helm, actually won the MAC West division his first year in 2019. Last year struggled in that 6-game season. They went 3-3. LSU looking much improved. Coach O talking in the press conference on Monday, speaking to the media throughout the week. Said he was looking for this offense to get a little more jump, a little less thinking, a little less standing around. And for the most part tonight, that has been the case. LSU got up to a big lead early in tonight's game. Even had a scoop and score to make it 14-0. Defensively, only a couple of miscues, really just one, the 78-yard touchdown pass that got the Chippewas on the board. Taking a look at the third quarter stats presented by Hancock Whitney. We'll get to those in just a moment. 3rd down and 8 here for the Chippewas. Richardson, the backup quarterback, stands in, throws across the middle. Catch made at the 46-yard line. Rambling inside the 40 is going to be Sullivan. Got tripped up as he fell to about the 35-yard line. He'll pick up the first down, but there is a Chippewa slow to get up after the play, and I do believe it may be Sullivan. Took a shot right in the thigh as he was trying to get extra yards. It flipped him in over in, and then after getting up, he went back down onto the grass, and now the training crew coming over to take a look. Third quarter stats presented as always by Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. The Chippewas -2 yards rushing in the third quarter, threw for 92 and had a total of 90 yards. LSU just 3 first downs, or rather LSU had 4 first downs, -2 rushing, 92 yards for a total of 90. The Chippewas had 3 first downs, -7 trying to run the ball, 15 yards through the air. They come away with just 8 yards of offense in the third quarter. So Sullivan hops up, must have took a stinger to the leg. He appears to be all right. Runs his way to the far sideline. So a good sign there for one of their veteran receivers. First down and 10 though for the Chippewas, now at the Tiger 40-yard line. Richardson, who I told you, sophomore out of Miami. Gonna hand this ball off. It'll be Miles Bailey. Actually, Richardson a freshman, Bailey a freshman.
Miles Bailey carried right side.
Richardson, a redshirt freshman, started in 4 games last season. Actually holds the Miami-Dade County pass record. 9,791 passing yards and 116 touchdowns in his career in Miami-Dade. So far this year, he's thrown for 2 passing touchdowns. It'll be 2nd down and 9 after Bailey picks up a yard. Trip receivers right, 1 to the left. Bailey going to stay in as the running back. Richardson waiting on the shotgun snap. Here it comes. Eyes downfield. Now drops it off in the flat to Bailey. He catches it and dropped immediately at the 35. Stop made by Navantique Strong. Gain of 4. Sets up 3rd down and 5 upcoming for the Chippewas. Fourth quarter action. 13:45 clock moving. Chippewas will take on Florida International back home next week when they get to action. 3rd down and 5 off to Bailey, who follows behind his offensive line trying to push the pile. He's going to be shy of the first down at about the 31. Gains 4 yards but needed to reach the Tiger 30. It'll be 4th and about a yard, and looks like Coach McElwain going to leave the offense out there, try to keep this drive going and build on something. Down big, 42-14.
Among the tacklers, it's 4th down and a yard.
Tried a 4th down conversion early. They're 0 for 1 in tonight's game. Came into the game 3 of 5. Now make them 3 of 6 on the year. 4th and a yard. Richardson going to run up under center. Bailey deep in the hole, gets the carry, builds up some steam, crosses inside the 30, down near the 28-yard line. He'll pick up the first down on a gain of 3. So the drive will stay alive for the Chippewas. Clock continuing to roll with 12 minutes and 40 seconds. Certainly week 3 of the season, you didn't get all of the answers tonight, but certainly much improved by both sides of the ball here for LSU, offensively and defensively. They're trying to keep the Chippewas at 14 points here, although Central Michigan has other ideas with this drive. Richardson drops it off underneath to Wilson. He can't hold on. Bobbled the football, incomplete at the 25 near side. Mike Jones was right there with him. Wilson, a couple of catches tonight, but couldn't hold on. Set up 2nd down and 10. Again at the 28-yard line. Richardson had one of his 2 touchdown passes, a 6-yard pass against Missouri in the opening weekend. Handoff Bailey coming near side, has room, 25, stiff arms a man at the 20, and eventually down at about the 12, nope, the 17-yard line. That'll be enough, it appears, to be a first down. They'll move the chains. An 11-yard gain. We hit the 12-minute mark remaining in tonight's game. They put in the time, effort, and hard work. They're suited up and ready, because when it comes to meeting your unique healthcare needs, every day is game day for Our Lady of the Lake. Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be the official healthcare provider of LSU athletics. First down and 10 at the 17. Chippewas inside the Tiger red zone. Richardson takes the snap. Going to hand it off to Lukes. He's trying to spread the field right side. Nowhere to go. Going to be cut down and dropped by Dwight McLaughlin, the sophomore out of Houston. Great open field tackle. Maybe lost 2 yards on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 12 back at the 19. And the Chippewas entering the red zone for the first time tonight. They had a pick 6 and a 78-yard touchdown pass. That's their 14 points tonight. 11:08 clock moving, 4th quarter. 2nd down and 12 back at the 19 of LSU. Motion, a receiver left to right. Richardson stands back, launches towards the end zone, but overthrows his man in the right corner. Looking for Alec Ward, the redshirt freshman out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Had a little separation, but the throw nowhere close. Set up 3rd down and 12 here for the Chippewas.
Chris, we're going to look at Mike Jones Jr. at inside linebacker. Big-time transfer from Clemson. And a lot of people, we got a stoppages action. Todd Harris is down. Looks to be cramping at some point. They'll take a look at him. But Jones Jr. to transfer from Clemson, was an outside linebacker. Came here to play inside. And talking to the coaches, he simply just hasn't earned the starting job yet. So I'm going to be interested to see how he plays in the 4th quarter.
Injury timeout stops the clock with 10:54 remaining. LSU up 42-14 over Central Michigan. Back with more after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
For Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
10:54 remains in this game tonight. LSU leading Central Michigan by a score of 42-14. Offense getting cranked up. Defense has played pretty much lights out this evening. Time to take a look at the performance report brought to you by Bridgeway Hospice and Healthcare. Go local with Bridgeway Hospice, the official hospice of LSU athletics. Receivers aplenty for LSU, and tonight Deion Smith showing out. 5 catches, 135 yards. The freshman obviously with a career night. 2 touchdowns, a long of 40. Big time performance by a number of receivers. Butte 6 catches, 44 yards and a score. Jack Besh 5 carries, 81 yards, got his first career touchdown earlier tonight. And Devontae Lee 5 catches, 47 yards, also his first receiving touchdown in this 42-14 score. 3rd down and 12 coming up for the Chippewas. Richardson, the backup quarterback, stands in the pocket, throws. He's got his tight end wide open down the far sideline. 18-yard strike to Joel Wilson. And that'll make it 42-20. Central Michigan with their 3rd touchdown of the night. Again, you see a Chippewa running free. This time the tight end Joel Wilson brings it in. A little breakdown again. A number of new Tigers out there here in the 4th quarter, but
that is a blown coverage. Another one. I mean, you can't have a blown coverage. LSU's had at least 2 of them, maybe 3. In addition, that they had another pass picked off for a touchdown. So these are fatal errors when you play good teams.
Marshall Meter, the freshman, connects on the point after, and it's 42-21 as Wilson, the tight end, 4th catch of the night. Again, able to pick that one up for the score. He had 1 catch coming into tonight's game. Timeout on the field. 10:47 remains in this one. LSU leading 42-21 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up to the nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
There's a saying that was born in Louisiana, and it's being heard all around the country. Pass a good time. It means whenever good friends and family get together, good times and great food are definitely being passed around. Whether it's in the kitchen, on the grill, at the table, or even in the great outdoors, Tony Chachere's famous Creole seasoning is always part of the celebration. So grab a little green can and pass a good time. Tony Chachere's makes everything taste great.
You've trained for this all year. Endless hours of cardio, conditioning, and weights. And now you are ready. Ready to trek back to your seat from the concession stand. Through the lines, lost fans, and that mascot who wants you to do a little dancey dance. All without spilling a drop of your ice-cold Bud Light. Welcome back to football, sports fans.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
10:47 remains in this game. 42-21 Central Michigan getting back on the scoreboard on a 12-play drive spanning 50 yards. Eventually backup quarterback Richardson finds his tight end Joe Wilson for the touchdown. Wilson's first touchdown of the season. Richardson throwing his 3rd scoring pass of the year. Chippewas set to kick it back to LSU. Josh Williams will set back deep for LSU. Coming up, we'll take a quick look at the Cox scoreboard around the SEC. Tulane, Ole Miss finally getting underway after a weather delay. A couple of other games around the league about to go final. Here's the approach and the kick. Knuckleball kick down the near side hash, takes a bounce at the goal line and will roll out for a touchback. First down and 10 at the 25s where LSU will take over. Checking that Cox scoreboard. About 3 minutes to go. It's all Georgia in Athens, 40-13 over South Carolina. Good game up in Happy Valley. Penn State now with 10:48 to go, up 28-20 over Auburn. Ole Miss and Tulane in Oxford, 13-7. Rebels with the lead. That one just finishing up the first quarter of action. Vanderbilt trailing Stanford in the third quarter, 14-7. First down and 10 at the 25. Jeray Jenkins will motion a receiver. He'll line up on the right side. Devontae Lee, the wideout, to the left. Quick toss coming to Kiner. Kiner got through the first line of defense across the 25 and eventually spilled just beyond the 27-yard line. Good closing speed by the Chippewas. Looked like there might be something there. Kiner could get to the corner. They'll say a gain of 3 to the 28. So second down and 7 upcoming. Kentucky had some trouble today, but the Wildcats get the win 28-23 over Chattanooga in Lexington. Missouri no problem with Southeast Missouri State, 59-28. Second down and 7. Give it to Kiner again, trying to step around defenders. Stiff arms one man to the ground, stays upright. 35 near side, 40, 45. Eventually brought down inside Chippewa territory at the 46-yard line. Looked like he would be stopped right after taking the snap. Went to his left, cut back right. Had a man right on him on his shoulder pads, and he threw him to the ground and kept on trucking. 26-yard gain, first down and 10 at the 46 of Central Michigan. That one running play by Kiner doubled up LSU's rushing yards, now 52 in tonight's game. Tight formation. Again, they toss it to Kiner near side. Not a lot of room. Trying to find a seam. He's got it. 40, 35. Punishes a Chippewa at about the 35-yard line. Taking the hit was Gage Kresge after that 12-yard gain. Corey Kiner showing his speed, showing his cutting ability, and the ability to just bulldoze people.
I tell you, he is physical. He was a pleasure to watch in fall camp, and I love the way he hits the hole. He gets north and south quickly.
68 yards on the ground. Now for Kiner, it's first down and 10 at the 34-yard line. LSU will spread the field with 2 receivers to the left, 1 lone receiver right side. Give it back to Kiner on the handoff up the middle. This time the Chippewas hem him in and bring him down at the 33-yard line. Only a gain of a yard. Set up second down and 9. Clock hits 8 minutes 40 seconds remaining, and there's a Tiger slow to get up. It's Austin Deculus, not what you want to see, as he's down right in front of the Tiger sideline at the 35. They roll him over on his back here and come out to take a look. Injured last week, or actually in week 1, did not play last week. Was questionable early in the week, then able to practice, felt good, got the green light. And again, one of the veteran offensive linemen you want to have in the game.
Well, particularly when you obviously don't have very many good ones. Good thing Austin Deculus up on his own 2 feet, walking off, exhorting the crowd to give him a hoorah. We're happy for you.
Well, that's a good sign. I don't think he would have to really implore the crowd to get excited. Just the fact that he got up and appears to be okay after sitting down for a few moments. It'll be second down and 9. Ball placed at the 33-yard line. Garrett Nussmeier, your quarterback. Corey Kiner, the running back. Devontae Lee wide to the right. Coy Moore and Jeray Jenkins wide to the left. Nussmeier goes left, throws back to Moore, middle of the field. Moore right down the middle. 10 to the 5, tripped up right at the 5-yard line. Burned a track down the middle of the field between the hashes, and the Tigers, after a 28-yard gain, have a first down, goal to go inside the Capital One red zone. First down, goal to go at the 5-yard line. Substitutions coming in. Cole Taylor checks in, and coming out will be Jeray Jenkins.
Coy Moore that time running a pattern that brought him to the middle of the field after there was a fake that opened up all of the secondary, left nobody there to cover him, and then Nussmeier flicked it, nice little soft touch to give him a chance to make the catch and turn upfield. Almost got past the goal line, just drug down about inside the 5.
Tigers go big, double tight set, spinning away. Kiner at the 5, finds his way into the right corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Tigers! 5-yard touchdown run. Second rushing touchdown this season and in the career of freshman Corey Kiner. That'll make it 48-21. That was a drive all built on the shoulders and legs of Corey Kiner. Deservedly so, he gets the touchdown.
Mixed in some wrestling moves in his running style.
Point after on its way, and the kick is good. Make it 49-21.
Stafford's kick is good.
Stafford coming in for Cade York. Preston Stafford getting a chance for the point after. Cade York's done plenty tonight. He's done plenty in his career. So Stafford getting a rare opportunity, connects on the point after, and it's 49-21. Timeout on the field. 7:19 to go. Back to Tiger Stadium in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Bridgeway Hospice is the official hospice of LSU Athletics. Bridgeway Hospice would like to thank you, South Louisiana, for allowing them to care for your loved ones. Help them celebrate 10 years of local hospice care by asking your healthcare provider for Bridgeway Hospice. They come to you in-home, assisted living, or nursing facilities. Now with 3 locations to better care for your loved ones in the greater Baton Rouge, Acadiana, and Plaquemine areas. Bridgeway Hospice says stay safe, go local, and go Tigers.
Welcome back to Acme Oyster House action. Looks like a fried crawfish tail story of oyster shooter champion, Steve.
Yeah, I'd say char-grilled in an herb butter sauce, Bob.
Sure words never spoken, setting the soft-shelled crab platter for all of us.
Well said, a game of onion rings, craw puppies versus hush puppies.
Indeed, this team never misses on the food. Jill?
Oh, can't argue with crab cakes and gumbo down here, Bob. One team, one stomach.
Thanks, Jill. Back after this tasty commercial message.
Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Louisiana knows how to take care of its own. We carry one another when it's needed. And we need carrying now, when our families and communities are suffering and our healthcare workers are tired. Let's put on a mask, protect our families, friends, neighbors, the way we do in any crisis. The good times are coming. We'll get another shot at a familiar life soon. But for now, let's wear a mask and carry on. Carry one another to the finish line.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
7:19 remains here at Tiger Stadium, 49-21. LSU leading Central Michigan. Put together a scoring drive. Garrett Nussmeier, Coy Moore, punctuated by Corey Kiner with the 5-yard touchdown. 6 plays, 75 yards, 3 minutes and 26 seconds. 47 yards of rushing for Kiner on that drive. That's your Caesar Sportsbook scoring drive. And Gordy Rush, it's 49-21. Again, there's 7:19. A lot can happen in the next 7 minutes or so, but you just get the feeling that right now this score is not indicative of how this game has been played. That's unfortunate for LSU because really, based on their first 2 weeks of work, they've looked a lot better tonight.
Hey, they sure did. This has been a dominant performance by LSU. And again, you take away the pick six and you take away just the blown coverages. I mean, this has been pretty close to a very nice, complete football game for LSU. What I really liked, again, I'll go back to the young players have stepped up. We saw all the freshman receivers, and then you just saw in that series the player of the year in Ohio last year, Corey Kiner. What outstanding talent at running back for the Tigers.
Marion Lukes like to catch this football, but he won't. It sails about 4 rows deep out of the back of the end zone for another touchback, and that's where Chippewas will take over with 7:19 to go. Fans call J&J Exterminating as your first defense against termites, mosquitoes, and pests for your home or business. J&J Exterminating, shielding what's near and dear in Louisiana for 60 years. LSU Athletics would like to thank its Team LSU corporate partners, Cox, McDonald's, Our Lady of the Lake, Planet Fitness, Rouse's Markets, Coca-Cola, People's Health, and Hancock Whitney. So with a 49-21 deficit, Cade York didn't take the point after, but he came out to kick the kickoff there. Special teams have been solid all season long, becoming interchangeable in certain situations. Richardson comes out firing on first down looking for Pimpleton, but again nowhere close with the throw. Had a better chance of hitting a Tiger defender in the back. It's incomplete. Be second down and 10 at the 25. Jacob Sermon tonight, transfer quarterback, 17 of 24, 156 yards, a touchdown and an interception. So now Richardson takes over, has one touchdown pass to make it a 42-21 game before LSU answered in their own right to make it 49-21. Richardson in the pocket by himself, throws underneath, catch is made. Dixon has it to the 30-yard line. Only a gain of 5. It'll be 3rd and 5 as Dixon hauls in yet another catch. He's been fairly quiet, just his 3rd catch of the night for 14 yards.
Chris, you know, you mentioned a little while ago about how the score is really not indicative of the way that this game was played, and that's a shame. I don't know that it's a shame, because I think that's a lesson to this team. If you look at the scoreboard and you realize how those guys got 21 points, they shouldn't have gotten anything. We beat them 70-0. That's what really happened out here tonight. And I think that's a good lesson for them to learn, is that the victories of this type will be fleeting if you let the other team score too easily. And as the season goes along, I think that's a good lesson. They can come back and they can say, remember that game. We learned a good lesson from that game. I certainly hope so.
Sullivan takes the catch, gets to the 35, picks up the first down. So Richardson keeps the drive alive on a gain of 5 yards. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 35. DJ Stepney, another young running back for the Chippewas, gets the carry here, and he finds room off the right edge and explodes up near midfield into Tiger territory to the 48-yard line. 17-yard gain. It's a first down for Central Michigan. Stepney last week, the freshman out of Macomb, Michigan, actually led with this stable of running backs. He led the team in rushing against Robert Morris, had 9 carries for 81 yards. So getting his first carry of the night, picks up 17, moves the chains. 1st down and 10 now at the Tiger 48-yard line. Richardson, shotgun snap. Again, plenty of time in the pocket, drops it off into the right flat. Stepney with the catch, picks up a yard, tripped up by Navantique Strong. It'll be 2nd down and 9. To Doug's point, it's 49-21, and as Gordy said earlier, you take away a couple of those plays, it is a blowout. But you give up those type of plays to SEC opponents, more than likely the score is not going to be 49-21 in your favor. That's the lesson to learn. Under 5 to play here, 4:52 clock moving. 2nd down and 9. Richardson hands it off, and it's again Stepney falling forward to the 45-yard line. A gain of 3. It'll be 3rd down and 6. Jaquelin Roy, the sophomore from Baton Rouge, making the stop for the Fighting Tigers. Next week up to Starkville, take on Mississippi State. Early game, 11 o'clock Central Time. Thereabouts, they'll kick it off between the Bulldogs and Tigers. 3rd down and 7 at the 45 for the Chippewas here. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Richardson wanting to air it far side. Catch made at the Tiger 35, brought down immediately by Evans, but Sullivan hauls in another catch, his 5th. Give him 114 yards on the night and a flag down. Let's see what it's all about. It's at the 31 far side, so maybe
the result of the play is a first down. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct on the offense number 11, his first of the game. That's a 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
Well, you hate to see that from a senior receiver, but a lot of frustration maybe coming out there for Ja'Cory Sullivan after he made the catch to move deeper into Tiger territory. The penalty is going to back him up back near midfield. 4 minutes to go in the game. Sullivan again, 5 catches, 114 yards, but give 15 of those back on the unsportsmanlike. Ball placed on the far side hash, just right of the Tiger eye at the 48-yard line of LSU. Again, Richardson will send one receiver right, two to the left. Now Pimpleton in motion. Give it off to Stepney, and Stepney going to push the pile inside the 45 down near the 43-yard line. A gain of 5. We'll set up second down and 5, under 3.5 to go. Fans, remember, StubHub, the easiest way to experience every Tiger game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, and get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of LSU Athletics. StubHub, be there. On second down and 5, Richardson unloads, one-handed grab near the 25-yard line by Pimpleton, and they'll say he was inbounds. Gave him the catch at the 25, an acrobatic catch. Able to go up tall and bring it down and hold on. Nope, they ruled it incomplete. Looked like there was a little confusion by the officials. Nobody really a clear indication on this near sideline, but eventually Pimpleton and the Chippewas started backing up to the 43-yard line, so they rule it incomplete. Heck of an effort by Pimpleton, but ultimately did not haul it in bounds. So now back to 3rd and 5. Big Cage, the freshman out of Kenner, Louisiana, was on coverage. Transfer in after starting his career at Nicholls State. And the Chippewas kind of standing around out there. Clock stopped with 2 minutes and 57 seconds. I'm not sure if they're trying to decide, do they want to challenge it. Coach McElwain in the ear of one of the officials far side.
Offensive team coach is challenging the ruling on the field. The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. That play is under review.
So it took a while. Maybe they were trying to get a review of their own before they made the challenge, but eventually Central Michigan had no desire to snap the football. They were just waiting around for the coach to make the official ask for the review. So a timeout under review once again, brought to you by Acme Oyster House, an official review. We'll find out what it's all about when we come back. LSU up 49-21. 2:57 remains in this game on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Our Lady of the Lake, just like LSU, is anchored by deep roots put down almost a century ago. We share a singular vision to advance health, education, and research to serve the incredible people of Louisiana. Our partnership with LSU is inspired by our passions for knowledge and our commitments to our community and healthy Louisiana families. Together, there's nowhere we can't go. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be the healthcare provider of LSU Athletics.
Hey LSU fans, did you know that Planet Fitness is the official gym of LSU Athletics? That's right, and as an LSU Athletic fan, you can get a special offer of just $1 down at any of the 6 Baton Rouge area locations with offer code PFLSU. You'll get free fitness training, tons of cardio and strength equipment, and a totally friendly staff. Planet Fitness is a comfortable place to go at your own pace. You can find out more at planetfitness.club/LSU. And go Tigers! Walk-On athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp. Plus, fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Catch the Tigers on over 70 big-screen TVs at one of their 20 restaurants throughout the state of Louisiana. Visit walk-ons.com to learn more about their story. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's a catch, first down.
So while we were away, they went under official review and come back and say it was a catch of 21 yards down at the 24 of LSU. So Central Michigan challenges the call on the field, ruled incomplete. They go back to the videotape, or the digital tape as it is in 2021, and they determine that he did have the football. And Gordy Rush, I'll be honest with you, it looked like it was clear he was in bounds. I think maybe they were looking to see if he had control of the ball all the way through the play.
It was interesting. He slid, right? And so his back hit, and his feet eventually hit second outside. After his back hit, his feet hit outside the line, and it was tough angle to determine if he actually had possession of the ball.
They'll pick up the first down. They trail 49-21, but the Chippewas keep swinging here. One receiver left, two to the right. Richardson, the backup quarterback, already one passing touchdown. Throws inside the 10, broken up on the near sideline. Looking for Simmons. And pretty good coverage. Tigers smother it up. It's incomplete. Sets up second down 10 at the LSU 24-yard line.
Chris, we're getting a look at number 35, Savion Jones, top player in the state of Louisiana last year, defensive end over here on the left side. Heck of a pass rusher. See if he can get to the quarterback.
Richardson calls for the snap. Second down and 10. This one again throws towards the pylon, right corner of the end zone, off the fingertips and incomplete. Looking for Dallas Dixon. Again covered up. Richardson gave him a chance to make a play, but Evans, Tiger corner all over him. It sets up third down and 10 from the 24 with 2:33 remaining. Tiger fans, stop by, see your local Southern quality Ford dealers and take a test drive. Get amazing deals and low financing on a new car, truck, or SUV, and let the good times roll. Coming up following the action tonight, we'll have the Fighting Tiger post-game report. Stats, highlights, scores, and eventually your take on tonight's performance by the Tigers live via Twitter at LSU Radio. Keep it on the ground here on 3rd and 10. Go to Stepney. He'll get just 3 yards down to the 21-yard line, right up the middle on that carry. We'll set up 4th down and 7. And it appears once again the Chippewas have no plans to go for 3. They're going to try to go for 6 here with 2:12 remaining. Clock moving, 4th quarter. Richardson, again, we mentioned the backup quarterback for Sermon. Kind of took his lumps last year in his first year with the Chippewas. Shotgun snap to Richardson. Flushed out of the pocket to his right. Off his back foot, throws, and it's incomplete, out of bounds around the 5-yard line. Turnover on down. Second time tonight the Tigers have turned them over. And with 1:48 to play, the Tigers now just trying to run this clock out and move to 2-1 on the season. Again next week, it'll be Mississippi State, 11 a.m. SEC opener in Starkville. Central Michigan flying back tonight. They will host Florida International at home next week in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. So the Tigers trying to run out 1:48 seconds, and they will bring out Garrett Nussmeier in the Tiger offense. LSU looking spiffy tonight in their purple jerseys, gold pants, gold helmets. More in motion, but the handoff comes to Kiner. Kiner sidesteps his way through the line, or check that, it's Josh Williams, and Williams gets to the 26. A gain of 5. That'll get the clock down to 1:39. Tigers tonight 475 yards of total offense. 400 of that through the air. Again, Max Johnson tonight, before being replaced by Nussmeier. 26 of 35, 372. Did throw for 5 touchdowns. That doesn't happen often. Did have the 1 interception. Seemed to be a miscommunication between he and Coy Moore that resulted in a pick 6. 7 of the Chippewas' points tonight. Second down and 5 at the 26-yard line. Again, they'll motion Moore. They'll hand it off Williams. Big hole off the left edge. Sidesteps a man at the 33 to the 35-yard line. Just beyond the far hash mark. Picks up the first down. Gets the clock under a minute after a 10-yard gain. So while it was all passing through virtually the first 3 quarters, the Tigers have at least attempted to establish a run game. For the most part, after this game was well in hand. Nussmeier lining up for the victory formation here with just 30 seconds on the 4th quarter clock. He'll take the snap, he'll take the knee, and that'll do it. Both sidelines empty towards midfield as the Tigers will move to 2-1 on the season. The Chippewas head back to Michigan, now 1-2 on the year. First ever meeting, it goes to the Fighting Tigers of LSU. Get their final non-conference tune-up, and it comes with a victory tonight as the horn sounds, and this one's in the books. Tigers get the win by a final of 49-21. Coming up, the Fighting Tiger post-game report comes your way next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hi, how can I help y'all?
We'll take a few Powerball Wait, Is that the Powerball mascot?
Yes, he's here to share some exciting news about Powerball. Now there are drawings 3 nights a week.
What?
That's right. Powerball is adding Monday night to its weekly drawing.
Woohoo!
Check out our New Year's Rockin' Eve promotion. From now until September 20th, participate for your chance to be one of 30 lucky semifinalists with a chance to become the first millionaire of 2022.
Cool.
I'd say that's a reason to smile. Must be 21 to participate.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony.
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and a member FDIC.
This is Richard Zuslaw, CEO of Acadian Ambulance Service. On behalf of all the Acadian employee owners, please be careful while driving. Always use your seatbelt and never text and drive. This is Richard Zuslaw, CEO of Acadian Ambulance Service. On behalf of all the Acadian employee owners, please be careful while driving. Always use your seatbelt and never text and drive.
Welcome in to the Fighting Tiger post-game report on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Here again from the booth is Chris Blair.
Tigers and Tiger fans celebrating a victory on this Saturday night. 49-21 the final. LSU gets the win over Central Michigan in the first ever meeting between these two schools. And now LSU will begin the SEC gauntlet next week on the road against Mississippi State. And Doug Morrow, you take a look at this game. 49-21, going to look good on paper. A lot of things improved. Offensive efficiency, much better overall. Defense, for the most part, very aggressive, much more like an LSU defense we're accustomed to, but still nowhere close to perfect, and a couple of continual things popping up. Missed assignments defensively resulting in scores. One errant pass results in a pick six, but there are things to work on going into a tough place next week with 2-0 rivals Mississippi State and LSU.
And that's a good part of giving up points on the big plays like LSU did, because it shouldn't have happened in a game like this. LSU came out ready to play, and I thought they just played gangbusters. This was the old LSU team that you used to see. Gang tackling on defense, they were controlling the line of scrimmage. On offense, they were able to complete big passes and score quickly the way that this LSU team should be able to do. But the downside of that is that they still were not able to block the run and did not have good rushing yardage. They did all of the things in an imperfect way. That's a good thing because it gives them something to work on. But it's very interesting, you know, because they're going to go in there, they want to celebrate, but they can't celebrate all those big plays that they gave up that resulted in points for the other guys. So a lot of real good things about it, and there were some not so good things.
Well, congratulations to head coach Ed Ogeron picking up his 47th win as skipper of the Fighting Tigers, and 34 of those 47 wins by double digits. Adds another one tonight. Again, his 34th win by 10 points or more. 49-21 the final. Tigers win over the Chippewas of Central Michigan. We'll continue on the Fighting Tiger post-game report after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Every LSU athlete knows you never want to end a game wondering, what if?
You have to give 100%.
You have to pounce on every opportunity.
And you could never give up.
If you've been injured, what if you don't stand up for yourself? And what if you don't get the money you deserve?
Call us at Dudley DeBosier. Let us fight so you don't have to wonder, what if?
That's the Dudley DeBosier difference.
Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
444-4444.
Baton Rouge, responsible attorney Chad Dudley.
Excuse me, do you know how long halftime is at an LSU football game?
14 minutes. 15 minutes.
17 minutes.
12 minutes?
15 minutes, right?
I'm pretty sure 10 minutes.
Actually, halftime at LSU lasts 20 minutes. Any idea how long it takes to complete a mortgage application?
An hour and a half.
2 hours.
Probably like 3 hours.
I'm going to go with 45 minutes.
It could take a couple of days.
Actually, at Assurance Financial, you can apply for a mortgage in less time than halftime.
Wow.
Really? Seriously?
Find out more. Visit them at assurancemortgage.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 70876.
Welcome back to Acme Oyster House action. Looks like a fried crawfish tail story of oyster shooter champion, Steve.
Yeah, I'd say char-grilled in an herb butter sauce, Bob.
Truer words never spoken, setting the soft-shelled crab platter for all of us.
Well said, a game of onion rings, craw puppies versus hush puppies.
Indeed, this team never misses on the food. Jill?
Oh, can't argue with crab cakes and gumbo down here, Bob. One team, one stomach.
Thanks, Jill. Back after this tasty commercial message.
Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
This is the Fighting Tiger postgame report on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Time now to name some outstanding individual performances.
Tigers a winner, 49-21. They move to 2-1 on the season. The first phase of non-conference play behind them. They'll take on Mississippi State on the road in SEC action next Saturday morning. Kickoff at 11 o'clock. Mississippi State and LSU will renew that longtime SEC rivalry. Time now to take a look at some great performances tonight by your Tigers. We start with the Built Ford Tough Special Teams Player of the Game, brought to you by your local Southern Quality Ford dealers. And punting is important. Luckily tonight, not a lot of it for LSU. They finished most of their drives with touchdowns, especially early. But you're going to need punts, and you're going to need those hidden yards. And Avery Atkins coming along, Doug.
But you got a great freshman punter on your team, but he can't see the field because Avery Atkins is kicking the ball too well. And he had another great night, 45-yard average. That's top notch. He is getting better and better and better, and that goes along with his ability to kick the ball through the end zone on every kickoff. He's the kind of guy, he's like the Cade York of kickoffs, I guess.
Built Ford Tough Special Teams Player of the Game. Congratulations to Avery Atkins. Now to move to the defensive side where the Tigers super aggressive tonight. The Defensive Player of the Game brought to you by Cintas, proudly helping local Louisiana businesses stay clean, safe, and ready for the workday for over 35 years. We've got a young linebacker, big question mark in the linebacker group. A couple of veterans, but some youngsters, and we're starting to see one rise, play very physical, and cover the field well.
Buck Strong with outstanding tackles tonight. 6 tackles, but the plays that he makes are dynamic defensive plays, and that's what you need from this linebacking group as we get into the SEC schedule.
Certainly trying to help close down the middle of the field, a problem for LSU earlier this season in week number 1. Congratulations to Namontique Bug Strong, sophomore out of Forest, Mississippi. He's our defensive player of the game. Now to offense. Plenty of highlights, no doubt. Offensive player of the game, as always, brought to you by H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. And we knew there were some great young receivers. When would they take over a game? Well, one in particular took over the game tonight, especially early, was the spark plug to LSU's offense.
And he set the tempo for it, and that's what was important. From the beginning of the game, he is the reason that LSU dominated offensively. Deion Smith, 5 receptions, 135 yards, 2 touchdowns, but it was the manner in which he did it that was so important. It set the standard for LSU's offense, carried throughout the entire game.
Another Mississippi young man showing out for the Tigers, Deion Smith from Jackson, Mississippi, our offensive player of the game. Again, 5 receptions, 135 yards, and 2 spectacular touchdowns. Tigers get the win, 49-21. Take a look at the full game stats when we return on the Fighting Tiger post-game report here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more one-of-a-kind Saturdays, more rockin' jam-packed stadiums, more of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hay Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown! Tigers!
The Fighting Tiger postgame report continues. Here's a look at the game's final stat line on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
49-21 is the final score. LSU defeats Central Michigan in a real shootout for LSU. They played well offensively and defensively. Did not have much of a running game. Let's take a look at the statistics and see how it all added up. 49-21 the final score. First downs LSU 23-17 for Central Michigan. In rushing yards, LSU 24 carries for 84 yards. Central Michigan 31 for 56. Passing yards, LSU 400 yards, 228 for Central Michigan. LSU completed 27 of 39 passes, 1 interception. Central Michigan 25 of 39, 1 interception. Total offense, Central Michigan 70 plays, 284 yards. LSU 63 plays, 484 yards. LSU had the ball 26 minutes, 58 seconds. Central Michigan 33-2. Penalties, LSU 6 for 11. Central Michigan 2 for 20. Two penalties for 20 yards. Individually, Corey Kiner had 12 carries, 80 yards, lost 6, a good 6.2 average, and he had some great runs. Josh Williams, 2 for 15 for Central Michigan. Miles Bailey, 7 for 29. Individually, 17 of 24 passing for Jacob Sermon. Max Johnson, 26 of 35. Keyshawn Boutte caught 6 passes, 44 yards. Deion Smith, 5 passes, 134 yards. For Central Michigan, Ja'Cory Sullivan, 5 receptions, 114 yards. Lou Nichols, 5 for 19. So there you have the statistics. An outstanding win for LSU, 49-21. They've got a lot of work to do, but that will happen naturally as they go into the conference schedule starting next week. And we'll be back to talk about that after we take this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
LSU Tiger fans are gearing up with real Tigers apparel and merchandise from the official online store at lsushop.net. Get jerseys, sideline gear, polos, t-shirts, hats, official team merchandise from Nike, accessories, and much more. Over 3,600 products, all shipped right to your door. Head to the place real Tiger fans go for the selection only real Tiger fans get at lsushop.net.
It's time we all get back. It's time we all get back to more. More one-of-a-kind Saturdays. More rockin' jam-packed stadiums. More of what makes the mighty Southeastern Conference so much more. Team up with the SEC and learn more about the COVID-19 vaccination by going to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC backs the vax because it's time we all get back to more. Go to getvaccineanswers.org. The SEC. It just means more.
Hey, Tiger fans, this is Chris Blair inviting you to become part of our LSU Athletics podcast world. For the very latest on the Tigers, whenever it's convenient for you, catch Cody Worsham and number 18, Jacob Hester, for the Hey Fighting Podcast, a look inside LSU football. Join me and hear from some of the great voices of college sports on Hearing Voices. Get up to speed on the Tigers' next opponent with LSU Recon, plus replays of the Ed Ogeron Show and many more. Find them all at lsusports.net/podcast, on the LSU Sports mobile app, and anywhere podcasts can be found. Subscribe today.
We continue with more of the Fighting Tiger postgame report. Now, here are some final thoughts from the broadcast booth on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Your Fighting Tigers move to 2-1 on the year, a 49-21 victory over Central Michigan here tonight at home. Next week, it is SEC football time, coming in week number 4. For the Tigers, they'll travel to take on Mississippi State. Again, an early kickoff, and Doug, we talk about it a lot. We love to play at night here at Death Valley. TV, though, tells us what we will do and when we will do it. It's an 11 o'clock Central Time kickoff next week on the road against two teams very familiar with each other. Longtime rivals in the SEC, and I'm not sure if there's going to be any revenge in mind for LSU, because last year's opening game of the year was certainly not one to remember. But whether they have revenge on their minds or not, they better be ready to play, because I think since Mississippi State dropped a close one today to Memphis, they're going to be hungry for a victory. So we should have a pretty good football fight next week.
Well, Mississippi State has good players, and they always will. And they've got a great coach because he's so interesting. So whether they have a good team or not, it is worth watching them and learning from them. And remember what they did to LSU last year. That was a game where we went into it, just saw no way in the world Mississippi State could even hang with LSU. And they dominated LSU and really set the tempo for a very unsuccessful season. LSU's got to make sure that doesn't happen next week, and that ought to be motivation enough.
I think the coaching staff and head coach Ed Ogeron will have no problem reminding them of who they will play coming up next weekend in Starkville. That's going to do it for us here in the booth. We invite you to stay tuned. The Fighting Tiger postgame report rolls on. Coming up, we hand it off to Garrett Brumfield, Marlon Favorite, and Hunt Palmer in the Capital One studios. They'll have more stats, analysis, interviews, and, of course, your reaction on tonight's game live via Twitter at LSU Radio. So on behalf of our entire broadcast team here inside Tiger Stadium, the great Doug Morrow, Gordy Rush, Jim Nickel, Patrick Wright, our on-site engineer Joe Jackson, along with the straw stirring the drink back in the network control, Mr. Brian Haldane. This is Chris Blair bidding you farewell from legendary Tiger Stadium, as your Fighting Tigers get the win over Central Michigan by a final score of 49-21. And you heard it live on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
43 straight years. That's how long Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. How does Ford pull off that championship run? With rock-solid durability, up to the nanosecond technology, and jaw-dropping capability. Drive the Ford F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer today. Proud partner of the national champion LSU Tigers. Based on sales 1977 through 2019.
Walk-On athletes put everything they've got into the game. Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp. Plus, fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Catch the Tigers on over 70 big-screen TVs at one of their 20 restaurants throughout the state of Louisiana. Visit walk